Opening the era of black technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. We have served justice. The three of them had a big drink at noon, and Hall also drank a lot, which was rare. Supingan didn't let the two leave. After the meal, he asked someone to help them go to the guest room to rest. They stayed at Supingan's place today. The next day, Hall left to go home to rest. Bruce accompanied Supingan to the technology company to meet with the satellite research team. Dunn, as the director of the satellite project, integrated the team to start developing an encrypted communication satellite exclusively for the Apocalypse Group. Coaster specially vacated 2 floors for Dunn to use. As a result, Dunn still made suggestions to Supingan, hoping that there could be a large enough place for research, preferably a huge warehouse type, so as to facilitate the assembly and testing of satellites. Buildings are not suitable for research. Boss, Dunn is right. I failed in this regard. Satellite design and production must have a wide space. It will be very uncomfortable to research and build in a building. Many projects cannot be carried out. I support Dunn's decision. Coaster also expressed his opinion. Okay, I'll take care of this. Don't purchase equipment for now. You guys should study the drawings first. I'll arrange a place for you to move in. I'll solve this as soon as possible, Supingan said directly. Boss, we're not in a hurry. Although the development of communication satellites takes a lot of time, it's not a difficult thing for me. I've experienced several communication satellite developments. At the same time, I have a complete set of ordinary communication satellite drawings in my hand. We just need to upgrade it, Dunn said directly on the side, and Bruce frowned. Dunn, where did you get this set of drawings? Is it legal? Bruce said directly. This is not a trivial matter. Once the problem of plagiarism is exposed, it will have a great impact on the Apocalypse Group. This set of drawings is completely legal. When I worked in the bankrupt British Robinson satellite design team, in order to commemorate our success, everyone had a copy of the drawings as a souvenir. I have a certificate of unconditional authorization issued by the original Robinson company, Dunn explained. Is it for your personal authorization or for you to use it for other companies? Bruce asked again. Bruce, the certificate says that I own the blueprint and I can use it freely according to the actual situation. Besides, Robinson has gone bankrupt now, so there is no legal problem, Dunn explained. I need to check. If someone buys the patent of this set of blueprints, it will be troublesome, Bruce said with a frown. Dunn, keep your blueprints as a souvenir. They were made before 2000. It has been more than 20 years now. Many hardware devices are different from before. We must redesign the satellite to meet modern needs instead of upgrading the old design, Supingan said to Dunn. No, when you bought my team, you promised to give us enough autonomy to upgrade the satellite. Dunn immediately turned his face. Supingan frowned and looked at Bruce. Mr. Dunn, my original words were that after buying your team, you have the autonomy to design a new satellite, and you can continue to upgrade the new satellite later. Instead of upgrading the satellite blueprints from more than 20 years ago, we can open the contract and see what is written on it. Bruce looked at Dunn with an unhappy face. What I meant is to design a new satellite based on my satellite blueprints. You didn't understand it clearly, Dunn said while looking at Bruce. Although he is old, he is still very talkative. Supingan smiled beside him. Corbett, notify the Daco headhunting company to recruit a new project manager. Dunn is not suitable to be with Apocalypse Group. If his team members are willing to leave with him, they will all be released. Bruce, conduct a contract review immediately. If necessary, the entire team can be abandoned. Supingan looked at Corbett and said to Bruce. The two nodded. Supingan turned around and left without even looking at Dunn. It was obvious that Dunn was cheating. Apocalypse Group is not a place where you can cheat. If you want to sue, I will accompany you to the end. It doesn't matter. Everything should be done according to the contract. It doesn't matter if you are missing from the team. Supingan has new satellite blueprints. There is no need to indulge this old rogue. After hearing what Supingan said and seeing Supingan leaving, Dunn exploded and started to make a big noise. Supingan paused. No need to send me off. Take care of this matter. He wants a big lawsuit to accompany him. Once he sues us, we will sue him according to the contract immediately, one charge at a time. He can afford the cost of one lawsuit, so we will bring several more lawsuits and keep dragging him to see how long he can hold out. After a few months, we will reveal decisive evidence to sink him. He is playing rogue without even knowing where he is. Su Pingan turned to Coster and Bruce and said. Understood, the two said directly. Su Pingan left as soon as he heard the two recover. Coster went back to deal with the affairs of Dunn and his team, while Bruce went to study the contract and prepare evidence. Since Su Pingan said that he wanted to have fun, he must have fun. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he might as well take it as a way to pass the time. He had enough evidence to nail Dunn. Su Pingan did not return to the manor, but went to the security company that Buck was in charge of. For several years, Su Pingan had not come to take a look. This time, he had to take a look, at least to shoot a few shots to satisfy his desire. There was a complete shooting range here. When Su Pingan came, Buck must have personally greeted him. Buck, take me to shoot a few shots, Su Pingan said with a smile, and Buck also smiled. Boss, please come this way, Buck said with a smile, and took Su Pingan to the shooting range. The two talked and laughed all the way. It didn't take long before bursts of gunfire came from the shooting range: pistols, semi-automatic rifles, fully automatic rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns. Su Pingan took more than half an hour to stop after finishing, and his arms were a little numb. Buck handed Su Pingan a cigarette and lit it for Su Pingan, and then lit one for himself. The two sat down to the side to drink some water and chat. I saw a lot of warehouses not far from the company on the way here. What's going on? That's the warehouse of Prolia Trading Company. They bought that piece of wasteland and turned it into a warehouse. We are responsible for the security of the entire warehouse area. They cooperate very well with us, Buck explained, and Su Pingan nodded. They are on the left side of the road. Who owns the wasteland on the side? Su Pingan continued to ask. It belongs to the Paris city government. Because of the price, no one bought it. This place is already a large suburb. In addition to building a warehouse, it is definitely difficult to recover the investment in other things, so I have been panicking, Buck explained, and he was very clear about everything around him. The boss plans to buy it? Buck asked, and Su Pingan took a sip of water and nodded. We want to design our own satellite, so we must have a large enough place. Buildings are not suitable for research. If we can be located near the security company, the safety will be greatly increased, Su Pingan said slowly. I will notify the law firm to handle it, and it will be in the name of our security company, Buck said directly. Okay, you go and handle it. The scale is a little larger than the warehouse opposite, and a complete warning area needs to be set up, Su Pingan said directly, and Buck nodded and understood. The law firm we cooperate with is developing very well now. It's a waste not to use so much money every year, Buck said again, and Su Pingan laughed. Su Pingan liked to hear this. At noon, they had lunch at Buck's place. The two of them drank a few glasses. After Su Pingan left, Buck immediately contacted the law firm to take action and asked the lawyer to come over to take a look and then apply to the city government. The next day, Bruce came to Su Pingan's manor to report his latest discovery. After that, he admitted his mistake with a face full of losses. It was me who did not investigate in advance and caused losses to the company. I accept the punishment. Done. This old man is very complicated. The satellite company he founded has cheated many people. Many partners have been cheated by Dunn's complete satellite drawings. This old guy also has a small company that legally owns all the rights to this satellite drawing. In other words, once the Apocalypse Group uses the satellite drawings provided by Dunn as the basis for designing satellites, at a certain time, this company will file a lawsuit and can make a lot of patent money. In this way, Dunn became completely rich and had a bad reputation. This was one of the reasons why the British approved the acquisition of the Apocalypse Group, and threw the old rogue Dunn to the Apocalypse Group. Can we win the lawsuit? Su Pingan looked at Bruce calmly. Boss, we will definitely win the lawsuit. I will sort out the recordings of the contract explanation during the negotiation. There is the voice of Dunn confirming the terms of the contract. I explained it very clearly. My father is also a lawyer. I developed the habit of recording under his influence. On the one hand, I can analyze my mistakes in the negotiation so as to improve my level. On the other hand, it can be used as a forensic evidence to prevent people like Dunn. Once he sues us for breach of contract, we can win 100%. I plan to contact the companies and individuals who were cheated by Dunn and expose his filthiness to the public, Bruce said very confidently. We can bring several charges against him, Su Pinggan continued to ask. I roughly counted 6 items. We can win the lawsuit 100% of the time with these 6 charges, Bruce said very confidently. Go and prepare. This old rogue will definitely sue us. If he sues us in the UK, we will sue him in France. If he sues in France, we will sue him in the UK and let him make some contribution to the transportation company. Don't forget to apply to freeze all his assets as soon as possible to prevent him from transferring assets without money to compensate, Su Pinggan said directly. Understood. Before I came, I had arranged for people to investigate his assets. He can't get away. He dared to blackmail our Apocalypse group and must pay the price, Bruce said very affirmatively. Su Pinggan nodded. This was Bruce's attitude. Don't be careless. This old fox will definitely not put all his assets in one place. The UK has his assets, and what about other countries? Since we have already torn our faces, let's give him a lesson he will never forget. We can also be regarded as upholding justice, Su Pinggan said calmly. Chapter 327 Let's play slowly. Boss, don't worry. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will make him pay the price, Bruce said with a serious face. He was really angry with Dunn. At noon, Bruce left without eating. Su Pinggan knew that Bruce was angry. As a lawyer, it would be a miracle if he was not angry when being played like this. Bruce would definitely use all his energy to tangle with Dunn. Time passed little by little. A week passed. Buck called Su Pinggan and the land had been successfully bought. Su Pinggan immediately arranged Liu Wenjin to handle the matter. The drawings of how to develop the land have been handed over to Liu Wenjin. Liu Wenjin will contact the construction company for construction. After the construction is completed, the satellite team will move there. After completing these things, Su Pinggan plans to go to France immediately. Money means efficiency. Liu Wenjin signed an agreement with a construction company in Paris in just 4 days. The entire project has 2 underground floors and 1 ground floor structure. The prepaid engineering fee for the 3rd floor has been paid, and the equipment and construction materials have begun to be transported to the construction site. At the same time, Liu Wenjin also signed a project supervision contract with a supervision company to ensure the quality of the project, which was in charge of Buck. Su Pinggan had already begun to prepare to leave France. The next morning, Bruce came to Su Pinggan's manor to report, Boss, Dunn has filed a lawsuit against us in the UK. Good news, it's going according to plan, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Bruce looked like he wanted to say something. From your look, is there anything else here? Su Pinggan asked. Dunn contacted several newspapers to launch a public opinion attack on us, Bruce said directly. As an international giant, Apocalypse Group has a bad reputation. Let him toss it. The more he slanders us now, the more he will be slapped in the face in the future. It doesn't matter. He can report it however he wants. We don't care. Let's delay it for a few months first. Take your time. We must drag him to death, don't rush to sue him in France. Just do it in half a month. Isn't it just spending money? Take out 100 million to play with him, okay, Su Pinggan said indifferently. Bruce was relieved to hear Su Pinggan's words. The next day, Su Pinggan and 2 assistants left Paris for Apocalypse Island. The hurricane had passed. Although it caused some losses, Su Pinggan didn't care about the losses. As long as there were no casualties, it would be fine. It was nothing more than spending a little more money. Hall went to the United States on behalf of Su Pinggan and began to investigate the American market for 2 months. After 2 months, Su Pinggan would make a decision on whether to expand investment in the United States based on Hall's report. In Europe, Dunn's lawsuit against Apocalypse Group began to ferment, and it had spread from the UK to Europe. Apocalypse Group did not issue any statement. Bruce had already arrived in the UK and conducted a comprehensive study of the entire case with Hunter and others behind closed doors. Bruce, according to the evidence we have now, it is enough to nail Dunn. Why don't we start it? Stone asked in confusion. Bruce and Hunter looked at each other, and Bruce made a gesture of invitation, and Hunter explained the matter. Stone, the boss has spoken, drag him to death. Hunter's words were very simple. And Stone suddenly realized and understood the plan of Apocalypse Group. This old rogue has found us this time. The boss is very angry. I am also very angry. He must pay the price. At present, we have grasped his assets in the UK, France, and the Netherlands. We don't know if there are any other places. The investigation is not over yet. It will take about a week. Let's take our time. It's not a small amount to pay the media to speak. Let him continue to invest. After a week, we will start to play with him slowly. He is wealthy. It's really a bit sorry for him if we don't kill him hard, Bruce said on the side. Hunter and Stone both shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Who is done? Hunter and others will know very well after asking. It's just that this time, he didn't know his own strength and provoke the Apocalypse Group. It's nothing more than spending money. Since Su Pinggan has made a decision to play once, let's play slowly. Su Pinggan, who was far away on Apocalypse Island, called William. Bruce went to meet William with some evidence. William knew Su Pinggan's plan very well and didn't intend to intervene in this matter. However, at Su Pinggan's request, he said hello and postponed the trial time for half a month. What undid was a public opinion offensive. If he wanted to keep the public opinion going, he had to pay the media. Half a month was not a small amount. After the court hearing date was announced, Dunn smashed his cup. Damn, half a month, he had to spend more than £700,000 every day. 10 days would cost more than £7 million. 15 days would cost tens of millions pounds. This was not a small amount of money, but there was nothing he could do now. He could only wait. And he had to spend money to keep the news hot. Otherwise, if no one cared, public opinion would not be formed. He spent money every day with gritted teeth, and his hatred for the Apocalypse Group was growing day by day. Apocalypse Island, the construction on the island is currently busy. Australia and New Zealand have secretly sent people to investigate. The intelligence collected from all sides showed that the Apocalypse Group was indeed building a research institute and had no intention of immigrating to establish a country. This result made many people feel at ease and disappointed. They felt at ease because the Apocalypse Group would not affect regional stability if it did not establish a country. They felt disappointed because the Apocalypse Group would lose a subsequent blackmail target if it did not establish a country. This was uncomfortable and there was no way to deal with it. Alexander and Osborne have officially joined the company and taken over the Apocalypse Wind Energy Company. Niels has sent 3 financial officers to set up the finance department. According to Su Pinggan's wishes, €500 million have been allocated as the company's daily expenses. The land purchase money has not yet been deducted. It will be deducted after Apocalypse Wind Energy officially starts operating and will be included in the company's investment account. The factory infrastructure has begun and the construction site is busy. The two have begun to discuss the issue of equipment procurement. Su Pinggan has discussed with them carefully that what is to be built here is not only a carbon magnetic wind power tree factory, but also a large-scale sewage treatment plant. After the sewage treatment plant is built, it will temporarily treat the company's sewage. After the breakthrough at the Research Institute, it will be connected to the urban sewage network, treat urban sewage, and carry out renewable resource treatment, laying the foundation for the next step of comprehensively promoting the construction of a renewable resource system in Europe. In China, the Apocalypse Group once again issued a large-scale recruitment information, recruiting research assistants, recruiting students from the Department of Agriculture, Department of Plants, and Department of Biology of major colleges and universities across the country, recruiting 240 research assistants and 50 laboratory technicians, a total of 290 people. According to the list provided by Su Pinggan, Chen Fansheng has met with 48 people and negotiated the terms. At present, these people have resigned from their original units and officially joined the Shianki Group Botanical Research Institute. The 48 people formed 48 teams to conduct 48 research projects. Each project was equipped with 5 researchers. The Botanical Research Institute is located in the Shanxi Wetland Reserve, and the construction of the institute has been completed. The entire institute park has 8 underground 3-story and 5-story buildings, and 5 ground floor 5-story buildings. After the staffing is in place, this will be the largest botanical research institute in the country and even the world. Chen Fansheng's assistant Zhang Senlin will serve as the director of the institute. This was determined before Su Pinggan left the Xianqiao. Su Pinggan also met Zhang Senlin. Although Zhang Senlin is not very old, he has a rich resume. Zhang Senlin was born in a relatively wealthy family. He has no other hobbies but likes plants. His family also cultivated Zhang Senlin's interests. After graduating from junior high school, he was sent to study abroad. He did not go to high school, but directly entered the Department of Botany at Cornell University in the United States for commission training. During the university's commission training, He was discovered by Rupert, an authoritative professor in the Department of Plants, in the second year and officially became Professor Rupert's assistant. At the same time, the university specially approved the transfer from commission training to formal student. In 6 years, he obtained a formal doctorate in plant ecology. It must be said that this is a very talented doctor of one subject. In the second year after Chen Fansheng joined the Apocalypse Group, he met Zhang Senlin in a very coincidental place. Under Chen Fansheng's deception, Zhang Senlin joined the Apocalypse Comprehensive Research Institute. In addition to conducting his own research, he also served as Chen Fansheng's deputy. Su Pinggan planned to establish a plant research institute. Chen Fansheng recommended Zhang Senlin as soon as possible. Su Pinggan conducted an interview and passed it at one time. The European Austrian Institute of Biology has established a plant research branch. The Chinese side must also establish a peer research institute to exchange data. Zhang Senlin has now gone to the location of the institute and started purchasing experimental equipment. The technology company has placed an order to purchase a set of database equipment, which will be delivered directly to the Botanical Research Institute. When the equipment arrives, the technology company will send personnel to assemble it and install a security system to set access rights. Hangzhou Technology Company has also been in a state of panic recently. Qiao Yichen executed Su Pinggan's order and has cut 3 very slow-moving projects to date, which has made other project leaders a little scared and worried that their projects will be cut. They all started to increase their speed at the same time. The progress of each project that month was not small. Qiao Yichen touched his chin when he saw this effect. It turned out that there was such an effect. It seemed that he was not urging them enough. They must keep this momentum. On Apocalypse Island, Su Pinggan and Hubert accompanied him to conduct on-site inspections of many projects and put forward many opinions. Basically, they were all plans to strengthen the equipment. They were not afraid of spending money and must unconditionally strengthen the existing equipment. Especially for small desalination plants, after communicating with the Israeli engineering party, Apocalypse Group added €500,000 in investment. The factory was reinforced according to Su Pinggan's requirements. This was the requirement of the protagonist. It must be reinforced to cope with the next hurricane. Otherwise, the factory is likely to be destroyed by the hurricane. Thank you for your reward. Thank you for your support. 4 updates are released today. Thank you very much for your support. Chapter 328, there is a price to pay for breaking the contract. In the room, Su Pinggan was drinking tea. Liu Wenjin reported the progress of each branch of Shianki Group one by one. The progress in all aspects was very fast, and the work that should be started was also carried out intensively. The H country was also reported. So the president resigned and faced the end of being prosecuted. Su Pinggan looked at Liu Wenjin and asked, "If nothing unexpected happens, the one from H country will face jail time." Liu Wenjin confirmed this. It's what he deserves. It's not a pity to die. Su Pinggan had no sympathy for South Korea. According to analysis, after the former president is sentenced, the election of the new president will begin. The new president will definitely find a way to ease the relationship with us. What should we do? Liu Wenjin asked. Do nothing, wait for the country to notify us. If the country says that we should reconcile, we will reconcile. If it doesn't say, let's just go on like this. Is there anything indifferent in the H country market? Su Pinggan said indifferently. Ding ding ding. Su Pinggan's phone rang. He put down the teacup and picked it up. It turned out to be Tina calling. Su Pinggan answered it directly. Tina, what's the matter? Su Pinggan asked. Su, I have news about the person in charge of the satellite project you need. There are 3 people. There is no problem with their resumes. When can you meet them? Tina asked. You can arrange for them to come to Shianki Island, which is the original Niue Island. I will pay for the travel expenses and accommodation, Su Pinggan said directly. Okay, I will notify them immediately. It will take about 4 days for them to arrive, Tina said. No problem, I will wait for you here. I will leave after meeting you. You know Liu Wenjin, just contact her. She will make arrangements. Su Pinggan made a promise. Liu Wenjin rolled his eyes. Things ran to his head. After the two communicated for a while, Su Pinggan hung up the phone and looked at Liu Wenjin. Pay attention to Tina's call. The satellite project is the focus of this year. After sending your resume, forward it to Buck immediately and let him conduct the highest level of review. There must be no problems, I understand. I will forward the resume to General Manager Buck as soon as possible. Liu Wenjin can distinguish the importance of things. Time passed slowly. One day, when Su Pingyan was shooting in the training camp, Liu Wenjin came and said, "Boss, Tina will arrive with her staff today and are already on board. I have arranged their accommodation. It will take a few days for General Manager Buck to issue the review report." Pa. Su Pingyan quickly fired the bullets in his pistol and put it down. "You receive them for me and arrange their food and lodging. I will treat Tina to dinner tonight. You can come too. The interview will be held early tomorrow morning," Su Pingyan said directly, and Liu Wenjin wrote it down. "Is there any news about Darina?" Su Pingyan said directly. "There is no result yet. I talked to her the day before yesterday and she was conducting an inspection in Namibia. It is expected that there will be results in 2 days. If nothing unexpected happens, Namibia has really planted a lot of trees," Liu Wenjin said on the side. "This is a good thing. The most annoying thing for large international companies around the world is these environmentalists. It is necessary to have a good relationship with them. Spend a little money to buy peace and quiet," Su Pingyan said with emotion, and began to change the ammunition for the pistol and continued to shoot. Liu Wenjin smiled and turned away to make arrangements. Liu Wenjin and Tina have always had a good relationship. Although they don't meet often, they keep in touch. Liu Wenjin's brother joined a Dutch company thanks to Tina, which is a big favor. In the evening, Su Pingyan, Liu Wenjin, and Tina had dinner together. They talked and laughed and felt very relaxed. After dinner, Liu Wenjin and Tina left together, and Su Pingyan had to go back to his room to rest alone. The next day, Su Pingyan started the interview. The 3 people Tina arranged this time were all people with practical work experience. Murphy, 48 years old this year, Swiss nationality, originally worked for the Swiss Da Vinci satellite company as a project manager. When he was competing for the position of vice president, he was treated unfairly and resigned in anger. Da Vinci company failed to retain Murphy and directly approved his resignation. Professor Carlos, 52 years old, Portuguese nationality, honorary visiting professor of the Department of Electronics of the University of Minho, Portugal, has participated in many private enterprise satellite design projects, including 4 projects led by him, all of which have been successful, and has rich experience in enterprise-level satellite design. At the same time, Professor Carlos is also a consultant for the Portuguese National Satellite Project and is well known in the industry. Ms. Rosell, 45 years old, Spanish nationality, Deputy Director of the Satellite Project of the Royal Academy of Sciences of Spain, has participated in more than 20 satellite projects. Although Rosell is a woman, she is quite capable at work. She resigned 2 years ago due to family reasons. Now she is back to work. There is no place for her in her original unit. Tina happened to find her and invited her. Tina is very attentive to the recruitment of Shyanki Group. This is a big customer. Shyanki Group pays Daco Headhunting Company 3 million yuan every year. Once there is a demand, Daco must provide high-quality talents. Su Pingyan talked to all 3 people, which was very good. The concepts of the 3 people are relatively advanced and they all have practical work experience. After the interview, Su Pingyan seriously considered it and communicated with Zingling at the same time and decided to keep all 3 people. Murphy served as the general manager of the satellite project of Apocalypse Group, and Professor Carlos and Russell served as deputy general managers. One was inclined to technology, and the other was inclined to new hardware equipment. They could form a strong complement, and with Murphy's coordination, they could be regarded as a complete team. After communicating his ideas with the 3 people, all 3 accepted Su Pingyan's arrangement. Everyone was happy, and Tina was also very satisfied. Su Pingyan invited several people to have a meal together. In the evening, he had a detailed discussion with Murphy alone. The 2 talked alone for a long time, more than 2 hours. Murphy left Su Pingyan's place. He had a large memory USB flash drive on his body, and he didn't know that there was an extra biological bomb in his head. The next day, the 4 people left Apocalypse Island. Murphy and the other 2 went home to make arrangements. They would officially start work in France 10 days later. Tina returned to the headquarters. There were other things to do. Su Pingyan sent the 4 people on board. The airport had not been built yet, so they could only make ships. When Su Pingyan was about to leave, he received a notice that Xiaoxihe had completed the integration of the scientific research ship personnel and had left Xianchao and was heading to Apocalypse Island. Experimental equipment could be installed at any time for testing. The catalog of experimental equipment has been prepared long ago. We can just purchase it directly. We contacted a shipyard in Bundaberg, Australia, and rented a site to install the experimental equipment. The reason why the test equipment was installed in Australia was that some equipment was blocked. These equipment were not exported to China. You can only purchase and install them abroad. Although the Western countries' high-tech blockade against us has weakened a lot, some key high-precision equipment has not been relaxed. It is not easy for a country to rise. We should cherish it. Su Pinggan could only stay in Shanxi Island for a few more days. When the research ship entered the South Pacific waters, Su Pinggan changed his mind and did not install it in the Australian shipyard. The Star Spirit issued a warning that Country A was going to play tricks. Inform Xiaoxihe that the research ship went directly to the temporary dock of Shanxi Island. Even if it took some time, it was acceptable. At the same time, inform all equipment companies that the equipment acceptance location was changed to Marseilles, France, and all equipment would be shipped to Shanxi Island for installation after arrival. Su Pinggan was very angry. He cancelled the contracts of 11 companies in Country A and stopped purchasing building materials and daily necessities from Country A. Instead, he purchased from Southeast Asia. Although it cost a little more money, Su Pinggan didn't care. After the incident, Australia was fed up and sent a man named Hayes to Apocalypse Island to meet Su Pinggan. In a small meeting room, Su, what do you want to do? There will be a price to pay for breaking the contract. Hayes was very tough. Hayes, this is the question I want to ask you. What do you want to do in Country A? Robbery. Su Pinggan stared at Hayes' eyes and did not give in. Hayes was stunned. Su Pinggan's words were full of meaning. Su, you can say it directly. We will not give up without a reasonable explanation. 11 companies from Country A have already made a fuss in the country. Cooperating with Apocalypse Group, they can easily earn hundreds of thousands of euros a month. Now that the contract has been cancelled, how can they give up? The country must step in to solve this matter. I paid 5 million euros to get a very interesting recording. I think you can listen to it. Su Pinggan looked at Hayes with contempt, took out a Walkman and started playing it. Hayes listened carefully, and his expression changed as he listened. There was a conversation between two people, targeting the research vessel of the Apocalypse Group, and they planned to detain the ship directly after the Apocalypse Group installed the experimental equipment. The Apocalypse Group would not release it without paying enough. The amount negotiated by the two was as high as 500 million euros. After the recording was played, Su Pinggan threw a file to Hayes. Go back and investigate. This is the identity of the person talking. You are all planning to attack me. Why should I give you a contract? Su Pinggan said bluntly. Hayes opened the file and looked at it, with a look of surprise on his face. The identities of these two people were too special. Falsification will not benefit you, Hayes said with a lack of confidence. Humph, you can take the recording away for sound comparison. I will hide if I can't afford to offend you. Don't force me to make the recording public. After saying this, Su Pinggan pushed the Walkman to Hayes, stood up and turned around to leave, not wanting to waste time with Hayes. Hayes sat there for a while with a serious look on his face. He put the Walkman and documents into his bag, stood up and left a meeting room. He went straight to the dock and took a boat back to Country A. This matter would cause an uproar, so he could not discuss it on the phone. He had to talk to his boss in person. Chapter 329 Yuan Fang, what do you think? In a special office in the Prime Minister's office, Hayes walked into his boss' office with a document and a Walkman, and found that there were 3 big bosses sitting inside. He was stunned and looked at his boss Carl. Hayes, say whatever you want to say. This is not a small matter. The top management is very concerned about the reason. You can speak out without worrying about it, Carl looked at Hayes and said. The 3 big bosses beside him all smiled and didn't care much. When Hayes called and said that he couldn't talk about this matter on the phone, Carl realized that this matter was not a small matter. Hayes was a veteran. It must be a big matter that made Hayes so cautious. He must find a way to get himself out of this trouble first. Today, when listening to Hayes' report, there were also 3 big bosses present, in order to push the responsibility away. No matter what happened, his department would never get involved. It must be said that Carl's sense of smell was too sharp. Hayes understood what Carl meant, and felt a burst of emotion in his heart. No wonder Carl could sit in this position for a long time. He was not as scheming as him. He was not polite and directly told the matter again. At the same time, he turned on the Walkman to play, and put the document on the table after playing. The document contains the identities of the two people who were in the conversation. I won't reveal their names because they are special. Please read it yourself. Sue Pingan also has a recording. Don't force him to make it public. Hayes looked at Carl after he finished speaking. Carl gave Hayes a satisfied look, waved his hand, and Hayes left the office. The three bosses were no longer calm after listening to the recording. Their faces were very serious. They regretted coming to participate in this matter. They looked at Carl, the old fox, and their evaluations were surprisingly consistent. Steve, Frank, Weber, take a look. Since the incident has already occurred, we must solve it properly. Otherwise, it will be bad for us if the incident gets out of hand, Carl said directly. After speaking, he picked up the document, opened it, and handed it to Steve. Steve handed it to Frank after reading it, and finally Weber. After all four of them finished reading the document, they all looked uncomfortable. This is a scandal. If this incident is exposed, it will definitely be a fatal blow to Australia's reputation. Let's go see the Prime Minister together. This matter must have a result. I don't think the recording can be faked. They have much more contact with the people in country than we do. It is very likely that this is the intention of the Americans. They forgot that it is Australia that pays them. Some departments have also reached the time to rectify. If this continues, it may cause bigger and more unmanageable things. Frank looked at several people and said, and everyone nodded seriously. Let's go and discuss a solution with the Prime Minister. First, appease these companies that are making trouble. The Apocalypse Group is not an ordinary company. Look at the miserable situation of Country H now. Sue Pingan is a person. Weber shook his head after speaking, and the others also shook their heads slightly. They knew Sue Pingan's character very well. The four people left the office with the documents and followed a Walkman to the Prime Minister's office. This matter must be suppressed and resolved. This is the unanimous idea of the four people. New Zealand is also staring at Country A. The Apocalypse Group suddenly cancelled the contract of the company in Country A. This matter is not a trivial matter. It is also speculating what happened. It must be figured out what happened and how much impact it has on New Zealand. Otherwise, it will be difficult to make a decision when Country A requires concerted action. Time passed slowly. On this day, the research vessel had already docked not far from Shanky Island. Sue Pingan also met with Xiaoxihe. Xiaoxihe gave Sue Pingan a detailed report on his evaluation of the research vessel. Old Xia, let me ask you one thing. If someone wants to inspect the research vessel in the high seas, what will you do? Sue Pingan looked at Xiaoxihe calmly. I will refuse. Once the other party approaches, I will directly warn them. If the other party continues to approach without listening to the warning, I will ask General Sue what to do. Xiaoxihe recovered very straightforwardly. What if I can't be contacted? Sue Pingan continued to ask. Xiaoxihe was obviously stunned and didn't know how to answer this question. Sue Pingan smiled and turned to look at the deputy captain Cao Yuanfang. As Xiaoxihe's deputy, Cao Yuanfang was mainly responsible for the security work on the ship. Yuanfang, what do you think? Sue Pingan smiled after he finished speaking, thinking of the TV series Direnji. The two words Yuanfang are very famous. Cao Yuanfang could tell what Sue Pingan was thinking from his expression, but what can he do with his name like that? He calmed down and said, if I were in charge, I would only warn him not to get close. If he continued to get close, I would open fire and sink him, and then report to the president. Cao Yuanfang was sent from Buck. He had experience as a mercenary. He had been a pirate for 2 years before becoming a mercenary. He had a low education, but he was brave enough to fight and fight. He was not afraid of making things worse. He would fight when he should. It was no big deal. If something went wrong, the big guys would come forward to solve it. He didn't mind his own business. Old Xia, do you understand? Sue Pingan looked at Xiaoxihe and said, I understand. Xiaoxihe took a deep breath and said that he had to change his mind. From now on, Yuanfang will be responsible for the force on the ship, and Old Xia will be responsible for the navigation of the ship. There is nothing to be afraid of in the high seas. He will take action when he should, even if he is a warship from another country. Yuanfang, I will give you another power. When necessary, directly sink the ship. The research data on the ship must not fall into the hands of anyone. Do you understand? Sue Pingan stared at Cao Yuanfang expressionlessly. I understand, Cao Yuanfang said very confidently. In a few months, there will be 2 small submarines following you for escort. When necessary, transfer people to the submarines and leave. If necessary, sink the ships. Don't feel bad. Apocalypse Group doesn't have much else, but it has a lot of money. Su Pinggan waved his hand after speaking, indicating that the 2 could leave. Xia Sihei bowed to Cao Yuanfang and left directly. Su Pinggan continued to drink tea. He had already started thinking about the A country. It was not normal that there was no news after so many days. Su Pinggan was anxious, and New Zealand was also a little anxious. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Just when everyone was confused, there was movement from Australia. The heads of several key departments all resigned, and the government appointed new heads and began to rectify some institutions. Country A was also worried. As a big boss, he didn't even notify or report what his subordinates did. Obviously, he didn't take you seriously. The reason for cleaning up these people is not because they intend to blackmail the Apocalypse Group, but because they did not explain to the boss in advance, which is disrespectful to the boss. You make money and the boss takes the blame. There is no such good thing. No leader will like his subordinates to do things behind his back, and those who are involved in politics are even more taboo about this kind of thing. In the past, they turned a blind eye because of the relationship with the M countrymen, but now they find that they can't do without cleaning up. They are getting bolder and bolder. The bosses didn't get any of the benefits given by the M countrymen, which is a bit unsatisfactory. Now you do things behind the scenes and the other party has evidence. When the time comes, the boss will take the blame. It's a pity that the boss doesn't get angry. The opinions of the top leaders in this operation were surprisingly consistent. The 2 parties were fined $1 million Australian dollars each. Both of them paid the fines in full. This is already the lightest punishment. Once the matter is exposed, they will definitely go to jail. A few days later, Hayes came to Apocalypse Island again to meet Su Pinggan. He closed the door and talked with Su Pinggan for more than an hour. Finally, he shook hands with Su Pinggan and left with a smile on his face. His evaluation of Su Pinggan was 1 level higher. 2 days later, Apocalypse Group resumed cooperation with the company of Country A and continued to purchase various building materials and daily necessities. The 11 companies stopped making trouble. At this time, Australia issued a statement. Country A will provide Apocalypse Island with $1 million Australian dollars, because Apocalypse Island is conducting research on marine ecology, which is very helpful for restoring the marine ecology of the South Pacific. As a major country in the South Pacific region, it has an unshirkable responsibility for protecting the marine ecological environment. This is very beautiful. Su Pinggan saw the speech and shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. The situation is stronger than the people. It is necessary to bow down. There is no capital to compete with the country for the time being. Then Apocalypse Group also issued a statement, thanking the government of Country A for its assistance. This part of the funds will be used in full to purchase environmentally friendly materials from Country A, speed up the construction of a marine research institute, and strive to start the marine ecological restoration work as soon as possible. New Zealand pouted and figured out what the real situation was. I spit on your face with floral water, 2 shameless things, one is more pretentious than the other. A fine of 2 million, a cost of 1 million, and this 1 million was used to purchase domestic materials to add to his political achievements. Shyanki Group received a compensation of 1 million Australian dollars for materials. Both parties were unwilling to expand the matter. This was the best result. After Hall fully understood the whole story of the incident, he nodded with satisfaction. Su Pinggan knew more and more how to deal with the relationship with other countries. It was obvious that he listened to his advice and knew that there was a broader horizon. It was not that Su Pinggan knew how to take a step back, but that he had no way to compete. Country A was not Country H. If he continued to work hard, he would suffer in the end. Take it slow. There will always be a day when you are free. After resting for a few days, Su Pinggan explained to Hubert and Lei Yushin, and then he set off directly, leaving Shyanki Island and returning to the Celestial Empire. He chartered a plane directly from New Zealand to go back. This was the fastest way. In Hangzhou, at Su Pinggan's home, Su Pinggan woke up at dawn, took a deep breath and got up directly, washed up and went out for a run. He had developed the habit of getting up early to exercise. There were few people nearby and the environment was good, so running exercise was very suitable. Chapter 330 Foreigners are also very good at flattering. After running, I was sweating all over. I took a shower and went to have breakfast. After breakfast, I took Liu Wenjin to the technology headquarters to work. Su Pinggan did not return to J City because his parents were not at home. The two elders went out to travel. This time, the target is 2 places in Shaanxi Province and Sichuan Province. The time is 3 months. Don't be impatient. Just rest when you are tired. It is very safe to have 4 people around. Su Pinggan is also more relieved. Stay in Hangzhou for a while before returning to J City. Xianqi Technology Headquarters, on the top floor of the main building, in Su Pinggan's office, Su Pinggan began to sign some documents. These are all backlog documents. It took about 30 minutes to finish signing. I asked Liu Wenjin to come in and take out what should be filed and sent. I stretched and stood up to make tea in the leisure area. Just after the tea was made, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Su Pinggan shouted directly, and the door was pushed open, and Liu Wenjin walked in. Boss, the mayor is here, Liu Wenjin reported. Please come in, Su Pinggan said, and Liu Wenjin went out, wiped his hands and stood up. At this time, Liu Wenjin also invited Zhang Jianbin to come in from outside. Su Pinggan shook hands with Zhang Jianbin and went to the leisure area to drink tea together. Brother Zhang came at the right time. I just made tea. Come, taste it. This is the best that is not sold outside, Su Pinggan said with a smile, picked up the teapot and began to pour tea. He directly poured 6 small cups of tea and made a gesture of invitation. Zhang Jianbin didn't say anything else. He picked up the teacup and began to taste it. The taste was really good, at least better than the tea he drank. Although the hospitality tea in the city is also directly purchased from the tea base, it cannot purchase the best tea. Purchasing it would violate discipline. Very good, much better than the tea I have over there, Zhang Jianbin said truthfully. It's a pity that the quantity is limited, otherwise I would give Brother Zhang a box, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Zhang Jianbin shook his head with a wry smile. Let's talk business. Today I came to talk to you about the cooperation with Xinxing Company. It's been so long. Do you really plan to give up the H-country market completely? Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan and said. I have talked to senior official Wei Dongshuo about this matter. The higher-ups have spoken. I can talk to them. Without the higher-ups' words, I won't talk to them, Su Pinggan made his attitude clear. You talked to Wei Dongshuo about this matter, Zhang Jianbin was obviously stunned. The news Su Pinggan said surprised Zhang Jianbin. Yes, so far I haven't received any instructions from the higher-ups. At present, anti-H sentiment is high in the country, protesting against the deployment of the M country's FOD system in H country. I am a celebrity, and I must express my attitude clearly, so, Brother Zhang, you have to think about it carefully. Is this someone setting you up? Su Pinggan looked at Zhang Jianbin meaningfully. As soon as Zhang Jianbin mentioned this matter, Su Pinggan felt something was wrong. The two had a good relationship. He couldn't just watch Zhang Jianbin make a mistake without helping him. He had to say it clearly. Frowning, Zhang Jianbin began to think. The higher-ups had not given Su Pinggan any instructions. So what was the purpose of these people coming to him? If he did it, wouldn't it be obvious that he was confronting his superiors? Thinking of this, Zhang Jianbin was shocked. This was not a trivial matter. Su Pinggan was right. Could it be that someone had set a trap for him? Just pretend I never said anything about this matter, Zhang Jianbin said directly. Su Pinggan nodded, motioned to continue drinking tea, and began to change the subject. After chatting for a while, Brother Zhang, if you didn't come today, I would have to go to Brother Zhang in 2 days. I plan to hold an event, a single-person aircraft exchange conference, facing the world, providing some bonuses, and attracting single-person aircraft enthusiasts from all over the world to bring their inventions to participate in the competition. If it's appropriate, I will acquire their projects, provide funds for them to continue their research, and send those who are unqualified away. Su Pinggan looked at Zhang Jianbin and told him his plan. This is a good thing. Single-person aircraft is a future industry. Some foreign private groups have held it, but there is no precedent in my country yet. You have set a precedent, which is very helpful for the development of single-person aircraft in my country. At least it can broaden the horizons of Chinese people. I support you 100%. What do you plan to do? Those foreign private researchers care a lot about the prize money. They will not come to participate unless they have reached a certain level, said Zhang Jianbin. The high prize money is certain. They study these things themselves just to sell them at a good price. I will give them this platform. I plan to reward the top 30. The division will give 5 million Xiancheo coins, 10 million Xiancheo coins, and 20 million Xiancheo coins. There are 3 levels of rewards. Then, I will give the top 5 additional rewards for purchasing their projects. The purchase price shall not be less than 30 million Xiancheo coins. The specific details can be negotiated, from the energy structure, cruising range, flight altitude, flexibility, load-bearing capacity, cost, noise, environmental protection and other aspects. I don't believe they can resist using money to stimulate these private masters, said Su Pingyan with a smile. Zhang Jianbin smiled. He had completely understood what Su Pingyan meant. This was to enrich their own technical reserves by combining the strengths of many companies. It seemed that it cost a lot, but this amount of money was not a big deal for the Apocalypse Group. We need to hold a meeting to study this matter. The flight of a single-person aircraft must be reported and coordinated with the Air Traffic Control Department and other relevant departments, and a suitable location must be selected, Zhang Jianbin said after taking a sip of tea. It's so troublesome. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. I'll go back and discuss it with Chen Qingshan. The northern part of J City is all mountainous. It's better to start in the mountainous area. There are no airports and other departments nearby, so it should be easier to approve, Su Pingyan said with a frown. Okay, don't give me this, kid. You use Chen Qingshan to stimulate me, and then when you go to J City, you use me to stimulate Chen Qingshan. You're eating both ends. You are also an internationally recognized giant company boss. Is it fun to play like this? Zhang Jianbin said directly. He completely saw through Su Pingyan's little calculation. Su Pingyan could only smile awkwardly. This project can only be carried out on my side. You don't need to worry about the coordination. I will handle it. Zhang Jianbin waved his hand and took the responsibility. This is a global event. At that time, foreign tourists alone can greatly increase the city's economy. How could Su Pingyan transfer the project to J City? Knowing that Su Pingyan would ask for conditions from him, Zhang Jianbin could not refuse this project. Zhang Jianbin knew very well that Chen Qingshan of J City could not refuse this project. No city would refuse this project. Su Pingyan proposed such a high reward amount, which would definitely attract many groups from all over the world to participate. The two talked for a while, and Zhang Jianbin said goodbye. Su Pingyan sent Zhang Jianbin away and then returned. At the door, he told Liu Wenjin, let Qiao Yichen and Kane come over. After that, he returned to the office. Not long after, Qiao Yichen and Kane arrived one after another. Su Pingyan invited them to drink tea together. While drinking tea, he introduced his plan to the two of them. Qiao Yichen immediately became interested. Boss, this plan can be carried out. As far as I know, there are many people in various countries who are doing research on this, but they are all concentrated in developed countries such as Europe and the United States. The development progress in China is very slow due to some material control. At present, there is only one private organization in the United States that holds this kind of competition all year round. The prize money provided is very small, at most $20,000. The British private group held it 4 times and stopped. I suggest that the boss hold it in his personal name. In the future, when single-person aircraft are common, the world will remember the event held by the boss. The boss's name will also be associated with a single-person aircraft and engraved in history. Kane looked at Su Pingyan and said. Su Pingyan felt very refreshed after listening to Kane's words. Who said that foreigners are not afraid of flattery? Foreigners are also very good at flattering. At this moment, no matter how he looked at Kane, Su Pingyan felt pleasing to the eye. Very good, let's discuss it. I will go to the municipal government to coordinate this matter. We must come up with a name. Su Pingyan was in high spirits. He finally found something fun. The three of them began to discuss the date of the event, requirements, scoring relief, prize money distribution, travel expenses, food and accommodation for participating in the competition, etc. There was no result at noon, so they had lunch together to rest and continued in the afternoon. After leaving Su Pingyan, Zhang Jianbin returned to the office and called Wei Dongshuo directly. The two chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. He let out a long breath, and his eyes began to sparkle. Su Pingyan did not lie. Wei Dongshuo had already reported the matter to the top management. He was indeed an old classmate. He actually calculated it on my head. If it weren't for Su Pinggan's reminder, I would have made a big mistake. Zhang Jianbin's anger had risen in his heart. This matter could not be let go. No reaction would make people think that they were easy to bully. Take it slowly. There is a score to be settled. After stabilizing his emotions, Zhang Jianbin began to make calls to discuss Su Pinggan's event with Qiao Lianqing. He briefly described the situation. Qiao Lianqing had no objection and strongly supported it. At present, there are many individuals in developed countries who are engaged in this kind of flight projects, but there are very few in China. This is not a good thing in the long run. Now Su Pinggan is taking the lead in organizing such activities, which is very beneficial to the development of related industries in China. Such things must be strongly supported. Su Pinggan, Qiao Yichen, and Kane were busy for more than 3 days. Referring to the experience of holding such activities abroad, they formulated a plan. Su Pinggan took the plan and went to Zhang Jianbin. Zhang Jianbin saw the plan and took Su Pinggan to Qiao Lianqing. The three began to discuss the matter formally. At noon, several groups of people came to report their work and were stopped by the secretary. After asking the reason, they found out that the two bosses were discussing things with Su Pinggan. They smiled bitterly and left after registering. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331. It's not early at all in my view. Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing reported the plan during the meeting, and they all voted to support Su Pinggan to personally host this international event. There are many international events organized by non-governmental organizations abroad. Of course, this is also related to the small land area of some foreign countries. Non-governmental organizations hosting international events can increase mutual trust and cooperation between people of various countries, which is helpful for regional peace. In addition, it is also of great benefit to the international reputation of the host city, and it can also promote economic development. There are many benefits. Soon, the municipal government reported the formal event plan, submitted by Su Pinggan, and waited for the approval of the top leaders. Su Pinggan began to relax and wait for the news. 5 days passed slowly. On this day, Zhang Jianbin came to Su Pinggan's office with an unhappy face. Looking at the expression on Zhang Jianbin's face, Su Pinggan was obviously stunned. What happened? Su Pinggan asked. Your plan has been approved by the top, but it cannot be held in Hangzhou, Zhang Jianbin said unhappily. Su Pinggan was stunned. What was going on? After seeing the report, the superiors began to conduct a comprehensive assessment. As a result, they expressed support for the project. They believed that such private activities would have certain benefits in boosting related industries and stimulating the local economy. These benefits were affirmed. The only problem was that the venue was rejected. Hangzhou is densely populated. If a single-person aircraft falls down due to an accident, it will cause great losses. It is recommended to hold it in a place with a large area and sparse population, such as the Northwest. Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing could not accept this result, but the reasons given by the superiors were also very sufficient. Such activities held abroad were also held under conditions similar to the Northwest terrain, away from densely populated areas to prevent accidents. The venue for similar activities held by the United States was also held in the wilderness of the Northwest. Several activities held in the United Kingdom were also held in the wilds of Scotland. Similar activities held in other countries were all held in uninhabited places hundreds of miles away. Staying away from the city can ensure the safety of the people. Once an accident occurs, the loss can be minimized. Everything starts from the interests of the people. After listening to Zhang Jianbin's narration, Su Pinggan shrugged helplessly and said, Brother Zhang, you can't blame me for this. I must discuss this matter with Brother Chen and the others. Let's hold it directly in the mountainous area. There is no one living there for hundreds of miles, and it is absolutely safe. It's really a bargain for old Chen and old Wei, Zhang Jianbin said unwillingly, and Su Pinggan shook his head. Don't congratulate them first. You still have to wait and see the approval from above. If the higher-ups don't agree to hold it in J City, then we can only move it to the Northwest. After all, J City has a large population. I am also responsible for this matter. I think it's a bit simple, Su Pinggan said, shaking his head. Pinggan, I won't compete for other projects. Once your single-person aircraft project makes a breakthrough, the factory site must be settled in Hangzhou for me, Zhang Jianbin said, staring into Su Pinggan's eyes. Brother Zhang, this matter hasn't even started yet, it's a bit too early for you to compete for it, Su Pinggan said, looking at Zhang Jianbin. Early, in my opinion, it's not early at all. You guys plan before you act. I bet that the single-person aircraft of the technology company must have made a big breakthrough, otherwise, you wouldn't have come up with this project. Hey, don't think I can't see that your activity is to prepare for the launch of the single-person aircraft and build momentum, Zhang Jianbin stared at Su Pinggan and said without giving in. Su Pinggan rubbed his temples. Damn, they were all so smart when they were with me. Can we still have fun in the future? Seeing Su Pinggan's uncomfortable expression, Zhang Jianbin felt much better. He picked up a cup of tea and leaned back, slowly tasting the tea, not in a hurry at all. Su Pinggan was about to speak. Zhang Jianbin waved his hand and added directly, Pinggan, don't tell me nonsense like needing a port, this excuse is not valid. Su Pinggan sighed and said, Brother Zhang, to put it bluntly, if this product is really successfully developed, I'm afraid it won't be settled in China. What do you mean? Zhang Jianbin was not calm. This is an international joke. They want to produce such a powerful weapon abroad. How can this be possible? We will never agree to this. It must be produced domestically. There is no room for negotiation on this. The single-person aircraft is not so easy to promote. It involves air traffic control. Without the right policies, this product cannot be sold domestically even if it comes out. Do you think it makes sense for me to build a factory in China? Also, the spare parts involved cannot be produced by 10 or 20 companies. The research currently conducted by our technology company has involved more than 300 kinds of parts. 70% of these parts are imported from abroad because they cannot be produced domestically. There is also the issue of the energy source of the aircraft. It is still uncertain whether it uses aviation fuel, electricity, hydrogen, or other types of fuel. There is no conclusion yet, and continuous experiments are still being carried out. Even if all the problems are solved, air traffic control is not so easily solved. Don't expect any results without about 10 years of demonstration by the so-called shit experts. I can't wait forever. After all, I have invested a lot of money in this project. Drag it on and on until they make a decision, and the foreign products are also developed and on the market. What do you want me to do? Su Pinggan looked helpless. Zhang Jianbin frowned after hearing this and said nothing. Control, these two words are not just casual words, involving a lot of departments. Without this market environment, the product cannot be sold. Su Pinggan is thinking too far ahead. To be honest, I once thought about holding this event abroad, but then I thought about it. After all, I am a Chinese, and I hope to see a strong country, so I decided to hold this event in China. If the event can really be held in Hangzhou or J-City, I think the higher-ups will also have a long-term consideration of this project. As a result, you already know that this is not something we can compete with. I have been mentally prepared for the small number of participants in the event. Some things cannot be overcome in a short period of time. Take your time. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he raised his hand and drank the tea in the cup. Pinggan, it's still far away to consider these things now. I believe that the country will introduce policies at a certain time. You definitely don't want to give up such a large domestic market, right? Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan and said. Take your time. Who can predict the future? My first choice is definitely China. This will never change. Only when it cannot be carried out in China will it be carried out abroad, Su Pinggan said with his hands spread out. Zhang Jianbin smiled bitterly, nodded and shook his head. Nodding was to recognize Su Pinggan's patriotism, and shaking his head was a helpless expression. Some things cannot be changed in a short period of time. The safety of a single-person aircraft flying in the sky must be repeatedly verified. After drinking tea and chatting with Su Pinggan for a while, Su Pinggan said goodbye. After seeing Zhang Jianbin off, Su Pinggan did not return to the office, but began to wander around the park. The garden composed of hundreds of plants was relaxing. In the afternoon, Su Pinggan called Chen Qingshan and faxed the project to him. He also told Chen Qingshan the situation in Hangzhou truthfully. As for whether it can be held in J-City, it depends on the ability of Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshuo. Frankly speaking, when Hangzhou submitted this to the higher authorities, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan received the news. They were both furious. All good things were happening in Hangzhou. Did it J-City treat you? Su Pinggan, well, they had a lot of opinions about Su Pinggan. Now Su Pinggan has transferred the project here. They can see that there is a lot of resistance to this project. After a meeting, they reported directly to hold this event in J City. Wei Dongshuo asked his superiors for instructions and flew directly to Beijing for the event. He first asked for support from his mother's Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Su Pinggan began to inspect various projects in Hangzhou. After a few days, Su Pinggan was very shocked. The progress of various projects was very fast. According to the current progress, various achievements will appear explosively in the next year and the year after next. How to arrange the single-person aircraft project is also a big problem. This is a problem that Su Pinggan must consider. Su Pinggan is a little reluctant to authorize it. These are all projects that can create huge profits. If he eats alone, he is afraid that he will be attacked by the crowd at that time. His head began to hurt. Time passed slowly, and Su Pinggan was really a little curious. It took only 4 days to reject Hangzhou's application to host the event, but now J City has applied to host it, and there has been no news for a week. This is not normal. After thinking about it, I can't figure out the reason. This is normal. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan are doing crazy activities. Wei Dongshuo went to Beijing for activities, and Chen Qingshan went to the provincial capital to find two big guys for help. The reason is very sufficient. The development of J City cannot rely solely on the tax revenue of Shianki Group. We must develop other projects. Diversified development can make this exhausted city enter the sustainable development lane. Tourism is the project that the two people focus on. Holding this event will increase J City's national and even international reputation. Another major project is to create a research and development city, build the city into garden style, provide preferential policies, attract those technology companies to J City to establish research and development centers, and at the same time increase investment in urban universities to increase the training of high-quality talents, one ring after another. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan are still thinking about development under the premise of the tax revenue of Shianki Group. The superiors give full affirmation to this point. The support must be supported. The provincial leaders also called their superiors and expressed their support for this project. This is the fundamental reason why there has been no results so far. The top management also has a positive attitude towards the current development of J City. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan have done a good job in the team. After experiencing the pain of industrial structure adjustment, benign development enterprises have begun to rise slowly in J City. Many of these companies have purchased technology from Shianki Comprehensive Research Institute. The technical content of the products has increased a lot, and the sales volume is also very good. Without the subsidies from the city, these companies have also maintained good profits. This is a situation that the top management is happy to see. Time passed slowly, and 5 days passed. Wei Dongshuo returned to J City exhausted. The top management did not approve it because of safety reasons. In addition, holding it in the mountainous area will not promote the tourism effect. After receiving the call from Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshuo, Su Pinggan was helpless. After comforting each other for a while, he could only find another place. Before Su Pinggan considered other places, someone came to the door. Ordinary people don't know about this, but it has caused a lot of uproar on a certain level. Many cities in the West have already received the news and are ready to contact Shianki Group to win over this event. After all, this event is global and has great benefits. The top two leaders of each city flew directly to Hangzhou and met with Su Pinggan under the arrangement of Zhang Jianbin. When they had dinner together in the evening, the two bosses expressed their opinions that as long as Su Pinggan is willing to hold the event in ease, everything will be easy to discuss. Chapter 332 Win-win is the only way to win. Hearing this, Zhang Jianbin couldn't help curling his lips. The two gentlemen didn't know Su Pinggan's greed. They must have paid a price for saying this. Zhang Jianbin really thought wrong this time. Su Pinggan is different now. The next day, the two big guys came to Su Pinggan's office at the technology headquarters and discussed in detail. They reached a preliminary agreement. The two big guys went back to apply. Once approved, Shianki Group will continue to follow up and discuss the specific details. Su Pinggan made it clear that Shianki Group is not one of those small companies. It will not think of taking advantage of nothing. A win-win situation is a win. With Su Pinggan's personal statement, the two big guys were relieved and left with a plan. When they returned, they started to apply for relevant applications. In France, A cargo ship of CMACGM left France with a full load of experimental equipment. The destination was Shanxi Island. These equipment on the ship needed to be installed on the scientific research ship. An agreement had been reached with Shanxi Group. The ship and the scientific research ship would meet at sea. The money was collected according to the length of stay. The longer the time, the more it was collected. This was not the first time the two companies cooperated. This one was passed happily. At the same time, the relevant technical installation personnel also began to prepare. It won't be long before they need to go to Apocalypse Island to install and debug the equipment. Apocalypse Island will take care of the food and lodging. In Africa, Damanha area, in Bayham's manor, Bayham and his son Mohammed and Dahil were discussing things in the room. The expressions on the faces of the three people were not relaxed at all, especially Bayham. I can't believe that the countrymen would withdraw on their own. They kept urging us to take action before, but now they have left and didn't mention this matter at all, Mohammed said thoughtfully. Gavin invited me to the base some time ago and talked to me about this matter. He hoped that I would remain neutral and make it clear that the countrymen could not do anything to him. If I don't believe it, I can wait and see for a while. Now the countrymen have really withdrawn and didn't mention the cooperation with us at all. It's really ruthless, Bayham said with emotion. Sir, what should we do now that Gavin has increased his troops? Their fighting power is very strong. A few days ago, they even sent helicopters to attack Odilimo's troops. More than 2,000 troops, half of them were killed or injured, and all 5 armed helicopters were scrapped. Will Odilimo go to war with us? Dahil said with a worried look on his face. Dahil, he won't go to war with us. Now Odilimo is considering how to survive. His strength has been greatly damaged. He should be thankful that we don't annex his territory. Gavin attacked Odilimo because another group of people came to his side. It is estimated that they negotiated something that was unfavorable to Gavin and Gavin got it. Mohammed, what do you think of Gavin now? Bayham looked at his son and asked. Father, I was wrong to contact the people without authorization some time ago. I thought it was simple. Gavin is not so easy to eliminate. I am worried that he will attack us, Mohammed said seriously. Why would he attack us? Bayham continued to ask without stopping. Mohammed was stunned for a moment. Opened his mouth to speak but didn't say anything, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Once Gavin attacks us, there are only 2 reasons. First, we are a threat to him, and we contacted the countrymen to target him again. Second, he intends to completely control the Damanha area. I analyze that he doesn't have this intention. If he has this intention, the personnel in that base will not be more than 200 people, but thousands of people. Some time ago, he did increase the manpower, adding 200 people at a time, and also made a long-distance raid to attack Odilimo. He did this for 2 purposes. The first is to warn the countrymen who cooperated with Odilimo that I have the ability to keep you in a chaotic area. The second is to warn us not to force him to make a decision to eliminate us. He can replenish manpower and weapons and equipment at any time, and has enough strength to completely get rid of us. Now we need to make a decision, whether to secretly contact other forces to kill Gavin, the threat, or to live in peace with Gavin and continue to cooperate. Our attitude determines Gavin's next move. Bayham analyzed the matter and looked at Mohammed and Dahil. I will listen to you, sir. Dahil expressed his attitude first. Bayham smiled. Dahil's answer was not what he expected. Father, I suggest that we make preparations in secret to prevent Gavin from attacking us. Mohammed looked at Bayham and said directly. Bayham shook his head. Mohammed was not suitable for his own path. He had to make other arrangements. If his power was handed over to Mohammed in the future, Mohammed would not know how he died. If he did something against Gavin without knowing what was good for him, Gavin would definitely not show any mercy at that time and would directly kill him with a thunderbolt. Mohammed, I plan to have you drop out of school in the United States and go to school in Canada. You should go back and prepare well. Bayham announced his decision. Mohammed was shocked, and Dahil was also shocked. They couldn't understand why Bayham would make such a decision. Bayham waved his hand to stop the 2 from talking and asked them to leave. Mohammed stood up and left with a dark face, and Dahil also stood up and left. Bayham looked at the 2. He thought that if you have money, you need to be alive to spend it. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, it will not be yours. His son could not see through such a simple truth. Bayham shook his head and sighed. His son and Dahil could not see the way forward, let alone the fog in front of them. They did not think about why the M people withdrew. From the beginning to the end, the M people made verbal promises and did not see any actual benefits. It is obvious that the M people only use themselves by doing this. Once they are worthless, they may join forces with Gavin to destroy themselves first. If they cannot see through this, they will not go far. Such a secret meeting was actually known clearly by Gavin. It is conceivable that their every move is under Gavin's control. If they really fall out, they may not even know how they died. Maham and Dahil just can't see through this. I must start to arrange my own way out. If necessary, I can make a fortune and sell my territory to leave Somalia, this chaotic place, and enjoy life in other countries. Bayam has seen through everything. This game is not something that I can continue to play at my old age. On this day, Su Pingan received a call from Joe Chankin, the mayor of E-City. The superiors have approved this project and agreed to hold a single-person aircraft event in each city. Su Pingan made it clear that Kiao Yichin, the general manager of the technology company, would go there in the near future to discuss the details. The two sides exchanged a few polite words and hung up the phone. Su Pingan immediately called Kiao Yichin to come over and discuss the details with Kiao Yichin. Kiao Yichin would go to Eads in the near future to discuss cooperation. The conditions would not exceed the general framework of the last negotiation. 2 days later, Kiao Yichin contacted Zhou Heichuan and flew directly to E-City the next day. Su Pingan only needed to wait for Kiao Yichin's news. After staying in Hangzhou for so many days, Su Pingan also planned to return to J-City. Before Su Pingan could make the trip, Darina's email came. She had completed the tree planting verification of 16 African countries. The relevant photos and data as well as the amount of funds to be issued had been sent to the mailbox. Liu Wenjin printed it out for Su Pingan to review. Su Pingan checked it and signed it. Ho Minghe needed to disperse the funds within 10 days. These were all stipulated in the contract. Su Pingan took the report and looked at it carefully. Most countries were fooling around. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He picked up the pen and signed the document directly. Only 4 countries met the requirements of the first step. The rest did not meet them. Some countries did not take any action at all. The whole country was lazy, which was evident. Let's make arrangements. We will return to J-City the day after tomorrow, Su Pingan said. Liu Wenjin nodded and took the document out. The next day, Su Pingan received a call from Kiao Yichin. The agreement was negotiated very smoothly. E-City provided strong support for this event. As long as the date was agreed upon, a part of the expenses would be allocated to advertise this event on CCTV. Foreign countries are powerless, so the Apocalypse Group needs to promote it by itself. Su Pingan doesn't care about this. He only needs to post the news on the 2 major social networking sites, and then announce it on the Apocalypse Group's international version official website, and it will definitely spread all over the world. Old Kiao, show our courage. The Apocalypse Group is not short of money. Since E-City has decided to pay so much, we must also express it. You convey my opinion. We will donate 10 million to the Grassland Protection Fund initiated by the E-City government, Su Pingan said directly. President, if I tell them this news, they will definitely be very happy. This is something they definitely can't think of. Kiao Yichin knows the thoughts of Zhou Heichuan and others very well. E-City strives for this project, and does not expect the Apocalypse Group to spend money. Full sponsorship without spending more than 50 million funds can also be regarded as an expression of the sincerity of the local government. After negotiating with the Apocalypse Group, E-City only needs to be responsible for the domestic publicity expenses, which can be said to save a lot. Local governments have discounts for advertising on CCTV. The Apocalypse Group does not interfere and lets E-City operate on its own, which is definitely not expensive. Now Su Pingan is donating 10 million, which is unexpected. It is definitely different for the perception of the Apocalypse Group. This is exactly the result we want. We are not short of money, so there is no need to do something that is too greedy for money. A win-win situation is a win-win situation. It is a good thing for us to cooperate with them in domestic publicity. The other party fully cooperated with us. It has helped us a lot to make the event a success. We cooperated this time and can continue to cooperate next time. We are a big company that values the long term, not a small company that only values immediate interests, Su Pingan said calmly. I understand. I will let them know our goodwill, Kiao Yichin said directly. Su Pingan nodded, discussed some details with Qiao Yichen and hung up the phone. After a night's rest, Su Pinggan flew from Hangzhou to Jie City the next day. After resting at home for 2 days, he started working. Just as he made some tea, Liu Wenjin came in and said, "Mr. Qiao sent a copy of the agreement, which needs to be reviewed by the boss. If it is correct, I need to fax it over, and Mr. Qiao will sign a formal cooperation agreement." Chapter 333 Personal interests must give way to national interests. Su Pinggan took it and looked at it. The time was set for early October 6 months later. This time was well set. It would definitely be urgent for capable people to start preparing now. He read it one by one, and soon, he picked up a pen and signed it directly. "Fax it over and tell Qiao Yichen to come to the headquarters after signing the agreement to discuss the publicity," Su Pinggan said directly. Liu Wenjin took the document, nodded and left. Su Pinggan began to pour water and drink tea. Just after drinking 2 cups, Ho Minghe came over with a few documents in his hand. Su Pinggan invited Ho Minghe to drink tea together. "Mr. Su, these appropriations need your personal signature." Su Pinggan took it and looked at it. It turned out to be the application for the use of funds by Shianki Recycling Resources Company, as well as the application for the use of funds by Jizu IE and Watanabe Yoko. The application funds were all $10 billion. There was no rush for other things. He immediately looked carefully at Jizu IE's report. It turned out to be international crude oil. Su Pinggan frowned and began to think. After thinking for a while, he picked up the phone and called Jizu IE directly. Soon the call was connected and the voice of President Jizu IE came over. "Zhu IE, I've seen your report. Tell me what you think about international crude oil." Su Pinggan went straight to the point without any nonsense. "President, at the end of December last year, OPEC announced that it agreed to cut production by 1.2 million barrels per day. On the other hand, 11 non-OPEC oil-producing countries such as Russia will also contribute nearly 560,000 barrels per day in production cuts. So far this year, international crude oil prices have begun to rise slowly, and the increase is not large. I got a message that OPEC plans to cut production again to raise international oil prices. At present, some international capital has begun to enter the market. It is expected that there will be a small peak in international crude oil at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. The purpose of my application for funds is to catch up with the small peak," Jizu IE explained roughly. "Which channel is the source of the news?" Su Pinggan asked, and began to let Zingling investigate in his mind. "It is the channel on the Saudi side. Saudi Arabia has made a decision to cut production again and is currently communicating with other countries. I also communicated with Yoko in Japan. Some people in Japan have also entered the market with large sums of money." Jizu IE told the truth. "Funds are not a problem. I have only one request. All funds must be withdrawn before May 1st, Su Pinggan said directly. Zingling had already responded, and he could participate in this small climax. "No problem. I will withdraw 100% before May 1st, no matter how much profit I make," Jizu IE said very confidently, and Su Pinggan breathed a sigh of relief. "Tell Yoko in Japan that you must also withdraw on May 1st, and the funds will be allocated to you," Su Pinggan said calmly. "Understood, I will tell Yoko, and it would be best if the president tells her," Jizu IE said directly. "I will tell her," Su Pinggan said, and asked Jizu IE about her investment in China before hanging up the phone. "Boss Su, will the international oil price rise?" Ho Minghe asked. "There will be a small increase, and it is hard to say whether it will continue to rise in the future." Su Pinggan frowned and thought. What he was thinking about was the hydrogen energy issue. The hydrogen project of the Research Institute and the technology headquarters in Country D has been studied to a critical point, and it may break through at any time. Once it breaks through, it will definitely be a big earthquake in the crude oil market. Because the hydrogen energy studied by Apocalypse Group is different from the general hydrogen energy. At present, there are vehicles powered by hydrogen batteries on the market. Apocalypse Group is not studying hydrogen batteries, but synthetic liquid hydrogen fuel. Hydrogen can only remain liquid at -250 degrees. The new generation of materials that Apocalypse Group has mastered can achieve heat insulation. The Equipment Research Institute in Italy has already made an experimental fuel tank. Pouring boiled water into the fuel tank can keep it warm for a long time. According to calculations, it takes 180 days to reduce the temperature to the tasting temperature. The heat insulation effect is amazing, and commercial application is completely feasible. Moreover, the fuel tank has also been tested for safety. With the same impact, the gasoline tank will explode while the fuel tank will not. At the same temperature, the gasoline tank will explode but the fuel tank will not explode. Once a leak occurs, 2 hydrogens plus 1 oxygen will become 1 part of water, which is much safer than the gasoline tank. The biggest problem is the construction of hydrogen refueling stations all over the country. If hydrogen refueling stations are built throughout the country, a large amount of funds must be invested. It may not be possible without tens of billions. Hydrogen production and synthesis plants can be established in various provinces, and then hydrogen energy can be delivered to hydrogen refueling stations in various places. Many jobs can also be provided, which can be overcome. The cost of this hydrogen fuel is very low, at least much lower than the price of oil, and it is also very environmentally friendly. The exhaust gas reacts with the air and directly turns into water, which is truly zero pollution. The biggest problem is the use of hydrogen energy. If you don't have enough industrial support, it won't work. In this way, super hydrogen fuel engines should also be put on the agenda. The development of hydrogen-powered automobile companies must be promoted. Xu Pingyan is confident that this can be overcome. The rapid development of the country requires a lot of energy. However, some countries headed by the emperor have been choking my country's neck in terms of energy and restricting my country's development. Vehicles use the most gasoline. Once cars use hydrogen energy, the country's energy shortage situation will be completely changed. The means used by the emperor to shackle my country will be completely ineffective, and the country can develop rapidly. Once the Xianqi group solves the energy problem of the Celestial Empire, will it attract sanctions from the emperor? He kept analyzing the pros and cons in his mind, and finally Xu Pingyan made a decision. He must carry out this project in China. He is a Chinese, and China is his root. Only when the country is strong can Xianqi group usher in greater development and resist more attacks. This is a matter of right and wrong. Personal interests must give way to national interests. Xu Pingyan made a decision in his heart, and the expression on his face became firm. Ho Minghe watched from the side and found that the expression on Xu Pingyan's face changed back and forth. He was obviously thinking about something. He didn't say anything. Just wait slowly. I believe Xu Pingyan will make a reasonable decision. After so many years, Xu Pingyan's decision has not been wrong. After a long time, Xu Pingyan returned to normal. He looked at Ho Minghe and smiled. I was distracted just now, Xu Pingyan said apologetically. Boss Xu, there is no need to put so much pressure on yourself. Although I don't know what Boss Xu is thinking about, I believe that if we take one step at a time and slowly lay out the plan, we will definitely gain something. The smaller the pace, the deeper our foundation will be, Ho Minghe said to Xu Pingyan with a serious look on his face, and Xu Pingyan nodded seriously. What are Baozing and his team going to use the funds for? Xu Pingyan changed the subject directly. There are mainly two aspects. The first aspect is the renovation of the headquarters, and the second issue is to buy out the seniority of some workers. There are too many people in the sanitation departments of other cities, and many of them are already over 50 years old. These people have a big health problem. In order to solve this problem, Baozing negotiated with the local municipal governments to buy out the seniority of workers over the age of 50 at one time. This part of the funds is collected by the local municipal governments, and the local municipal governments subsidize part of it. Workers do not need to go to work and can receive a sum of money from the municipal government every month until retirement. In this way, the burden of the enterprise is reduced, and the burden of the government is also reduced. It is a win-win situation, Ho Minghe explained. The first batch of funds is 3.7 billion. With such a large expenditure, I really don't know when I can get my money back. How much funds do you have left? Xu Pingyan asked. I still have 22 billion funds in my account, and 4 billion euros can be used at any time. Ho Minghe gave the figures, and Xu Pingyan nodded. Allow them to be paid. $1 billion should be paid to Jizu Ai and Watanabe respectively, and 3.7 billion funds should also be paid to Baozing. Tell him that the progress is a bit slow. Forget it. I'll let Liu Wenjin publish the article. We must put some pressure on him. Everything has mature data and actual operation experience, but the progress is so much slower than that of J-City back then. We must give him a warning, Xu Pingyan said directly. It really needs to be warned. Recently, I found that many departments in the headquarters have shown a lazy style. The company must control the recruitment of personnel. The appearance of idle people means that this department is seriously overstaffed, Ho Minghe said very impolitely. There is such a thing? Su Pinggan was very surprised. I think Mr. Su should make some adjustments, especially at the headquarters. In the past 3 years, the HR department has negotiated with me to arrange personnel for no less than 20 times, but I rejected them all. I was the one who didn't want them, Ho Minghe said directly. It seems that I have been a little indulgent with them. I will follow up on this matter, Su Pinggan said with narrowed eyes. Ho Minghe would not lie. He must have told him because he couldn't stand it. He must have checked it carefully. Have the tree planting funds for the 4 qualified countries in Africa been allocated? Su Pinggan asked. It has been allocated, with a total amount of 1.22 million euros. I have received receipts from the 4 countries, Ho Minghe said directly. Su Pinggan nodded and stopped worrying about it. He had already completed the first step of his promise. After discussing with Ho Minghe for a while, Su Pinggan signed a document, and Ho Minghe left with the document and went back to handle the transfer. Su Pinggan asked Liu Wenjin to bring the headquarters personnel allocation list and personally review it. It didn't take long for Liu Wenjin to get the list from the Human Resources Department, the statistical list of the last 3 years, and sent it to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan began to look through it. He was shocked when he saw it. Compared with 3 years ago, the number of employees increased by more than 100 people. The work was still the same, but the number of employees increased so much. He picked up the phone and pressed a number, and the call was connected soon. Hello, this is the Human Resources Department. A very pleasant female voice came over. I'm Su Pinggan, let your director come to my office immediately, Su Pinggan said directly. Yes, President, I will notify the director immediately. The clerk did not dare to neglect it at all, and the phone was disconnected as soon as the voice fell. It didn't take long for Liu Jianhua to come to Su Pinggan's office. Su Pinggan pointed to the chair in front of him, and Liu Jianhua sat down directly. Su Pinggan looked at Liu Jianhua and said, why has the company recruited so many people in recent years? I remember telling you that we must control the number of people and not have too many people for the work. Chapter 334 Equal Opportunity, it's all up to you. President, you said that personal connections in the city can be taken care of appropriately. These people are all from some bigwigs in the city, and they are definitely within the framework of the president's instructions, Liu Jianhua said with a look of discomfort. Su Pinggan was stunned. There were so many people who used personal connections. He thought there were only 20 to 30 people at most, and the rest were recruited by Liu Jianmin on his own initiative. Who came to you? Su Pinggan asked. President, according to what you told me, there is no one missing who is of a high enough level. For example, the 6 extra people on my side are from the relationship with Deputy Mayor Qi. These people are not relatives of Deputy Mayor Qi, but are selected from families in need. Some may not be as high-ranking as Deputy Mayor Qi, but they hold real power. The people they arranged are all the targets of their assistance to families in need, and they are all within the scope of the president's instructions. The only one who was arranged for personal connections is the old man. The old man called me and arranged 24 people. Liu Jianhua said here and couldn't continue. Su Pinggan narrowed his eyes. He even thought about his father's affairs. He nodded thoughtfully. Liu Jianhua was not to blame for this. Liu Jianhua's actions did not exceed the framework he had set. Another thing is that it is understandable that the bigwigs in the city arranged for the members of poor families. After all, they were not doing it for their own interests, but to help families in need. This heart is still worthy of recognition. Go back and prepare to issue a notice. First, a business assessment will be conducted on employees who have been employed for less than 4 years in a week. I will set the questions. Those who fail will be diverted. Second, from today on, the increase in personnel at the headquarters must be signed by me. Without my signature, no one will be hired. Third, after the assessment, unqualified personnel will be transferred to temporary positions, and the original temporary workers will be compensated and dismissed. In the future, there will be no more temporary workers at the headquarters. The required personnel will be diverted from the formal staff through the assessment. Su Pinggan took a deep breath and said, Yes, I will do it immediately, Liu Jianhua said seriously, and stood up after speaking. Wait a minute, if my dad or mom calls you to arrange someone again, you can just push it onto me and say that I said so, and you can't accept it. If someone calls to ask you about the exam, just say that I arranged it. For the basic assessment, no one can interfere, Su Pinggan looked at Liu Jianhui expressionlessly. Understood, Liu Jianhui quickly agreed. Although Su Pinggan didn't get angry, Liu Jianhui could already feel Su Pinggan's anger from his tone. After Liu Jianhui left, Su Pinggan picked up his phone and started making calls. First, he called Watanabe Yoko and explained it to her. Then he started calling the heads of several major research institutes. Supersynthetic hydrogen fuel can be accelerated. Especially Darien, the Italian Mechanical Equipment Research Institute, can speed up the development of hydrogen fuel engines, and a breakthrough can be made in the second half of the year. After the breakthrough, it must be sealed and kept confidential. Darien agreed at once, knowing the value of this project very well. After hanging up the phone, Darien thought for a while, turned on the computer and started to operate, clearing all his oil stocks. Even if he could still make a few months, Darien didn't want to keep them. Petroleum can be refined into gasoline, and the largest user of gasoline is cars. Once the hydrogen fuel engine is completed and popularized, the price of gasoline will inevitably plummet, and I can make a little money. If I want to make a fortune by relying on information advantages, the president will not let me off easily. Another thing is that I am so happy in the Shianki Group Research Institute, with high salary, good benefits, and bonuses. I can easily enjoy a high-quality life. There is no need to take risks and disrupt the company's strategic layout. After Su Pinggan hung up the phone, he immediately called Liu Wenjinin. Baozing's progress is a bit slow. Use my tone to knock him. You should pay attention to the wording. At the same time, ask him to see me in 3 days. I will arrange it immediately, Liu Wenjin said directly. To be honest, Liu Wenjin also felt that Baozing's progress was a bit slow. This slow speed was not the style of the Shianki Group. After Liu Wenjin left, Su Pinggan began to talk to the heads of various departments of the headquarters. The topic was 1. To clean up useless personnel, to clean up in 3 times, to clear these people out to take over temporary positions, to do it if you want, and to leave if you don't want to. The Shianki Group does not keep useless people. Everyone felt Su Pinggan's determination and nodded in agreement to proceed in secret. When they got off work at noon, the Human Resources Department had already issued a notice. All departments were in a state of chaos. All the new employees in the past 3 years felt the pressure. During lunchtime, they began to call the bosses behind them, worried that they would be taken down. It was so comfortable to be in the office now. They could finish their work in half an hour every day, and spend the rest of the time reading the news, playing with their phones, chatting, and getting a high salary every month. It was not easy to find such a comfortable job. In the afternoon, Liu Jianhui began to receive calls from the bosses one after another. Liu Jianhui began to explain the same thing, and pushed the matter on to Su Pinggan. The president arranged for a basic assessment to improve the quality of employees. Liu Jianhui didn't know what the assessment was. Su Pinggan sat in the office in the afternoon, with a phone on the table. Only one call came in, not from someone else, but from his father Su Hong. Su Pinggan made it clear that if they failed the assessment, they could only adjust their positions. They couldn't blame others for not working hard. The entire headquarters is very stable only in the finance department, because Ho Minghe did not accept a single person. The finance department now has enough staff. Even if 6 more people are sent out, they can handle it, and the finance department recruits directly, not through the human resources department. Ho Minghe agreed to accept them after the assessment, and they can just take the documents to the human resources department for filing. The internship period is 1 month, and this month is for Chen Qilin to review these people. If there is a problem, they will even be dismissed. This is a unique treatment for the finance department, and others can only envy it. Who dares to go against the finance department? The status is very detached, and there is only Su Pinggan in their eyes, no one else, and no mercy to any department. The next day, the situation in each department changed immediately. People who had nothing to do began to find things to do consciously, and began to familiarize themselves with all the work processes of their own departments, and seemed very busy. In the afternoon, Feng Xia went to Su Pinggan's office and began to discuss the exam with Su Pinggan. She expressed different opinions on Su Pinggan's adjustment of all these people to temporary positions. Pinggan, although they got in through connections, they have certain qualities. They are young and learn quickly. It is a complete waste to let them do odd jobs. This is forcing them to leave. My opinion is to transfer them to the branch and give full play to their value, Feng Xia said to Su Pinggan. This is the first time Feng Xia expressed her opinion. In the past, Su Ping'an always said it and Feng Xia only executed it. Decentralized to the branch, Su Ping'an frowned and began to think about this possibility. Decentralized to the recycling company. Their headquarters will start to renovate soon, and they will definitely need to recruit some people. They don't need to recruit, and we can directly transfer all the excess personnel here. These people have more or less certain work experience. We just need to readjust the salary structure. However, we must remind Baozing he is a bit slow in doing things, Feng Xia said seriously. After listening, Su Ping'an smiled and said, I didn't expect that my general manager already has a mature plan. Your plan is much smoother than mine. My approach is a bit too tough, Feng Xia blushed, having heard the teasing in Su Ping'an's tone. She couldn't help but think of the time when she and Su Ping'an went crazy. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Let's do as you said. Other old employees should also participate in the assessment. After the assessment, they will be assigned positions based on their performance. The treatment of those with ability will remain unchanged, while the treatment of those without ability will be reduced. If the old employees have good performance, they will be transferred to the new position by one level. The headquarters also needs to be replaced with fresh blood. It's not good to have a stagnant pool of water, Su Ping'an said slowly, and Feng Xia also agreed with Su Ping'an's statement. Do you need me to talk to Minister Liu? Feng Xia asked. Go ahead, just say that this is my idea. Baozing will come to see me soon, and I will talk to him about this matter then, Su Ping'an said directly. Feng Xia nodded, stood up and left. Feng Xia and Lei Peng are both living a relatively good life now, and their salaries are also rising year by year. Lei Peng's monthly salary is already 5,000 yuan, plus bonuses and benefits. He gets a lot every year, and his life is very leisurely and he has gained weight. The only one who was a little bit worried was Feng Xia. She had not found a partner for so many years and had been living a single life. This could not go on. Lei Peng must do Feng Xia's work so that she could get married and live a normal life as soon as possible, which would also be considered as the friendship of the three friends. In the afternoon, the Human Resources Department issued the latest notice, expanding the scope of assessment to all employees, except for department heads. This time, according to your performance and years of work, some people will be promoted to work in subordinate branches, and some people will be diverted to subordinate branches with reduced treatment. The capable will be promoted and the mediocre will be demoted. Equal opportunities, everything depends on you. Without exception, this notice was also seen by the bigwigs in the city. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. They originally thought that Su Ping'an was targeting these people, but now it seems that they were wrong. This is an assessment for the promotion of some people, which is part of the normal operation of the enterprise. I just hope that the people I arranged will fight for their reputation and don't embarrass themselves. If they can't grasp the same opportunity, it will be their own problem. It's not easy for me to come forward to negotiate with Su Ping'an. It's good enough to arrange them to Shianqi Group. In the end, it depends on them. Time passed slowly. Baozing came to the headquarters apprehensively. Baozing and Fei Kaheo saw the reprimand notice sent by Liu Wenjin. They were shocked and could see Su Ping'an's dissatisfaction with their work progress. They also felt that there was something wrong with their working methods and were adjusting. Now it seemed that the action was still slow and they had to speed up. This time Baozing came here, he was mentally prepared to be reprimanded. Although he was prepared, he was still severely reprimanded by Su Ping'an. Baozing had no way to refute it. J-City had no experience to follow and could be faster than him, but he had experience to follow and was extremely slow. The facts were there, and this was a fact that could not be quibbled with. Chapter 335 This time we kill two birds with one stone. Tell me, what is the reason for your delay in work? Su Ping'an stared at Baozing and asked. President, the work we took over from the sanitation department in several cities was seriously delayed. Many workers began to make trouble, refused to listen to explanations, and refused to obey arrangements. They could not accept the sudden change from eating government meals to eating corporate meals. Even if the salary we offered was higher than their original salary, they made trouble in our company and the municipal government. We have been busy contacting the municipal government to negotiate and solve these personnel problems. The buyout agreement was also produced under this circumstance. Now most of the staff have signed the agreement, and this matter has been satisfactorily resolved. The remaining people who continue to make trouble will be solved by the municipal government. We can quickly start the integration work. I dare not say anything about the others. Starting from this month, The president will see that our work progress will be faster and faster. As the personnel are gradually in place, this speed will be accelerated again. At present, the purchased equipment has begun to arrive one after another for installation and commissioning. It is expected that the first trial operation can be carried out at the end of May or early June. Baozing reported the matter in detail. Su Pinggan nodded slowly. What Baozing said was understandable. Let's see what happens next. You have to make good arrangements for staffing. Apocalypse Group doesn't keep useless people. The headquarters will conduct an assessment tomorrow and will divert some of them to your recycling company. You can use them as appropriate according to their abilities and put the right people in the right positions. The general principle is that the capable are promoted and the mediocre are demoted. This must not be violated, Su Pinggan said directly. Baozing was stunned for a moment. No way, they are sending people to me from the headquarters. His face showed an expression of not wanting to receive them. A small number of people will be promoted to one level and sent to you. For most of them, you can redetermine the salary based on the specific situation on your side, Su Pinggan said calmly. President, how many people are there? Baozing asked. About 100 people. You need dozens of administrative staff. These people have at least 1 year of work experience. They can start immediately. Select the heads of each department from those who have excellent assessments, and the remaining personnel can be diverted to various branches. Baozing, we are a private company. There are not so many favors to talk about. If your subordinates are idle, it is your dereliction of duty. Your staff is seriously overstaffed. You should understand what I mean. Su Pinggan looked at Baozing and said directly. I understand, Baozing said helplessly. How about this? I will give you another authority. You stay for 2 more days. You can interview those with excellent grades. I will give you the final decision-making power. Su Pinggan looked at Baozing and said, and when it came to this point, Baozing nodded and agreed. The next day, the exam began. The personnel of the security department were responsible for invigilating, and Su Pinggan received Qiao Yicheng in the office. Qiao Yicheng had just rushed to the headquarters after finishing his work on EADS, and reported the matter to Su Pinggan in detail. Boss Su, according to our investigation of some small research groups abroad, they hope that we will adjust the bonus to an international currency according to the foreign exchange ratio, preferably in US dollars, Qiao Yicheng reported. Nonsense. We only give Xianchao currency. You can take it or not. If you don't want it, don't come. We can't indulge them in this bad habit. Su Pinggan directly rejected this suggestion. There is another opinion. We don't need to release 30 reward places at one time. Just do it according to the actual number of registrations. If more than 100 teams register, we will announce the original reward plan. Qiao Yicheng put forward another opinion. This can be implemented, depending on the actual number of registrations. When we first promoted it, we said that we would provide 15 third-level rewards. When the number of registered teams exceeds 100 teams, we will restore the third-level rewards to 30. Su Pinggan agreed to this. The last thing, when will we announce it? Qiao Yicheng asked. Su Pinggan picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, thinking for a while. Recently, you take a day off, and we will contact you when you return to the company the day after tomorrow, Su Pinggan said directly, and Qiao Yicheng nodded. Boss Su, why did you suddenly ask to speed up the liquid hydrogen? Qiao Yicheng asked. A few days ago, Su Pinggan called to ask for a speed increase, which made Qiao Yicheng a little confused. Su Pinggan did not hide anything and told the story again. After the popularization of liquid hydrogen, we will lay the foundation for the next step of unifying the raw materials of single-person aircraft. We will formulate the standard and monopolize the production of hydrogen energy. This project is too profitable. We can't eat alone. My plan is to start from China first. When we have to, we will authorize one company in Europe and one company in America. We will dominate the hydrogen energy supply in Asia and collect patent fees from Europe and America. The 3 companies will define their spheres of influence. If anyone dares to violate us, we will revoke the authorization. In this way, hydrogen energy can be quickly promoted. The cooperation of the 3 international giants is necessary. Only in this way can hydrogen energy be quickly spread around the world. Su Pinggan explained his plan again. In the final analysis, it is still paving the way for single-person aircraft. With the unification of world energy standards, it will be much smoother to launch single-person aircraft. This plan must start with automobiles, and change from automobile energy, gradually forming a trend. Qiao Yicheng was completely stunned. Su Pinggan was actually planning such a big plan. If Su Pinggan really succeeded, Apocalypse Group would really gain a foothold in the international arena. Everyone must admit that Apocalypse Group is a terrifying international energy giant. I'm convinced. The president is really a man of great talent and strategy. Qiao Yichen was truly convinced at this moment. From Su Pinggan's plan, it can be seen that this is a move to subvert the crude oil market in one fell swoop. If the global layout is really completed, the consumption of oil will plummet directly. This is just a plan, don't be careless, you know the resistance here. We must be careful to lay it out. Oil is a huge rope stuck on the neck of my country's rapid development. Only by breaking this rope can we move forward at a high speed. If we only do it in China, just watch, Western countries will definitely join hands to put pressure on my country. They are afraid of my country's rise. The more they are afraid, the more we have to do it. This is the essence of our difference from the Western world, so we must do this secretly, and we must not go to the government level. We must use commercial means to completely disrupt the international market. In this way, we can win secretly, completely get rid of the energy shackles and enter the fast lane, and be on the same starting line with these robbers, instead of carrying the burden like now. This matter must be kept secret. If the secret is not kept secret, it will become harmful. We must not forget this sentence. I will go to Beijing before planning the action. Only when the country is strong and rising can we usher in a more relaxed environment for development, Su Pinggan said seriously. I understand. I will adopt the strictest confidentiality strategy. Qiao Yichen is very clear about the importance of this matter. After discussing for a while, the two went out to eat and drink together. The exam was handed over to Beijing anyway. The personnel would be assigned to his subordinates. The correct answers had been given to Beijing. He would mark the papers and interview the candidates himself. Su Pinggan would not interfere. In the afternoon, Su Pinggan and Qiao Yichen went to rest directly. The next day, Qiao Yichen met with Su Pinggan and said goodbye. He flew directly to Hangzhou and began to arrange the details. Su Pinggan rested at home for a day and thought about the activities. After going to work, Beijing reported the results to Su Pinggan. 13 people were promoted to the recycling company by one level. Most of them were old people who had worked for 4 years, and only 2 were new people who had worked for 2 years. 37 people maintained their salary and were transferred there. The remaining personnel were reduced by 2 levels. The subsequent adjustments were made according to their performance. Su Pinggan looked at the list and signed and approved it. The remaining matter was for Beijing to communicate with a human resources department. This time, it was a 2 birds with 1 stone move. The first bird solved the problem of bloated staff at the headquarters, and the second bird solved the problem of lack of staff at Beijing's hands. From then on, they could enter the fast lane and speed up the efficiency of the recycling company. Time passed slowly. On this day, Su Pinggan reported a big news on Weibo, Twitter, and Facebook. Su Pinggan personally funded a single-person aircraft exchange meeting and would reward outstanding teams. The venue is Eid City on October 10th. Starting from 5 million Xianchao coins, there were 3 levels of 10 million and 20 million. The specific bonus would be determined according to the number of participating teams. It would only increase and not decrease. Interested friends can visit the Xianqi Group International official website to download the application form and fill it out. There are specific rules on it. This news attracted a lot of attention on social networks. Su Pinggan is an international celebrity. There are many people who follow Su Pinggan's account. Many people directly forwarded it, and it spread very quickly. At the same time, the Xianqi Group's official website was also updated, uploading the application form for participation and specific evaluation specifications. At the same time, Qiao Yichen and Koester also held press conferences to announce this matter. At present, there is only one American private group that holds single-person aircraft activities internationally. The prize money is very high. Su Pinggan has given a huge reward this time, with a minimum of 5 million Xianchao coins, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars and euros, not to mention the 10 million and 20 million prizes. After all, the spread on the same day is limited. After the global media began to report on this matter the next day, it began to spread comprehensively. Many groups have become interested. Now there is still half a year before the event starts, and it is completely in time. If your team succeeds, it will be a huge bonus. Another thing is that the Apocalypse Group's official website said that the Apocalypse Group will propose to acquire the top 5 this time, with a starting price of 20 million, and will negotiate face-to-face. This is another big attraction. Su Pinggan is famous for his generous investment in research and development. As the Apocalypse Group launched its publicity, Eads laughed directly. The Apocalypse Group is awesome. According to the news obtained in the past few days, the name Eads is world-renowned, and many websites have introduced Eads. Chapter 336, if this continues, it will become a serious problem. Many travel agencies have also started to contact Eads, hoping to get the Eads tourism promotional film. This is unprecedented. These are all foreign travel groups, and they can fully imagine the future tourism boom. The municipal government immediately held a meeting, and it was unanimously approved at the meeting. Then, this opportunity was completely launched to promote the city's tourism. The municipal government directly allocated 300 million yuan to start beautifying the entire city and repairing and beautifying some tourist attractions. It was a posture of working hard. At the same time, the newly filmed promotional film began to land on CCTV and was promoted nationwide. Many cities were envious of it, especially Chengqingshan, who was even more unhappy. If it was approved to be held in J City, the effect of tourism promotion would definitely be greater than the sum of the parts. What a pity. On this day, Su Pinggan received a call from Hall while drinking tea in the office. Boss, the results of the first round of voting are out. L1, Hall said this with an excited tone. It's so fast. Isn't it announced tomorrow? Su Pinggan was very surprised. Boss, have you forgotten what I used to do? I have already known the results in advance through my friends. They will be announced soon, in no more than 12 hours. Hall was really excited. Elle and Su Pinggan had a very special relationship. This was basically known to everyone, and Hall knew even more. I'd better hold back and wait until the results are announced before congratulating him, so as to avoid being criticized. After all, there's still a second round of voting, Su Pinggan said calmly. Elle's victory was really a pleasant surprise. Boss, you are right. I have another piece of news. After the boss invested in Country D, the support rate of that big guy has been rising all the way. It is very likely that he will win directly. I have talked to many friends about it. The boss's luck is really invincible. Hall was really excited at this moment. The relationship between the Apocalypse Group and the high-level officials of DF in Europe is extraordinary. The road ahead will definitely be a little easier. Many people have seen this. The treatment Hall received during his inspection in Country M has begun to change. Su Pinggan talked to Hall for a while and then hung up the phone. He stood up and howled to the sky. The pressure on him was relieved a lot. Shyanki Group could take bigger steps. Liu Wenjin and Darina were both shocked when they heard Su Pinggan's howl. They looked at each other and understood that Su Pinggan had encountered a happy event that he could not suppress. What kind of happy event it was, they could not guess. It must be no small matter to make Su Pinggan so excited. The next day, the F country media officially announced the results of the first round of voting in the presidential election. L led his opponent with 23% of the votes. Su Pinggan saw the results and took out his mobile phone to send a text message. Congratulations, this is a victory brought by your strong resilience. Su Pinggan was happy all day. Liu Wenjin and Darina also knew what was going on at this moment. They were both full of emotion. Shyanki Group has the support of the Celestial Empire and EF behind it. It must be like a fish in water and will definitely usher in greater development. Ding! Su Pinggan's mobile phone made a sound. Su Pinggan picked it up and looked at it. And smiled again. Thank you, this is our common victory. With a click, Su Pinggan closed his phone and stopped replying. L must be very busy at the moment. I will congratulate him after the second round of voting. M Country, Washington, Black Palace, Ambassador to China Mitterrand came to the White House today to report on his duties and officially ended his term. He has been in China for 8 years and has witnessed the speed of China's development. He has watched China's rapid development for 8 years and stride into a new era. Mitterrand's heart is conflicted. How many 8 years can a person have in his life? The best 8 years were all spent in China, which is full of Mitterrand's memories. At the same time, Mitterrand is also worried about M Country. In recent years, M Country has not had many domestic problems. The economy is superficially prosperous, and the current prosperity cannot withstand the storm. China is focused on developing the economy, while M Country is focused on developing the military. When comparing the two, Mitterrand is very worried about the future of M Country. Mr. Mitterrand, the president is waiting for you, the Black Palace butler came to Mitterrand and said, changing Mitterrand's thoughts back. Thank you, is it the president alone? Mitterrand asked as he stood up. No, the vice president, the secretary of state, the party leaders and others are all here, and they all want to hear your views on China. After the butler finished speaking, he looked at Mitterrand deeply, and the meaning was very clear. Your speech today will affect the attitude of the United States towards China in the future. Mitterrand nodded seriously, and he had understood the butler's eyes, indicating that he understood. The butler nodded, took Mitterrand inside, knocked on the door, and a voice came, "Come in," and the butler took Mitterrand into the office. Mitterrand was also a Republican, and he knew many people. They greeted each other and shook hands. President Spectrum was no exception. He shook hands with Mitterrand and asked him to sit down. Mitterrand, I am very grateful for your contribution as ambassador to China. Now I want to hear your views on China. This is related to our foreign policy towards China. I hope you can speak objectively, Spectrum said as he looked at Mitterrand with a serious face. Yes, Mitterrand said as he stood up. Spectrum was very satisfied with Mitterrand's attitude. He waved his hand and asked Mitterrand to sit down. The butler came over with a glass of water and placed it in front of Mitterrand. He nodded to everyone and left, closing the door. Mitterrand looked at everyone and took a deep breath. He must abide by his professional ethics. President, I have spent 8 years in China. In these 8 years, China's economic development is really too fast. We must curb this development of China. Everyone was stunned and attracted by Mitterrand's opening remarks. They could see that Mitterrand was extremely serious and was not joking. A few years ago, the total economic scale of China was second only to ours, surpassing most countries to become the world's second largest economy. After the new generation of Chinese leaders came to power, they began to propose innovative development strategies, and China's economic and technological content began to grow rapidly. Militarily, new ships are built and put to sea every year, diplomatically influence in Southeast Asia. Relationship with Russia. The domestic private economy has developed rapidly, especially the development of the Apocalypse Group, which is even more shocking. The annual research and development funds of more than 7 billion euros have laid the foundation for the Apocalypse Group. Although Su Pinggan and I have a good personal relationship, we must curb the development of the Apocalypse Group. If we continue to indulge it, it will become a great harm in the long run. Mitterrand began to introduce China from many aspects. Everyone had an expression of listening carefully. They could hear the concern of Mitterrand about the economy of the United States in his words. If the Chinese economy was allowed to continue, the United States would not be able to curb the rise of China. The Secretary of State, party leaders, the Vice President, and the President all frowned. They could already sense the challenger's presence from Mitterrand's words. Mitterrand was right. Any challenger to the status of the United States must be attacked. If left alone, it would be difficult for the United States to maintain its superpower advantage in the future. Now was the time to change some strategies. Mitterrand, the Apocalypse Group is just a company. Even if it has super fish oil and super paint, do we need to curb a company? President Spectrum asked. President, Apocalypse Group is different from ordinary companies. It is a technology giant. I propose to curb Apocalypse Group for our oil yuan. If we do not curb Apocalypse Group, it will cause us huge losses. The advent of carbon crystal solar panels and carbon magnetic wind trees has kicked off the global clean energy revolution. If these two products are fully popularized in China, China's energy structure will undergo tremendous changes. China's dependence on oil has been increasing year by year in recent years. Once these new technology products are popularized, the demand for oil will be weakened. Even if it is weakened by 1 percentage point, it will be a huge threat to us and will affect international oil prices. Think about it, if Chinese companies purchase these two products, electricity costs will be further reduced, which will greatly increase their corporate profits and increase the global competitiveness of their products. At that time, our products will be more difficult to compete with Chinese products in the international arena. This is a huge blow to our economy. Don't forget the exchange rate. The price of Chinese products is low. If they increase their profit margins on this basis, their competitiveness will be further enhanced. The pioneering spirit and resilience of the Chinese people are too strong, which is unmatched by other countries. Although several Southeast Asian countries have developed well in recent years, and even their economic growth rate is higher than that of China, it is useless. The people in these countries seriously lack the resilience, hard work and pioneering spirit of China. These three factors determine the height of the mountain they can climb. They are not on the same level as China. Mitterrand said this question with a serious face. I know the two products you mentioned. I have experienced carbon crystal solar panels. They are really practical. I built a small photovoltaic power station on the top floor of the building I own in New York. I can use electrical appliances 24 hours a day. One-time investment and benefit for more than 10 years. The Apocalypse Group is indeed worthy of vigilance, Spectrum said seriously as he looked at everyone. President, everyone, I do not recommend using tough measures against the Apocalypse Group, because there must be unpublished results within the Apocalypse Group. These results are terrifying. Once we launch a large-scale attack on the Apocalypse Group, I can be 100% sure that Su Pinggan will definitely directly transform these technologies into military technology. With an annual investment of more than 7 billion euros, he must have good things in his hands. I don't believe he doesn't have higher technology in his hands. We must use Su Pinggan's greed for money to deal with him. No matter how much he struggles, it's just a company, Mitterrand said seriously. Chapter 337 It is no longer a dream for humans to achieve solo long-distance flight. I remember that the military purchased the super paint from Apocalypse Group. How effective is it? Spectrum turned and asked the military leader. The effect is 2 generations ahead of American products. This is the conclusion reached by DuPont chemical engineers after testing the super paint. Moreover, our internal analysis shows that Apocalypse Group has been working on the 2nd generation super paint for many years. We also have a specific analysis of Apocalypse Group's technology. That is, Su Pinggan still has several achievements that can change the world. Once all these achievements are transformed into commodities, the Celestial Empire's military technology can be upgraded by at least 1 level. The possibility of reaching 2 levels is very high, so I agree with Mitterrand's words. In addition, I wonder if you still remember the video of the mechanical mount that Su Pinggan posted online. According to our evaluation, this kind of mechanical mount can be easily transformed into a military weapon with enormous lethality. Another reason is that Apocalypse Group has not invested much in the United States and is obviously deeply wary of us. I think this is related to our secret investigation of him, which has aroused his vigilance. The reason why he has spent money on technology for many years is also to increase the cards in his hand. From this time's crackdown on Apocalypse Group through South Korea, it can be seen that Apocalypse Group's economic destructive power is at the level of a nuclear bomb. This is not only our military's analysis, I believe other institutions have the same analysis, the military boss said truthfully. The boss understood the president's intention. Although he only asked about the super paint, the meaning of his words was to ask about the military's assessment of the technology of the Apocalypse Group. There was no need to hide this matter. The military had a conclusion, and other institutions also had a conclusion. The Apocalypse Group must be cautious. Mitterrand, take a good rest. I will contact you when needed. I hope you can continue to use your wisdom. Thank you for your contribution to the United States. The president spoke directly and issued an order to expel him. The following discussion should not be known to outsiders. Mitterrand knew the president's intention very well. He stood up and shook hands with everyone and left. A group of bosses closed the door and began to discuss. There were already voices against the Celestial Empire in the country. Now after listening to Mitterrand's story, everyone had more ideas in their hearts. In Helsinki, Finland, in an old abandoned warehouse in the suburbs, 5 people sat in a circle around a fire barrel and said this. The topic was the single-person aircraft exchange meeting held by Su Pinggan this time. Remy, this is our opportunity. We must participate, Baz said to the bearded man in the middle. Yes, Remy, according to the Apocalypse Group's official website, the top 15 will receive a reward. The lowest is 5 million Xiancheo coins, which is hundreds of thousands of euros when converted into euros. I believe that the single-person aircraft we made is not inferior to others. If we enter the top 5, Su will purchase our research, and then we will make a fortune, Molly said, rubbing her hands aside. Everyone, we must participate, but we are extremely short of funds now. Although we have made a simple model, it does not have practical operability and is extremely safe. If we want to get a suitable ranking, we must upgrade our baby comprehensively. I roughly calculated that it will take about 20,000 euros to buy materials, Remy said with a frown, and the others also frowned. 20,000 euros is not a small amount of money. I can use up to 10% of my salary every month, which is about 200 euros. I can't squeeze out more, Harper said aside. Everyone has not been working for a long time and has very little money. I have an idea. Although we don't have that much money, we have the technology. we can optimize our preliminary design again. I suggest that we take 1 to 2 hours every day to go to the scrap collection station to search for the items we need. There are a lot of good things there. If one scrap station doesn't have it, we can go to a few more. We can even go to Russia next door. There are a lot of good things in the scrap station in St. Petersburg. Sheldon looked at a few friends and said, "Yes, how could we forget St. Petersburg? My uncle lives there," Naylor said with bright eyes, and everyone nodded. "Okay, now that we have found our way, let's start. Let's optimize first, and then list the required items in a table. Finally, we will collect some funds and divide them into 2 parts. One part will be for Naylor and Sheldon to go to St. Petersburg, the remaining part will be purchased at the local scrap station. What do you think?" Remy looked at everyone and said. Everyone nodded seriously and agreed to this plan. It has to be said that people in these developed countries have a high starting point. What our country needs to spend thousands of yuan to buy, people in these countries only need more than 100 yuan to get it, and they can study their own interests without pressure. There are many small groups like Remy, and some are students' research interest groups in universities. This time, they were attracted by the bonus offered by Supingan. What's more, Supingan also reimbursed the round-trip travel expenses of 5 people for this event. What if I can enter the top 15? That's a reward of 5 million Xianchao coins. One by one, the groups began to download the registration form on the official website of Xianqi Group to fill in the application and prepare to participate in this event. On this day, Supingan received a call from Qiao Yichen while drinking tea in the office. "President, the number of confidential groups has exceeded 100, reaching 112, from more than 30 countries around the world. In this case, update the instructions and announce the latest version of the evaluation criteria and reward methods. The top 30 will have rewards, which is a big attraction for these people," Supingan said with a smile. "I will arrange it immediately and I can update it tomorrow," Qiao Yichen said directly. "Okay, I will announce this news on my social account tomorrow. You negotiate with Coaster and form a separate group to start investigating these groups and provide assistance to those who have practical difficulties. As long as we gather popularity in the first event, there is no need to worry about the second one," Supingan said directly. "Understood, I will contact Coaster immediately," Qiao Yichen agreed directly. Supingan's proposal has other uses and is definitely worth setting up a separate group to be responsible for. The two of them discussed for a while and hung up the phone. Supingan continued to drink tea. The next day, Supingan's social account released the latest information thanks to all the people and groups who support the single-person flying vehicle exchange conference. Currently, more than 100 groups have signed up. I said that once the number of registered groups exceeds 100, the scope of the prize will be expanded. Now it is time for me to fulfill my promise. The original 15 award places have been officially expanded to 30. The 20th to 30th winners can get a bonus of 5 million Xianchao coins. The 10th to 20th winners can get a bonus of 10 million Xianchao coins. The 1st to 9th winners can get a bonus of 20 million Xianchao coins. The 1st to 9th winners will all have the opportunity to negotiate with me for the opportunity to acquire the project. The evaluation details will be released on the official website of the Apocalypse Group, and everyone can check it at any time. In order to realize the dream of single-person flying, we need to work together. This information has been released, and it immediately caused a small-scale shock. All the registered groups were excited. Supingan expanded the number of bonuses from 15 to 30, which is doubled, and the amount of the bonus has not been reduced. It is really awesome. He is worthy of being called a great man with the title of Friend of Scientists. Those who had not signed up also began to be tempted. After some discussion, they also started to take action. They downloaded the application form and filled in the registration, and carefully studied the evaluation method after this exchange. The flight altitude, flight speed, environmental protection of materials, safety, endurance, load, aircraft weight, noise, upgradability, etc. were comprehensively evaluated in 18 projects, which were very detailed. If these 18 projects can reach the ideal state, personal flight is definitely not a dream, and it can be commercialized. With people's attention to single-person aircraft, more and more people began to seriously examine this project. There are also some companies that want to hold similar activities. Looking at the bonus given by Supingan, they all look painful. Damn, how can we follow you with such a large bonus? The board of directors will not approve such a large bonus. Not counting other things, The bonus amount alone is more than 200 million Xianqiao coins. Counting the round-trip air tickets, accommodation expenses, and labor costs, the cost is definitely more than 300 million Xianqiao coins. This is why Su Pinggan dares to play like this. After many people calculated the accounts, they all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. The technology madman is really worthy of his reputation. He really dares to spend money on this. It is really impossible not to accept it. Time passed slowly. On this day, Su Pinggan's social account released a message that a total of 57 university student groups signed up for the single-person aircraft exchange meeting. Among them, 38 student groups came from the top 100 universities in the world. With the participation of so many senior talents, it is not a dream for humans to achieve single-person long-distance flight. I firmly believe that with our joint efforts, this grand event will be realized in the next few years. The news released by Su Pinggan this time has attracted many people's attention. There are so many university student groups participating. This matter must not be taken lightly. The student science and technology groups in the university must not be underestimated. These people are all top students, young and creative. If they create an incredible technology, it will be completely cheap for Su Pinggan, the bastard. The scientific and technological strength of the Apocalypse Group itself is strong. Isn't this not leaving a way for others to survive? This bastard must have planned this event for a long time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Picking Fruit. Not only foreign countries began to pay attention to this matter, but also China began to pay attention to it. The alliance formed by 8 universities, University Alliance Cooperation Association, began to contact Xianqi Technology Company and wanted to participate in this event. I hope that Xianqi Group will agree to launch this event in the name of University Alliance Cooperation Association, which will definitely make your event more influential. We can send people to organize this event, and you Xianqi Group will be responsible for investing funds. This proposal is equivalent to University Alliance Cooperation Association, as the main body, and Su Pinggan as the auxiliary, which is a perfect fruit. Qiao Yichen couldn't make a decision and could only contact Su Pinggan because the network of people in this organization was too strong. The 8 universities are not ordinary universities. In recent years, they have frequently cooperated with foreign universities. Although they have not made much academic achievements, they have formed a strong force with waves of publicity in China, and their reputation is very big. Establishing a federation to act in unison and coordinate the relationship between all parties, relying on the extremely strong network resources established by graduates over the years, these years can be said to be smooth sailing. Anyone who is not long-sighted has been secretly attacked and softened, and made a lot of money. Now they have set their sights on the Apocalypse Group, waving the banner of supporting education and wanting to take this fruit completely into their arms. In the eyes of these people, your Apocalypse Group cannot go against us in China. We represent education and students, and we use education to control all enterprises. Just refuse it and tell them that if they want to pick the fruit, they have to compensate us with 500 million in cash. If they don't have money, they can get out. Do you really think I am made of mud? Su Pinggan refused without thinking. Are you kidding? I invested a lot of money to set up a stage and let you participate in the cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. In the end, it is equivalent to making wedding clothes for you. You want to take the results just by putting your name on it. There is no such a cheap thing. If you want to pull teeth from the tiger's mouth, you must pay me real money to compensate me, otherwise, no discussion. By the way, please notify each that no other groups and organizations are allowed to participate in this event, otherwise, we will cancel the cooperation, Su Pinggan reminded again, feeling very unhappy. Time passed slowly. On this day, 8 universities issued a joint statement prohibiting student groups from participating in the single-person aircraft exchange held by Su Pinggan, on the grounds that Su Pinggan was not doing his job properly and holding such a flashy press conference would delay students' studies. When this news spread, many people felt incredible. They could not imagine that the University Alliance Cooperation Association would make such a decision that was unfavorable to students. Soon, the Apocalypse Group gave a reply. The University Alliance Cooperation Association, released the news in the morning. In the afternoon, Liu Jianhua, the Human Resources Director of the Apocalypse Group headquarters, issued a statement on the Apocalypse Group's official website, directly announcing that the Apocalypse Group and its subordinate branches would not recruit students who graduated from the 8 universities of the University Alliance Cooperation Association from today. This news completely exposed the irreconcilable relationship between the two parties. The media began to get excited. The University Alliance Cooperation Association's powerful network began to move, and various experts and professors began to criticize the Apocalypse Group. There was also a voice denouncing the Apocalypse Group on the internet. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were watching the news, and they were really helpless about the University Alliance Cooperation Association. Do you really think that the Apocalypse Group is afraid of the 8 universities? The two of them knew very well why. They failed to pick the fruits, and they actually wanted to attack the activities held by Su Pinggan. You don't even see whether Su Pinggan takes you seriously. Years of glory have made these people confused about what is reality. The Chinese people value education and give these people too high a status. But these people hold up the chest of education to seek personal gain. Many universities are secretly happy. There are 8 less universities to compete for employment, and the students graduating from their own schools have lost a lot of opportunities. They just keep silent and hope that the Apocalypse Group will withstand the pressure and fight to the end. Only Su Pinggan's alma mater issued a statement in support of the Apocalypse Group, believing that the school should not interfere with students' participation in invention and creation activities. This is a crime against society and the country. The tone is not polite at all. The Chinese media is busy, not afraid of big things but afraid that things are not big enough. They began to add fuel to the fire and make various reports, and publish various experts' opinions to continue to denounce the Apocalypse Group. After all, the 8 universities are famous universities with great influence. On this day, the companies and research institutes under the Apocalypse Group issued statements one after another, complying with the order of the headquarters and no longer recruiting graduates from the 8 universities from now on. After a series of companies issued statements, many people were surprised to find that the Apocalypse Group actually had so many companies in China. At the same time, the 4 major companies, Apocalypse Technology Company, Apocalypse Mobile Company, Apocalypse Game Company, and Apocalypse Video Company, jointly released up to 3,000 internship positions, which are aimed at fresh university graduates. I believe that after a year of study and work in Apocalypse Company, you will get great growth. Even if you don't work in Apocalypse Group, you will get practical work training. When you look for a job again, it is easy to find a high-paying job. However, graduates from the 8 universities are an exception. These internships are not open to the 8 universities. After the news was released by the media, the students of the 8 universities collectively wailed. The Apocalypse Group is an international giant company with broad development prospects, good salary and benefits. It is a company that many people dream of joining. Now that the door has been completely blocked, they are all beginning to suffer. Seeing this situation, the University Alliance Cooperation Association also started to take action. Some of their students also founded companies. They could also get internships by cooperating with these companies, and began to act in unison. Not long after, more than 30 companies began to jointly publish internship positions, recruiting more than 4,000 people, which was completely tit for tat with the Apocalypse Group. Su Pinggan smiled slightly when he saw the news. Do you really think I can't deal with you? He pressed the button next to the table, and Darina came in soon. Let Lawyer Wu come over, Su Pinggan said, and Darina turned around and went out. Not long after, Wu Sikei came over. Su Pinggan asked Wu Sikei to sit down, picked up a piece of paper and handed it to Wu Sikei. These companies infringed on us, and we sued them directly. We did not accept mediation outside the pavilion, and we must compensate us for our losses. Wu Sikei took a look and saw what patents these companies had infringed on the Apocalypse Group. It was clearly written on it, and he immediately understood Su Pinggan's plan. These 26 companies were all cooperative companies founded by the University Alliance Cooperation Association. Su Pinggan was taking revenge without any concealment. Boss Su, this will be a big fuss. I'm afraid that the higher-ups will punish us all, Wu Sikei said, looking at Su Pinggan. It's fine if it's big. I didn't start it first. They must pay the price. If we stop today, believe it or not, more people will come out to make trouble. I don't have time to deal with these rubbish, Su Pinggan said without caring. To what extent? Wu Sike asked. It would definitely not work to punish them with one blow. If they stop at the right time, the higher-ups will not blame Su Pinggan. After all, it was not Su Pinggan's fault. Go to extremes and make these companies go bankrupt. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, Su Pinggan said calmly. Wu Sike looked at Su Pinggan and opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Finally, he sighed and nodded, and left Su Pinggan's room with a list. In Beijing, the bigwigs have noticed the matter between Su Pinggan and the 8 universities. They held a small meeting and did not intervene in the matter. The competition between the two parties brought many benefits, such as internship positions, which were not available before. After graduation, students have more than a year of practical internship time to fully adapt to society, which is very helpful for employment. The competition between the two parties has created more than 7,000 internship positions, which is a good thing. It can ease the employment situation. Healthy competition is necessary. If the two sides are out of control, they will directly come forward to give each other a slap on the wrist to get the situation back on track, so no one is involved in this matter. Only 4 days have passed. Wu Sike, on behalf of the Apocalypse Group, formally filed a lawsuit against 26 companies in J-City, suing these 26 companies for infringing the patents of the Apocalypse Group, demanding compensation of 200 million Xiancheo coins from each company, and refusing to accept out-of-court settlement. The news came out and caused a huge wave of exaggeration. Everyone understood that Su Pinggan was in a state of panic. This was to punish these companies to death, and it was reasonable and legal, which made the leadership of the 8 universities collectively headache. Before the management of the 8 universities could work out a response plan, the other companies that agreed to provide internship positions issued statements one after another, saying that they would no longer cooperate with the 8 universities. This statement was fatal. The Apocalypse Group is too powerful. According to the news that has been collected one after another, many companies have begun to secretly reject students from the 8 universities. These companies cannot do without the patented technology of the Apocalypse Group. Once they are hated by the Apocalypse Group, it will cause great losses. If this matter is not resolved, the source of students for the 8 universities will be greatly affected. No one wants to graduate from university and not find a good job. What should we do? This serious problem is placed in front of the management of the 8 universities. On this day, the Apocalypse Group and Su Pinggan's alma mater jointly announced that the Apocalypse Group established a Science and Technology Fund. This fund provides 2 million science and technology funds to the alma mater every year. This fund is specially used to support student groups to conduct scientific research. The term is 10 years. After 10 years, it will be decided whether to continue based on the results achieved. The school stated that this fund is dedicated and used exclusively for student groups. People from all walks of life are welcome to supervise. When the news came out, many schools were envious. Look, this is the actual benefit. Needless to say, this year, XX University in the Magic City will snatch a lot of high-quality students this year. Su Pinggan is really willing to spend money on his alma mater. After careful calculations over the past few years, Su Pinggan's donations to his alma mater have exceeded 300 million yuan. It is really incomparable. Many universities are envious and jealous. Before these people finish their size, Su Pinggan once again announced that he would subsidize 2 million yuan of scientific and technological expenses to domestic schools participating in the single-person aircraft exchange meeting to improve college students' scientific and technological skills and strive to develop scientific and technological technologies that are beneficial to the country. Many bigwigs looked at the report in their hands. Su Pinggan was just throwing money at them. If you follow me, you will have money to spend. If you don't follow me, you will be hit. He has a big stick in one hand and honey in the other. He is really good at playing rogue tactics. Many universities have announced that they support students to participate in the exchange meeting to broaden their horizons and improve their technology, completely disintegrating the accusation of the University Alliance Cooperation Association against the Apocalypse Group for banning college students. In the face of money, the University Alliance Cooperation Association has no power to fight back. The 8 universities cannot compete with the Apocalypse Group. The financial strength of the two sides is not at the same level, and it has reached the point of intervention. If the two sides continue to quarrel like this, the students will suffer. The personnel of the relevant departments began to talk to Su Pinggan and the management of the 8 universities. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan accompanied a commissioner to the headquarters of Apocalypse Group to mediate the matter. Things did not go very smoothly. Su Pinggan only promised not to crack down on the 8 universities, and the companies currently suing must compensate Apocalypse Group for its losses. Chapter 339 Microplastics. Su Pinggan's reason is very simple. These companies have indeed infringed on the patents of the Apocalypse Group. Everything should be done in accordance with national laws. This sentence made the commissioner unable to refute it. Everyone needs to abide by national laws. Another thing is that Su Pinggan only promised not to attack again, and did not say to cancel the resumption of recruitment of graduates from the 8 universities. The current situation is that more than one company is refusing graduates from the 8 universities, and those companies that have patent authorization from the Apocalypse Group are also refusing. These companies have no choice. These entrepreneurs can see what kind of character Su Pinggan is. This is also the reason why no entrepreneur has messed with Su Pinggan at present. Look at what happened to the companies that messed with Su Pinggan before. Even after being forced to make peace that year, the Apocalypse Group has not let these companies go over the years. There is no shortage of secret attacks. There is only one company left among the listed companies that is struggling to survive. This shows how big Su Pinggan's mind is. If you don't follow, once you are hated by Su Pinggan, the consequences will be too serious. You must be careful to deal with it. When the Apocalypse Group makes peace with the 8 universities, they can make peace with them. They will never dare to go against Su Pinggan openly. Su Pinggan said in his speech in Shanghai, "You don't invest in R&D, you don't have the technology, but I do, so you have to act according to my mood. If you make me unhappy, I will directly take back the patent authorization. Let's see what you can do to fight me. If you want to be free from my shackles, you have only one way out, which is to invest heavily in product upgrades and have your own intellectual property rights. However, I am not very worried about this. I don't believe you have the courage to invest a large amount of money in scientific research." Su Pinggan's words have now come true. When thinking of patent issues, many entrepreneurs have a bitter face. They really can't do without bowing their heads. Only those companies that listen to Su Pinggan's words and increase their R&D efforts to achieve breakthroughs have maintained their autonomy and do not need to act according to Su Pinggan's mood. Those who don't care are now very uncomfortable. They must share part of the profits with Shanghai Group and are very angry. "Pinggan, students are innocent," Chen Qingshan said while looking at Su Pinggan, feeling that Su Pinggan was a bit arrogant. "The students are innocent. Am I innocent? Is Shanghai Group innocent? I held an event. You can come or not. I didn't invite you. You come and make trouble for me and say I am not doing my job. Who are they? What qualifications do they have to say that about me? What are you going to do with those managers who are not innocent? The punishment is useless. They won't lose a hair. They will make trouble for me again after they recover. How about expelling them all and canceling this decision? They are the ones who started this matter. If you really care about the students, you should severely punish those who make trouble to warn future generations, instead of turning black and white and saying that I cut off the future of the students," Su Pinggan said without giving in. Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshu looked at each other, unable to refute what Su Pinggan said, and looked at the commissioner, who also looked helpless. What can you do if Su Pinggan's words are reasonable? Everything is justified. I am reasonable and legal, so I am bold and fearless. Reasonable, this word is not seen by many people. Once the same level confrontation is deadlocked, the power of this word comes. To maintain stability, we must abide by the rules. The rules are based on reason. Whoever violates the rules must pay the price. The first negotiation ended in failure. The 3 people left. The commissioner reported the matter truthfully in the car. The decision was up to the leader. The bosses also felt a certain embarrassment after receiving the reply. Su Pinggan's statement was reasonable and legal and you could not overturn it. Let's deal with it coldly. Strictly order both parties not to make any moves and start further coordination. Su Pinggan's request is just one point. Those who make trouble must pay the price. It is their status that makes them have the courage to make trouble. Let them leave. Whether it is Shanghai Group or University Alliance Cooperation Association, they have calmed down. The media's heat has also begun to decline rapidly. The gossips of celebrities have begun to rise, and everything has begun to return to normal. Time passed slowly. On this day, Kyle, the general manager of Poseidon Company, came by plane. Su Pinggan was stunned. What is Kyle doing at this time? If there's something, just call and say no. Is there something that needs to be discussed in person? Things that can be discussed face to face are definitely not trivial matters. Su Pinggan had a bad feeling in his heart. In Su Pinggan's office, the two closed the door and began to talk. Kyle, what happened that made you come here in person? Su Pinggan asked. Boss, something really happened. It's not a trivial matter. It's related to super fish oil. In order to prevent leaks, I can only come here in person to report in person, Kyle said solemnly, and the expression on Su Pinggan's face also became extremely serious. Tell me in detail, Su Pinggan said directly. Boss, most of our fish oil is purchased from deep-sea fish in the Arctic Ocean. Fish oil is extracted from these fish and then refined. In order to maintain production, we have also begun to look for designated fish from other waters to extract fish oil and main substances. This process has been going on for 3 years. After the annual meeting, I returned to the headquarters and received a top-secret report from the Quality Inspection Department of the headquarters. Plastic particles were found in the fish oil. I immediately arranged for people to conduct more detailed inspections on fish in various seas. I just got the report a few days ago. This is that all deep-sea fish contain plastic particles. The fish oil we process cannot avoid containing plastic particles. According to inference, when we are refining NX01 substances, a lot of plastic particles will accumulate in the equipment. I conducted a detailed inspection of the refining equipment in Iceland in the name of maintenance and found the presence of plastic particles. I immediately arranged for people to test the NX01 materials and found trace amounts of plastic particles. If we want to change this situation, we must upgrade the equipment of the fish oil refining plant. And the NX01 material refining equipment must also add equipment for removing plastic particles in the early stage. These equipment are expensive. Kyle explained the situation in detail. After listening, Su Pinggan began to think seriously. He never dreamed that the ocean had been polluted to this extent. It was simply shocking. Are there any testing standards for plastic particles in the laws of various countries? Su Pinggan asked. No, there are no testing standards in this regard in various countries around the world. This is why Italy completely banned the addition of plastic particles to cosmetics a few years ago. They detected plastic particles in fish in the surrounding waters, Kyle said seriously. How long will it take to purchase and install the equipment? Su Pinggan asked. It is expected to take a month. Adding a process will increase our costs a lot, Kyle said directly. There is no need to hide this matter. If we keep it hidden, someone with ulterior motives will find out sooner or later. At that time, we will be in a passive position. It will be much better if we find out by ourselves. I will order that all super fish oils in Poseidon's factories be stopped from production. Production will start after the equipment is modified. I will hold a press conference to announce this matter and at the same time, announce a price increase. Su Pinggan made a decision immediately. I will call and notify all branches in person now, Kyle said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. Kyle started to make calls in front of Su Pinggan. Everyone who received Kyle's call was very shocked. Don't ask anything, just execute the order immediately, unconditionally, and stop production immediately. The headquarters will hold a press conference to explain at a certain time. Su Pinggan stood up and walked to the door and opened it. Darina, issue a notice immediately. I will hold a press conference at the headquarters in 3 days. It is related to super fish oil. Notify all media and post the notice directly on the official website. Super fish oil will be temporarily stopped. Poseidon's fish oil refining plans, NX01 refining plans, and super fish oil production plants around the world have begun to stop production. The order must be executed immediately from the moment it is received. This is what Kyle repeatedly emphasized. The general managers of these branches have begun to execute the order. After the call, Kyle directly began to order equipment from a German company. This is the only company in the world that can produce equipment that can filter out plastic particles. The price is not cheap. Kyle ordered the largest and most advanced model, which costs more than 20 million euros per set. After the work was done, the two discussed it, and Kyle went back to the hotel to rest. Kyle was very tired after rushing all the way here, while Su Pinggan sat on the sofa thinking about this problem. Outside, the factory has begun to notify various dealers of the temporary suspension of production. When to resume production can only wait for the order from the headquarters. All dealers have incredible expressions on their faces and immediately began to issue orders, raising prices, and must raise prices. Poseidon doesn't know the reason, and even the production factory doesn't know when to start work. This is not a trivial matter. Without continuous supply, the products in his warehouse are now scarce. How can he not raise the price and issue a batch? The price is directly increased by 100%, and it will be implemented immediately. The news of the price increase began to spread from level to level. All the retail store staff were shocked. The boss just asked to double the price of Poseidon super fish oil and limit the supply. Is the boss crazy? If the boss is not crazy, then there is a problem with Poseidon. They all started to purchase. The super fish oil on the shelf immediately decreased by half. Now the high-paced life is stressful and bad for the heart. Super fish oil is a must-have item. The news spread quickly, and soon the reporters got the news. After investigation, they found that all Poseidon factories had stopped working. There was no notice when to resume work. This is not a trivial matter. All major media began to take action. Tomorrow's front-page headlines must report this matter. The layout that has been arranged will be adjusted immediately, and adjusted overnight. All news must give way and cannot delay tomorrow's report. Everyone knows that tomorrow is destined to be not peaceful. The editor-in-chief of the large media looked at the notice that had just been received. Su Pinggan will hold a press conference in 3 days. It is related to super fish oil. Could it be that the decision to stop production this time was made by Su Pinggan? It must be so. The only person who can make Kyle issue this order is Su Pinggan. Why is this happening? It's not just one place, but factories all over the world have stopped production. This is not directed at anyone. Something must have happened at Poseidon's place, and it's not a small matter. Otherwise, Su Pinggan would not issue such an order. He must send someone over to get first-hand information. Chapter 340 The price of super fish oil will inevitably rise. Arrangements were made overnight. Some reporters had been notified that they had to leave for China tomorrow to attend Su Pinggan's press conference. They had to get first-hand information. The reporters were all smart and knew what was going on. They all started to open their computers and book tickets to China. The next day, the global media began to report on the super fish oil incident. All Poseidon factories received orders from the headquarters to stop production. This news shocked everyone. The prices of super fish oil in major retail stores rose by 100%. Many media have announced that they have received a notice that Su Pinggan will hold a press conference in 3 days to announce the reason. The exact reason is unknown now. We can only wait for Su Pinggan's explanation. Su Pinggan had just arrived at the headquarters for work when Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshuo arrived. They invited the two to sit down and drink tea. Chen Qingshan began to ask, "Pinggan, there is plenty of time for tea. Tell me now why Poseidon has stopped production." "Plastic microparticles," Su Pinggan said. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were both stunned. "What is the relationship between your production of fish oil and plastic microparticles?" "After internal testing, we found that fish in the world's oceans are polluted. Plastic particles were detected in their bodies. We extracted and made fish oil, and found plastic particles in the fish oil. Plastic particles were also found in NX01, the main raw material of super fish oil. Although there are no standards for plastic particles in countries around the world, we cannot ignore it. We must purchase new equipment and increase processes and manpower to solve this problem. We don't know whether plastic particles are harmful to humans, and the scientific community has not given a clear conclusion. Just in case, in order to avoid future troubles, we must make changes now. Therefore, I ordered all factories to stop and improve the process in all aspects. After the improvement is completed, resume production, Su Pinggan looked at the two people calmly and said. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were completely shocked. The fish purchased by Poseidon are all over the world, basically deep-sea fish. This kind of fish has a high oil content. Unexpectedly, the whole army was destroyed. By the way, after the resumption of production, the price of super fish oil will inevitably increase. This time, the purchase of new equipment will cost at least 500 million euros, and we will have to increase labor. The cost has increased, and the price must be increased, Su Pinggan added. Pinggan, the price of super fish oil is still unaffordable for a large number of people. Have you considered this? Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pinggan's face and said. What if I don't raise the price? It used to take 200 kilograms of fish to refine a barrel of fish oil, but now it takes 320 kilograms. Adding other expenses, the cost has increased by at least 40%. I have spent so much, who will make up for my loss? Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan without giving in. There was nothing he could do about the price increase. Wei Dongshuo was also stunned at the sight. He actually increased the cost so much? Chen Qingshan had nothing to say. The two drank 2 cups of tea and left with frowns. Not long after, Kyle came to Su Pinggan's office, and he was not in a good mood. Su Pinggan invited Kyle to have tea. After 2 cups of tea, boss. I have received calls from more than a dozen countries asking me what's going on. I get the same answer, Kyle said helplessly. How do they react? Su Pinggan asked. Nothing to say. This is a global problem. They know more than us. However, they were also shocked by my news this time. The global fisheries are polluted by plastic particles, which is beyond their expectations, Kyle said directly. There is nothing we can do about it. Looking at reports from various countries, plastic particles have been found in human feces a few years ago. Plastic products are everywhere in life. L'Oreal of F country has started to adjust its product formula to remove plastic particles since last year. These international giants have a very keen sense of smell and started early. When plastic particles attracted people's attention and governments began to introduce relevant policies, the products of the giants were fined because the giants had already started to change in advance. The ones who suffered the most were the small and medium-sized companies. There are only 2 ways left for them. One is to borrow huge amounts of money to buy equipment and change the process and formula. The other is that the products are abandoned by the market and go bankrupt directly. There is no third way to go. Su Pinggan also sighed after he finished speaking. Yes, adding equipment is not something that all companies can afford. A piece of equipment costs tens of millions of euros, plus labor and other expenses. Ordinary companies really can't afford it. I believe that the boss will hold a press conference. Plastic particles should attract global attention. The price of seafood will inevitably fall all the way, which will affect the livelihoods of many people, Kyle also sighed. We have no other choice. If we don't change, once the reporters find out, they will definitely attack us. Just the fine will bankrupt us, Su Pinggan said with a long sigh. This is the reality, and you can't do anything about it. Time passed slowly, and the international market began to react. The stocks of companies engaged in seafood began to fall. Although the decline was not large, it was an obvious signal. Needless to say, the news was inevitably spread. Even if a small number of people knew about it, it would definitely cause a reaction. J-City held a meeting to strengthen the deployment of police forces because media from all over the world sent personnel to participate in the press conference held by Su Pinggan. At present, the number of people counted has reached thousands, and there are more than 500 foreign personnel. These people are all reporters, not ordinary people. Sanitation rectification, public security rectification, etc. have begun to unfold. At this juncture, any small matter may be infinitely magnified. On this day, reporters began to gather in the city auditorium. The auditorium had been rented by the Apocalypse Group for 1 day. There were too many people coming, and the press hall of the Apocalypse headquarters could not accommodate so many people, so they had to move to the auditorium. The reporters have already started debugging various equipment below. Many domestic media are doing live broadcasts, and they have already started to set up equipment in advance. Today, they are doing the last debugging, and they are all busy. Su Pinggan and Kyle are talking in the back. Darina gave Su Pinggan a signal. Su Pinggan nodded and looked at Kyle. And the two stood up and began to walk from the backstage to the front stage. Without so many formalities, Su Pinggan strode to the front stage, and Kyle followed behind. Seeing Su Pinggan coming out, the reporters began to get serious. Those who took pictures took pictures, those who filmed took pictures, and those who live broadcast live, all aimed their cameras at Su Pinggan, who walked to the podium. Su Pinggan pressed his hands down, and the voice quickly lowered and quieted down. Thank you all for coming to the media. You have worked hard. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he turned around and bowed to the reporters. The reporters applauded. They all knew that Chianki Group attaches great importance to etiquette. Su Pinggan stood up and returned to the podium. He pressed his hands down again, and the scene instantly became quiet. He glanced at the reporters below with a calm face. Everyone, today we invite everyone to come here for something related to superfish oil. Everyone has received the news that Poseidon's factories around the world have stopped production. Everyone has questions in their minds, and now I will reveal the answer. Plastic particles, Because of plastic particles we have to close all factories, Su Pinggan said with a serious expression, and all reporters were shocked. It turned out to be plastic particles. Domestic reporters may not know much about it, but those foreign reporters are very clear about this matter, and foreign media have reported it a lot. Poseidon purchases fish from oceans around the world. We recently found through self-inspections that plastic particles were found in fish from all regions, and these plastic particles can enter the refined fish oil. We don't know what effect plastic particles will have on the human body, but it is not a good thing after all. We are a responsible company and must provide harmless products to consumers. Even if countries do not have clear legal provisions on plastic particles, we must do it. We have spent €800 million to order equipment, and will add a cleaning process to our various refining plants and super fish oil production lines to minimize the presence of plastic particles. Super fish oil will not start production before it passes our internal testing. We apologize for the inconvenience this has brought to all consumers. Marine pollution is a global problem. I once again call on countries around the world to take action to protect our planet. We only have one planet and we only have one ocean. When marine pollution becomes a dead place, what should we humans do? According to scientists' analysis of several previous mass extinctions on Earth, when marine life begins to decrease and become extinct, terrestrial life will also be hard to escape extinction. To be honest, I struggled several times before making the decision to stop production. If I didn't stop production, I would still make money without worry, because our products comply with the laws and regulations of every country. I started to search for information online and found that scientists had paid attention to the issue of plastic particles many years ago. Scientists have published many articles, calling on countries around the world to protect the ocean. Although there is no report on the harm of plastic particles to the human body, we can't pretend that we don't know about it. Here I want to thank L'Oreal, which has set a good example. Since last year, L'Oreal's products have begun to adjust the formula and process to completely eliminate plastic particles. I didn't know about this before, but now I know that L'Oreal is a company that is responsible to consumers, just like our Shanky Group. I won't say any more nonsense. You are all powerful people and will definitely find more information. I hope you can call on all mankind to protect the earth and the ocean. Su Pinggan said this, and then he turned around and bowed deeply to the reporters again. Pa 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 pa. The applause of the reporters rang out, and they had really felt Su Pinggan's sincerity. Su Pinggan was sincerely calling on everyone to protect the earth and the ocean. Su Pinggan straightened up and returned to the podium. He pressed his hands downward and the scene gradually quieted down. Once again, I have to announce a bad news. This time the equipment transformation will take at least 1 month. After the transformation is completed, the price of super fish oil will inevitably rise. I hope all consumers will understand this. We have no choice. It will cost us nearly €1 billion to purchase the equipment and install it. Adding a process will increase personnel costs. The cost of extracting fish oil from fish will also rise sharply. After our rough testing, our cost will increase by 40 to 50%. I know the price increase will affect many people. There is no way. I must be responsible for Poseidon's employees around the world. They cannot lose their jobs. For this, I can only express my regret once again. I will allocate funds for the research and development of the second-generation products. I hope to find ways to cut costs. For the time being, we can only regret it. Su Pinggan announced the news with regret. Chapter 341. Each has his own plans. Su Pinggan's words made all the reporters start to exclaim, and each of them looked helpless. They could understand the decision Su Pinggan made. The increase in corporate costs inevitably led to price increases, and there was nothing they could do about it. The press conference was over, and all the reporters quickly returned to the hotel, closed the door and began to write reports. The people watching the live broadcast looked helpless. The price was going to increase. What exactly was this plastic microparticle? Why did the Apocalypse Group have such concerns? In the afternoon, some media had already started reporting, super fish oil price increase. This big headline appeared in the most prominent position on the front page of many media, and the term plastic microparticles began to enter everyone's eyes. Starting from the next day, the global media began to exert their strength and fully reported the purpose of Su Pinggan's press conference. The price increase of super fish oil, plastic microparticles, and marine pollution were all the topics that were fully covered. People all over the world were shocked. They never dreamed that marine pollution had reached this level. The term plastic microparticles has become a hot search on the internet. Many people have begun to learn about plastic microparticles. Television stations have also begun to hold popular science events and invited researchers to explain what plastic microparticles are, so that people can fully understand how plastic microparticles exist. The name of the company L'Oréal has also begun to be mentioned. Many media have called L'Oréal and Scienke Group responsible companies, and many people have given them general praise. L'Oréal will definitely not miss this opportunity and immediately held a press conference to announce that it supports Scienke Group's self-examination. Scienke Group, like L'Oréal, is a company that is responsible to consumers. Although the laws of various countries do not stipulate the standards for plastic microparticles, our L'Oréal company has conducted self-examination in the spirit of being responsible to consumers. Since last year, 80% of L'Oréal's products have changed their formulas, changed their production processes and replaced their equipment to completely eliminate the existence of plastic microparticles. Although this will increase costs and burdens, and we will also reduce a lot of profits, but it is our pursuit to let consumers use safer products. With the participation of L'Oréal, the media became more lively. Various organizations came out, especially environmental organizations, which held rallies one after another, calling for the protection of our Earth. For a time, there was chaos. Many entrepreneurs around the world saw L'Oréal's statement and curled their lips. You are so shameless. Scienke Group is a responsible company, L'Oréal is a responsible company, you are all good people, and we are the bad guys, two gangsters. They were full of resentment towards Scienke Group and L'Oréal. Data shows that L'Oréal's sales have increased visibly, which is an incredible increase. L'Oréal jumped up excitedly. It has not seen such a hot sales scene for many years. The news is lively, and the seafood market is also lively. The prices of various seafood have begun to fall. There is no way. With the introduction of the media, many people dare not eat seafood. Although there is no scientific data showing that plastic particles are harmful to humans. But think about it and you will know that this is not a good thing. Plastic entering your body is not a good thing. Take care of yourself a little more and try to reduce consumption. This is the idea of most people. Super fish oil is even harder to find in the market. Merchants are so smart. They know that the price will increase, so how can they not take the opportunity to make a profit? After internal calculations, they maintain the current price increase of 100%. Such a high price still has people buying, which makes many merchants feel incredible. Only why South and H country are not in a hurry at all. Anyway, the Apocalypse Group has cut off the goods from their two countries. If they want to buy, they can only go to foreign countries. It doesn't matter whether the price increases or not. People who can't afford it still can't afford it. Kyle has left J-City and started to return to the headquarters to preside over the equipment transformation and upgrading. Time passed slowly. On this day, something happened in M country. A congressman proposed that a comprehensive review should be conducted on super fish oil. Even if super fish oil resumes production, the relevant departments must conduct a comprehensive review of the safety of super fish oil, and must ensure that the people of M country enjoy safe food. When this news came out, the people of M country were in an uproar. Su Pinggan ignored these people, and as a result, the matter became more and more serious. At first, only one congressman made such a statement. After more than a week, more than a dozen congressmen have collectively made such a statement. The storm is getting bigger and bigger. Boss, there is a force in M country pushing this matter, Kyle said directly on the phone. Have you found out which force it is? Su Pinggan asked. With this mental preparation, the rise of Apocalypse Group has cut off the financial resources of many companies. It is reasonable to find an opportunity to make Apocalypse Group uncomfortable. Not yet, they are very careful. I have arranged people to investigate. I believe there will be news in a few days, Kyle said directly. Notify me as soon as there is news. We can't do nothing now, Su Pinggan said directly. I have already talked to Betty on the phone. She will hold a press conference soon to announce that we only need to release the news that we intend to withdraw from the M country market. Someone will definitely come forward to solve this matter. They can't do without super fish oil, Kyle said very affirmatively. Be careful about the scale. We should not set up too many enemies now, Su Pinggan said directly. I understand, Kyle answered directly, and hung up the phone after chatting with Su Pinggan for a while. On this day, Betty, the general manager of Poseidon's M country branch, held a press conference. Poseidon is worried about the speeches of the current members of parliament. We are a responsible company that abides by the laws and regulations of various countries and does not want to be involved in political turmoil. I have received instructions from the headquarters. The M country branch will not consider the upgrade issue for the time being. The headquarters is already considering revoking the M country branch factory and moving the factory to other countries. We don't want to cause trouble. Betty announced the news with a helpless look on her face. This time many M country people are not willing to do it. This matter involves their vital interests. Super fish oil will definitely increase in price. Once the Poseidon factory moves to other countries and flows from abroad to China, the price will definitely rise again, which will definitely affect their quality of life. These brain-dead members must be stopped from doing whatever they want. Many groups jumped out to accuse these members, and even members of the same party as these members jumped out to accuse them of seeking personal gain and not considering the people. For a time, ghosts and guards danced, demons danced, and all aspects were in chaos. In the Black Palace, the president's office, the president and several aides were discussing this matter. Now the media of the whole country are reporting on this matter. Such a chaos would only make the president more prominent. The direction of the wind must be reversed. Your eyes should be on me, not on some crappy fish oil. He picked up a bottle of super fish oil next to him, opened it, took a pill and swallowed it with warm water. Gentlemen, I can't live without this thing. The Poseidon factory must remain in country M. We must find a way to calm this matter down. President, I think we should not speak for the time being. Let them make a fuss. We will speak out after a while. Although the president has entered the Black Palace, we also need to prepare for re-election in 4 years. A white-haired aide named Grant looked at the president with deep meaning in his eyes. The president raised his eyebrows. Grant was right. There is no president who doesn't want to be re-elected. Grant, tell me in detail. This time these congressmen jumped out to accuse Poseidon. As far as I know, there is the shadow of Google behind this. These congressmen have been cooperating with Google for many years. We can work secretly to let more people from the opposite side jump out. The greater the impact, the more benefits the president will gain when he steps in to clean up the mess in the future. When the general election begins in 4 years, we will have an extra sharp excuse to severely hit the opposing candidates. We can say openly that the people on the opposite side don't care about your life or death. They only care about their own interests. They don't care whether you can eat super fish oil or not. At that time, voters will definitely think of what is happening now, which will be a great help to us. At the same time, we can submit a subsidy bill to subsidize super fish oil and reduce the cost for people to buy it. Congress will definitely not approve it. At that time, the responsibility will be on the opposite side. The congressional election will be in more than a year, and we must think long-term. Grant looked at the president as he spoke out his plan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The president laughed. Grant's move was very powerful. Voters would definitely make the right choice for their own interests. This would definitely be of great benefit to him. In the future, Congress and the government would be on his side, and he would not need to be bound by his hands when doing things. Grant, this matter is up to you. You can contact Poseidon Company. I am looking forward to seeing the constipated expression on the other side. Ho ha ho ha. After the president finished speaking, he laughed and everyone else laughed. Grant was an old hand and had a way of doing things. He used an unregistered phone with a voice changer to call Kyle. After the call, he smashed the phone card and threw the phone into the fire. Everything disappeared without a trace. Without contacting Betty, it would be difficult for the secret pushers to obtain solid evidence. After all, they did not have the ability to monitor foreign countries at any time. Moreover, Kyle's public phone was a satellite phone, and the telephone company did not record the call at all. There was a reason why satellite phones were expensive. Not saving the content of the call was a very attractive feature. Another feature of the encrypted communication function was that you could not track it unless you had control of the communication satellite. Chapter 342 How could the Apocalypse Group not grow stronger? After Kyle received the call, he thought about it seriously and gradually smiled. He called Betty and did not express any opinions. Let them make trouble on their own. We will not get involved. As time passed, coupled with the media's instigation, the matter became more and more serious. The support rate of these congressmen who spoke was plummeting. Even the districts they were responsible for had begun to make trouble. The matter was so serious that the Guja side began to worry. Just when they were about to stop, the president made a televised speech. What the people need is super fish oil. We are elected by the people. Everything we do should serve the people, not add burdens to the people and cut off their livelihoods. I protest against these Democratic congressmen who made remarks about controlling superfish oil. Why did they make such remarks? Because in their eyes, the interests of the people are nothing. They have forgotten that their rights come from the people. Spectrum began to criticize these people. Others did not know. In short, the people who listened to Spectrum's speech felt very energetic. With the increase in corporate costs, prices will definitely rise. I will propose a bill to subsidize citizens to buy superfish oil. I hope that the Democratic-controlled House of Representatives can approve this bill and bring benefits to the people. Spectrum knows very well what the Chinese people need and how to resonate with them. If the bill is thrown out, it will be the other party's business once the congressmen reject it. More than a year will pass quickly. At that time, the House of Representatives election will be a very sharp excuse for attack. Once the House of Representatives is won, it will be a major benefit to their own governance. Poseidon Company has stopped its efforts and has not expressed any opinions. It is obvious that this matter has changed. Poseidon Company will not participate. This attitude is very obvious. In a resort hotel on the seaside in Los Angeles, California, Kyle was wearing a swimsuit and sitting under a tree drinking juice. A man sat opposite him and looked at Kyle impatiently. Kyle, I remember that I don't have much contact with your apocalypse group. I have a lot of things to do and don't have time to play with you. Guja Chairman Wordsworth looked at Kyle with an unhappy face. Don't worry, I've asked someone to get the things. We'll talk after you read them. If you're not interested, I apologize, Kyle said calmly. Wordsworth looked at Kyle deeply, took a sip of the juice, and continued to wait. Soon, a beautiful woman came over with a file and handed it to Kyle. Kyle nodded and the beautiful woman left. Kyle put the file on the table and said, "Take a look. There are recordings and the identities of the interlocutors. We'll talk after you've seen me." Wordsworth looked at Kyle, opened the file bag, took out the small Walkman inside, plugged in headphones and started listening. At the same time, he began to look through the files in his hand. After reading and listening, he calmly put all the items into the bag. "What price do you need to give these items to me?" Wordsworth looked at Kyle. Although there was no expression on his face, his heart was already in turmoil. The recording was a conversation between a senior staff member of Guja and a congressman. The content was completely against Poseidon Company, and it also involved power for money transactions. Up to $1 million. Once this scandal is exposed, Guja will definitely face a huge fine from the US government. How could such a confidential matter be mastered by Poseidon's people? They are really a bunch of pimps. I will settle accounts with these idiots later. Wordsworth was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he was full of hatred for the person who handled this matter. "Do you want to know how I got these?" Kyle looked at Wordsworth with a smile on his face. "I'm really interested in knowing. Will you tell the truth?" Wordsworth looked at Kyle without giving in. "Of course, this is not a secret. Even if I don't say it, you will know it after a while. Guja and Apocalypse Group are both large international companies. Although there is a little competition between us, this competition is not serious. It belongs to the scope of business. Am I right to say so?" Kyle said directly. "You are right. Our competition is mainly in Europe. You charge fees, but we do not. If Apocalypse technology does not develop in the United States, we cannot develop in China. This competition is nothing. It belongs to the business scope." Wordsworth admitted what Kyle said. "Our boss thinks that this kind of competition is necessary. Everyone keeps to themselves. Healthy competition can exist. It can give employees more pressure. After converting pressure into motivation, they will produce more perfect works, but this time you have crossed the line. What is happening in the United States is you behind the scenes. The dignified Google giant is only willing to spend a few $100,000 to make things happen. The person involved can easily get $3 million by selling this information to us. Even if the matter is exposed, he can retire with $3 million. Kyle looked at Wordsworth and said calmly. Wordsworth couldn't help but hum. He already knew where the problem was. He was deceived by the people below. The special funds of the headquarters were approved for each congressman of $2 million. "What conditions are required to hand these over to me?" Wordsworth said with suppressed anger. "It's very simple. 3 years, 3 years of peaceful coexistence, and after 3 years, all the information will be handed over to you. We don't lack money, and we don't have the energy to play house games with you. We don't believe in verbal promises anymore, and we must keep these. Kyle refused directly, not intending to hand over the evidence. You also said that if you don't believe in verbal promises, how can I believe that you will keep your promises? Wordsworth stared at Kyle and said, the Apocalypse Group has never broken its promises before, and it will never do so in the future. You can rest assured about this. As long as you don't target our Apocalypse Group within 3 years, the information will be handed over to you intact after 3 years, otherwise, let's play around. If we really fight, we are not powerless to fight back. It's nothing more than spending money. The Apocalypse Group is not short of money, Kyle said with a gleam in his eyes and stared at Wordsworth fiercely. Wordsworth narrowed his eyes and looked at Kyle seriously. Is this what Supingan meant? Yes, the president asked me to tell you clearly that we have the ability to paralyze your Gugen network directly. If you want to start a war, you can try it. We will accompany you to the end, Kyle said without giving in. You'd better keep your promise, otherwise, we also have the ability to turn your Apocalypse Island and a small base in Somalia into ashes overnight. Wordsworth stared at Kyle without giving in, looked at Kyle deeply, stood up and turned away. Looking at Wordsworth's back, Kyle couldn't help but snorted. Wait, the future of Apocalypse Group will definitely make you look up to us. We control the future. Time passed slowly. One day, Kyle appeared at the Poseidon factory and was immediately discovered by reporters. In the afternoon, when Kyle was about to leave the factory, he was surrounded by reporters, who asked to interview Kyle. There was no way. Kyle could only stay for an interview. The road ahead was blocked, unless you drove over people, otherwise, you could only cooperate. Everyone, our Poseidon company is a responsible company. The 3 major super fish oil production branches are located in China, F country, and M country. These 3 countries have given us strong support, and we must give back. President Spectrum of the Black Palace personally called the president of our group to talk about this matter. He is very concerned about the price of super fish oil. According to the instructions of the president, we can promise that the price in the country where the production plant is located will always be lower than that in other countries. We will share the pressure of costs with consumers. Although our profits will be reduced a lot, this is the social responsibility that our Apocalypse Group needs to bear. In the words of our president, Mr. Supingan, we have no choice but to do it. Kyle issued this statement. Kyle's words can be regarded as flattering the president. After all, he is the boss now, and you must be low-key in his territory. After hearing Kyle's speech, the reporter let Kyle leave. The next day, Kyle's words were published in the newspaper. The Black Palace was very satisfied with Kyle's speech. The Apocalypse Group was quite sensible and would not knock you for the time being. The top priority now is to consolidate his position. Once his position is consolidated, he can handle other things. To deal with foreign aggression, he must first stabilize the internal situation. He should sort out the internal affairs first. Spectrum has his own plan in mind and can distinguish the priorities of things. When Kyle left, the new equipment had been sent from Country D. The upgrade speed of Poseidon equipment began to accelerate. The first installation location was the fish oil refining factories around the world, adding an extra process to clean up plastic particles. The Research Institute of Apocalypse Group has not been calm at all during this period. Many researchers have received a second reissued reward. The amount of the bonus is related to the profit gained from the external authorization of your research results. The second reward is made according to a certain proportion. Everyone is excited. The big boss is really awesome. This is the voice of all researchers in the Apocalypse Research Institute. From project leaders to team researchers, the sense of belonging to the Apocalypse Group is rising sharply. Chen Fansheng in the Celestial Empire has also been very busy these days. The amount of reissued bonuses in the Celestial Empire alone is as high as 3.3 billion, and thousands of researchers have benefited. Miao Yuang, the inventor of Super Paint, has reissued a bonus of up to 100 million. Which makes the people in the Apocalypse Group extremely envious. Kane at the technology headquarters also saw other project personnel receiving bonuses, and also inquired about the reasons for the bonuses. He was filled with emotion. Supingan did what he said that day. With such integrity and keeping promises, how could Apocalypse Group not grow and develop? Kane had a real feeling that the researchers who received the bonuses were full of energy and put more energy into their research. With such spiritual support, the progress would definitely not be small. Chapter 343. This is definitely the CEO's style. Dr. Luck also received a large bonus. Although he is now retired at home, Su Pinggan has not forgotten him. Dr. Luck was also full of emotion. He could only say more good things about the Apocalypse Group in return. Professor Niren, the inventor of the carbon crystal solar panel, and Professor Karen, the inventor of the carbon magnetic wind tree, are currently on a global tour. Professor Karen has already reissued the bonus once, but this time there is no reissue of the bonus. Barry and Niren talk to each other. After the carbon crystal solar panel is sold for a while, there will definitely be a big prize by the end of the year. Niren is not worried at all. Su Pinggan has never broken his promise, which has been proven. Now there is no shortage of money. A speech can earn more than 800,000 euros or millions of euros. These are all cash. It is held once a week. Professor Niren is not short of money at all. He is very relieved and calm and waits until the end of the year. The news that the Apocalypse Group reissued the bonus for the researcher was still spread, which made many researchers and research institutions very envious. Su Pinggan is the only boss who is so generous. One by one, they want to switch to the Apocalypse Institute. Many bosses shook their heads helplessly after seeing this report. They had limited funds and had basically sold all their achievements, or the achievements were taken away by investors at a low price. They had no money, so what could they use to give bonuses? They all smiled bitterly and shook their heads helplessly. Su Pinggan has been in a very good mood recently. He has been with Songs Inayan and Miao Yi. Some time ago, Hall received news that Elle had won. Su Pinggan personally called to congratulate him. The two had a pleasant conversation for a while before hanging up the phone. Elle said that he would send an invitation to Su Pinggan to invite Su Pinggan to attend his inauguration banquet. Su Pinggan happily agreed. Yesterday, Su Pinggan had received the invitation from the embassy's special person. Su Pinggan has arranged for someone to handle the formalities. He will go to Country F in 2 days to attend Elle's inauguration dinner. He will not be alone. Isabella will also accompany Su Pinggan. There are 2 names in the invitation. Su Pinggan and Isabella have already called Isabella and made an appointment to meet at Su Pinggan's manor in Country F. Isabella is also excited. It is better to be out than at home. After arranging things at home and accompanying his parents for a few days, Su Pinggan set off and flew directly to Country F. When Su Pinggan arrived, Isabella had already arrived. The two were very happy to meet each other. Darina and Liu Wenjin got along well with Isabella, and the 3 of them chatted non-stop. After a day of rest, the next night, Isabella accompanied Su Pinggan in a fitted evening dress to attend Elle's inauguration dinner. Many politicians and celebrities from Country F came, and many international giant bosses like Su Pinggan also came. Most of the people at the table knew each other. Su Pinggan and the director of L'Oreal were talking and laughing in a low voice. A man in black came to Su Pinggan and said, "Mr. Su, the gentleman invites you to come over for a talk." Su Pinggan looked up and really recognized him. This person was the one who is responsible for meeting Su Pinggan and Elle. Su Pinggan made an apologetic expression to the person next to him. Stood up and left with this person. The people next to him were all envious, and they knew very well who was looking for Su Pinggan to talk. Su Pinggan's personal relationship with that person is no secret, and the top management basically knows about it. This time, Elle's victory can be said to be beyond everyone's expectations. However, everyone generally believes that Su Pinggan's luck is very strong. Su Pinggan followed this person all the way to a room on the 2nd floor. After the door opened, Elle came over with 2 glasses of wine and handed Su Pinggan a glass. The two went to the sofa to talk and the door closed. "Congratulations, you can show your ambitions now," Su Pinggan raised his glass and said. "Thank you, I was very lucky to win this time. To be honest, I didn't expect it myself." Elle raised his glass and clinked it with Su Pinggan, saying with emotion that being with Su Pinggan can put down a lot of pressure and relax a lot. "Our ancients said that heroes are made by the times. Your success is not so much a fluke as it is the environment that made you," Su Pinggan said after taking a sip of wine. "To be honest, I really hope that it's not me who wins this time," Evan said after shaking the glass, and Su Pinggan was stunned. "After the victory, although I have been sworn in, I feel really tired after seeing some real data these days. The economy of Country F is not optimistic, and many industries have fallen seriously behind the world. If you want to reform, you will affect the interests of many people, and the real unemployment rate is very worrying. The predecessor did not have any reform measures, and it was a last resort to barely maintain the situation. Now all these are in my head," Elle said with a long sigh. "How can I help you?" Su Pinggan asked. already knowing L's intention to find him. Employment. I urgently need to increase the employment rate. I can't carry out my reform without really reducing the unemployment rate. L looked at Su Pinggan's serious expression. L, remember I said I would give you a gift? Su Pinggan said with a smile, and L nodded. I have a plan that will be very good for you. Nante's economy has been declining for several years, and the unemployment rate remains high. It is also an important voting base for the Socialist Party. You have just taken office and need the support of these old groups. You can come forward to talk to them. After the negotiation is completed, let me know. I will arrange for people to go there to investigate and build a carbon crystal solar panel branch. It will provide at least 5,000 jobs. You should know how many jobs are provided indirectly. Kill two birds with one stone. You will have a good start. Su Pinggan said his plan seriously, and L began to think. After thinking for a while, he found that the plan provided by Su Pinggan was the best for him at present. It can be said to be a win-win situation. He can consolidate the parliament, the Socialist Party can consolidate its traditional areas, and the Apocalypse Group can get very large preferential policies. Su, thank you. L smiled and raised his glass, and Su Pinggan also raised it. The two clinked their glasses, and their eyes were full of deep meaning. They drank the glass together. The two chatted for a while and left together. Su Pinggan returned to his seat and started chatting and laughing with the people next to him. Not long after, L appeared and began to give a speech. After the speech, they started to eat and drink. The next day, Darina and Isabella went out early. This is the fashion capital, and there are all kinds of luxury brands. Su Pinggan went to inspect the construction site next to the security company. Buck, Liu Wenjin and Murphy, the general manager of the satellite project, accompanied Su Pinggan. Wearing a safety helmet, Su Pinggan walked around the construction site several times. The underground building has completed the anti-infiltration project, and is currently pouring reinforced concrete. It is expected that the underground project will be completed in another 2 months. Murphy, how is your progress now? Su Pinggan asked while standing next to the construction site. Boss, we are currently designing drawings and conducting computer simulations. We expect that when the construction site is completed, we will also finalize the design. At that time, we only need to purchase equipment and parts for manufacturing. Including the testing time, half a year is enough. Once our satellite is launched, we can issue our own internal satellite phone cards. The calls are encrypted throughout the process, and no one can hijack or eavesdrop on our calls. At the same time, with our ground receiving device, the speed of our internal data exchange will be greatly improved. Through the encrypted route, the speed is at least 5 times that of the past, Murphy said seriously. Is it convenient to transport? Su Pinggan asked. Convenient, our satellite is not large in size, and special-sized trucks can be transported directly to the port location, Murphy replied. Su Pinggan nodded and began to communicate with Murphy. While the two were talking, Liu Wenjin came over and gave Su Pinggan a look. Su Pinggan knew that something was wrong. He said a few words to Murphy and walked aside. Liu Wenjin came over. Boss, I just received a call from Kyle. The equipment has been installed. After the trial run, the effect is good. It can purify more than 95% of the plastic particles from the raw materials. I want to ask how much the price should be increased. According to Kyle's calculation, a price increase of $10 per bottle can completely offset the additional labor costs. It is expected that the investment can be recovered in 1 year. Liu Wenjin reported everything Kyle said on the phone to Su Pinggan. Tell Kyle that the price increase of $30 will be enough. Let Kyle hold a press conference to announce it, emphasizing that we need to increase the price by $60 to break even, in order for the people to get high-quality products. Thank consumers for their recognition of Poseidon for many years. The headquarters will take out a part of the profit and subsidize $30 per bottle as a reward to consumers. Su Pinggan made a decision very quickly. Liu Wenjin looked at Su Pinggan and curled his lips. What this guy said was shameless enough. He nodded and went to the side to talk to Kyle on the phone. He told Kyle Su Pinggan's decision. Kyle smiled after listening. This is definitely the style of the president. He chatted with Liu Wenjin for a few words and hung up the phone. After playing at the construction site in the market, they had lunch at Buck's place at noon. Several people drank 2 bottles of wine. Murphy didn't plan to drink at first, because he had a lot of things to do in the afternoon. After explaining to Su Pinggan, Buck next to him laughed. Buck, you explain to him, Su Pinggan said with a smile. No problem. I'm best at explaining. Buck also smiled. Murphy, the words of the president of Apocalypse Group are orders, and must be executed unconditionally at the first time. You accompanied the president for drinks at noon, and you are allowed to rest in the afternoon. You are not allowed to go to work. This cannot affect our image as a senior executive. You will encounter similar things again in the future. Communicate more with general managers of other companies, and you will understand that accompanying the president for drinks is more important than going to work. Do you understand? Buck, a tall and strong man, said directly to Murphy. Okay, I have no objection, Murphy said directly, and he understood what Buck meant. Buck nodded with satisfaction. Boss, I received 2 bottles of good wine from Gavin a few days ago. Let's eliminate him today. I need to deduct some money from Gavin later. He must be punished for not giving me 2 bottles of good wine when he has good wine, Su Pingan said with an unhappy look on his face, and Buck laughed. Chapter 344 We can't be too careful. Su Pingan rested for a few days in the manor in Paris, and accompanied Isabella to buy a lot of items. Isabella took the 2 female bodyguards arranged by Su Pingan and started her own global tour. Su Pingan was relieved until he sent Isabella to the plane. Su Pingan would definitely not arrange only 2 people. There was also a 6-person team following behind. These people would not show up without threats. Once there was something that the bodyguards could not solve, they only needed to press lightly on their wrists, and the team would act immediately. The 2 female bodyguards following Isabella had specially made watches on their wrists. They not only had positioning functions, but also call functions. At the same time, the ring Su Pingan gave Isabella also had a positioning function. This ring would emit a special pulse signal that your electronic equipment could not detect at all. When necessary, you could find Isabella based on the positioning information to prevent Isabella from disappearing. After resting for 2 days, Su Pingan went to R&Y, Italy, and began to inspect the branch. The first thing he inspected was the Mechanical Equipment Research Institute. Now the construction is underway next to the institute. After the annual meeting, Su Pingan approved Darian's expansion plan. The Apocalypse Mechanical Equipment Research Institute directly acquired 3 peers, and the patents of these 3 peers were also incorporated into the Apocalypse patent database. The original place was not enough for arrangement. After contacting the municipal government, a piece of land larger than the institute was bought for expansion, which is expected to be completed by August. The number of researchers will expand from more than 200 to more than 500. After it starts running, the Apocalypse Mechanical Equipment Research Institute will become the world's largest mechanical equipment research institute with stronger scientific research capabilities. Many researchers know Su Pingan, and they have just reissued the bonuses. They greeted Su Pingan very enthusiastically, accompanied Su Pingan all the way to introduce their project progress. After the inspection, a meeting was held, and Su Pingan left the institute. After a night's rest, the next day he went directly to the Market Weather Weapons Company. Under Bannon's leadership, the company's performance has also been rising steadily. A lot of high-profit single-person scientific research submarines have been sold. In addition, the manufacturing and sales approval of small single-person attack submarines has been obtained. Bannon is ready to do a big job. The company reserved an office for Su Pingan. In the office, Su Pingan drank tea and listened to Bannon's introduction. The submarine production line was renovated, the number of staff increased by more than 400, and the total number of employees exceeded 1,000. Bannon, how do you plan to sell the small single-person attack submarine? Su Pingan asked. Boss, I have arranged for people to conduct market research and communicate with many countries. They are very interested in this small single-person attack submarine. As long as the final product is as good as we said, they will place an order. Small single-person attack submarines are definitely a weapon for small countries to conduct offshore defense. Once they are patrolled in a team, they will also pose a huge threat to aircraft carriers. Submarines are 200 meters underwater and can move quickly and flexibly. An aircraft carrier formation has 3 submarines underwater. We can form a formation of 10. Although we don't dive as deep as those submarines, our flexibility can completely avoid torpedoes. Military ships can't do anything to us. Small countries are in great need of this kind of inexpensive offshore defense weapon. This is our opportunity, and we have no competitors. This is a blank area that will definitely bring us enough profits. Bannon slowly reported his plan. What is the current progress? Su Pingan took a sip of tea and continued to ask. The production line has been installed, and we are currently manufacturing 2 samples, Bannon reported truthfully. Su Pinggan nodded. Bannon is still very planned in doing things, and he doesn't need to worry too much. How is the conventional weapon sales going? Su Pinggan asked. Very good. Our conventional weapons have won the trust of customers in Tunisia, Algeria, Libya, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon and other countries. Basically, we can keep working without stopping. It is very stable, Bannon said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. Bannon, you have done very well. I am very satisfied with your performance. In the future, we should pay attention to one thing. Our trade must comply with the law. As long as we do not violate the procedures, we should do it boldly, Su Pinggan said to Bannon. Please rest assured, President, all the actions of our weapons company comply with Italian law. There is no problem. Lion Law Firm has 2 lawyers working in the company all year round. The qualifications of our customers can withstand the review. Everything complies with laws and regulations, Bannon said very seriously. Bannon is very satisfied with his work in Apocalypse Group. The salary and benefits are very good, much better than before. Last year's year-end bonus was a reward of €200,000, which is not a small number. After returning to the hotel and resting for 2 days, Su Pinggan arrived at the Austrian branch. The expansion of the Apocalypse Biological Research Institute has been completed, and plant research has been added. At present, there are more than 600 researchers in the institute. After Su Pinggan went around the market, he went to the office to have tea and talk with Pippin. Has the standard system been perfected? When can it be launched? Su Pinggan asked. It has been perfected. At present, only Poseidon is using it. Take your time. This kind of thing must be settled in the market. Pippin is very clear that without long-term recognition, it will not be effective. Pippin has a plan this year, which is to create the Apocalypse Biological Agent Standard. This standard is very strict, stricter than the standards of any country in the world. A product needs to pass more than 4,000 verifications before it can be launched, and its safety is almost harsh. Poseidon's products are expensive. Why do they sell so well in the world? This is inseparable from this strict control. Many users have recognized the standards of Poseidon's products, especially after the recent plastic microparticle incident. Pippin's products are even more recognized. Pippin took the opportunity to launch the Apocalypse Biological Agent Standard and formulated a special symbol, the shape of a flame. All products that meet this standard belong to certified enterprises and are representatives of high-quality products. At present, relevant legal procedures have been completed and are being promoted. After Poseidon starts production next week, all products will carry this flame-shaped logo. When people get used to this logo, they will force other companies to apply for certification. At that time, the institute will have an additional source of income. Take your time. There is no shortage of rich people in this world. What they need is high-quality products. Products with a flame logo are high-quality products. This takes years and months. Don't worry. As long as we can increase the number of companies that adopt our standards this year, I will be very satisfied, Su Pinggan said calmly. Boss, when will we launch the Golden Grass project? Pippin asked. Don't worry about this. Take your time. Has Dr. Tangan completed the transformation? Su Pinggan asked. Not yet, but it will be soon. According to Dr. Tangan, the cultivation will be completed next year and large-scale trial planting will be carried out, Pippin said directly. Tell Tangan that the golden grass must be transformed into a variety that is difficult to survive after grafting, and a plant will die directly after the growth cycle ends. We must firmly control the seeds, otherwise, it will be difficult for the profit to belong to us, Su Pinggan said seriously. I understand. We have been working hard on this. Pippin is also very clear about the value of this project. It is a truly inexhaustible gold mine. How is the security of the institute at present? Su Pinggan asked after taking a sip of tea. We have recruited 20 people locally and are currently training with General Manager Buck. When they pass the training, they will come back to work. By employing local people, we will reduce a lot of costs, Pippin said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. How is the secret security going? Su Pinggan is very concerned about this matter. Setting up a secret security base can quickly reinforce if something happens. I have bought the 2 properties over there and rebuilt a big house. The surveillance in the basement can monitor everything in the institute through another line. Even if the enemy paralyzes the security system of the institute, the surveillance in our secret base can continue to monitor. Pippin introduced it in detail, and Su Pinggan nodded and felt relieved. The Golden Grass project is of great importance. We can't be too careful, Su Pinggan reminded Pippin, and Pippin nodded seriously. While the two were talking, Su Pinggan's cell phone rang. Su Pinggan took a look and answered it directly. Hall, what's the matter, boss? I just received a call from Philon of the Socialist Party. Are we really going to build a branch factory? Hall asked. Yes, I have promised L, Su Pinggan said very affirmatively. Philon hopes to have a good talk with us, Hall said directly. Okay, how is your market investigation going? Su Pinggan asked. It's not bad at the moment. According to the news from the island, the United States plans to reduce taxes, but it is not known when it will be implemented yet, Hall told the truth. Come back first, you are responsible for contacting Peterson. If necessary, I will arrange for Burson to cooperate with you, Su Pinggan said directly. Okay, I will fly back to Country F immediately, Hall said directly, and hung up the phone after chatting with Su Pinggan for a few words. Boss, carbon crystal solar panels are going to build a branch factory? Pippin asked. Yes. The capacity of the factory in FZ cannot meet the demand. Bolson told me that the orders have been scheduled until the end of next year. Now I dare not accept the order. I have to build a branch factory. After the European branch factory is built, the carbon crystal solar panels can be quickly rolled out, Su Pinggan explained briefly, and Pippin understood what was going on. After chatting with Pippin for a while, Su Pinggan returned to the hotel, rested for a day, and set off for the UK the next day to inspect the UK Renewable Resources Research Institute. This was the last stop. After the inspection, he returned directly to China. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Let's buy a football club for fun. After a day's rest, Su Pinggan started to inspect the Renewable Resources Research Institute. At present, the researchers of the institute are very active. The second bonus issued by Shianki Group a while ago stimulated everyone. Money is motivation, which is the true portrayal of these people. There are also changes in the internal personnel of the institute. Those who have left have also received bonuses to thank them for their efforts in the Shianki Renewable Resources Research Institute. Of course, this part of the bonus will definitely be reduced. This also made many resigned personnel sigh. After leaving the Shianki Renewable Resources Research Institute, I realized the good of the Shianki Group. It would have been great if I had not played tricks and been lazy. Now I am also a hindum person. The life of the research institute outside is not easy. Even those who left with a project have attracted an investment, but there has been no breakthrough. The investment institution has no patience and directly withdraws the investment. These people went bankrupt, and those who were sued. They have a miserable life and miss the days of working in the Shianki Renewable Resources Research Institute. Unfortunately, it is too late now. It is impossible to go back. Everyone is full of regrets. Su Pinggan and Gilbert talked behind closed doors in the office, making comprehensive adjustments to the research project. They were busy for almost a whole morning before they finished. They asked Gilbert to book a seat and have lunch together to relax. Su Pinggan's plan was very simple. He would return to China after 2 days of rest. As a result, John Ash and William came to him the next day. Their only purpose was to attract investment. The domestic Brexit dispute made all enterprises afraid to invest, and the economy lacked motivation. Su Pinggan was also worried. How could I dare to invest if you couldn't handle your own affairs? Once you really separated from Europe, there would be a lot of tariffs and other costs, and the profit would be reduced a lot at that time. William, I just want to know one thing, whether you will leave the EU or not. If you don't have accurate information, I will definitely not dare to invest. Once the decision you make conflicts with my project, I will suffer a great loss. Su Pinggan spoke his concerns honestly. William rubbed his head, and was also troubled by this matter. The top management was arguing all day without any result. All large and small companies were taking a wait-and-see attitude. In the recent period, the two of them had visited no less than 50 companies, and the responses they received were the same, worrying about the uncertainty of policies. Other industries will definitely be affected, but there is a project that will definitely not be affected by Brexit or not, William said to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan was also stunned. How could he not know that Scienky Group had such a project? He made a gesture to ask William to continue. Renewable resource system. William looked at Su Pinggan and said directly. William was very clear that Scienky Group was carrying out a renewable resource system experiment in the Celestial Empire, and it was also related to this project. This project has great development potential. First, it can solve the employment problems of many people. Second, it can reduce the government's administrative expenses. Third, it can solve the problem of domestic waste. Fourth, it can drive the economic development of the city. People will only open up consumption when they have employment and a stable source of income. Only with consumption can the market economy be active. This is a grasshopper on a rope, one ring is tied to another, and no one can leave it. In fact, it is not only William who is eyeing the Apocalypse Group project, but many countries are also eyeing the Apocalypse Group project. The domestic waste problem is a big problem and a major problem that restricts the sustainable development of cities. Once this problem is solved, urban development will be on the fast track. William, this project is not mature yet. Since you proposed this project, you are also aware of the current progress of this project in China. We cannot handle a lot of garbage. We must wait until the technology breaks through before we can proceed. At present, we can only handle ordinary domestic garbage. There is no way to deal with plastic, metal and other garbage, Su Pinggan said with a distressed face. You can refine metal garbage and recycle plastic garbage. Don't think I don't know that you have made a breakthrough. William looked at Su Pinggan meaningfully and said. Su Pinggan narrowed his eyes directly. Damn, there is a ghost in the institute, and this ghost must be pulled out. How could such a confidential matter be leaked? Su Pinggan's mind began to turn wildly. William looked at Su Pinggan's face and laughed in his heart. Little guy, do you really think I don't know what you are thinking? How did you know? Su Pinggan looked at William and asked directly. Su, don't forget that patents need government approval and can be freely searched, William said to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment and understood that the patent application of the institute was targeted by someone with ulterior motives. William, since you said so, I won't hide it from you. There have been some breakthroughs in these two aspects of research, but there is a significant side effect, that is pollution. Processing these two items will cause great air pollution. If you let me invest in this project in London, I have no problem. You must write in the agreement that the government will have to punish me for environmental protection issues. I will not invest without this clause. The reason why I have not started these two projects is because of the pollution problem. If this problem is not solved, it cannot be carried out, Su Pinggan stated his conditions very frankly. William and John Ash both frowned. Environmental protection personnel are very troublesome. If this clause is really added, it will stir up a hornet's nest. How much pollution is there? John Ash asked on the side. The workers will be poisoned during the refining process, and the toxin content in the air will increase, Su Pinggan said directly. John Ash and William both curled their lips and looked disgusted. These two pollution clauses could not be passed anyway. Su, you must invest, or you can buy a property. I have just been elected mayor, and I really need a big achievement to consolidate my position, William said to Su Pinggan. His predecessor left, leaving a big hole. If he had known, he would not have come out to run for mayor. Su Pinggan rubbed his head. What should he do? William had given him face and help to him. If he really said nothing, it would definitely not be justified. But what project should he invest in? Su Pinggan was also embarrassed for a while. William, I am not the kind of person who will burn bridges after crossing the river. Give me a few days. I will complete an investment project and leave London. How about that? Su Pinggan gave a positive answer. William was satisfied. This sentence was enough. Su Pinggan's verbal promise was still very valuable. The two sides chatted for a while, and then they said goodbye. Su Pinggan planned to treat the two to a meal, but the two were not in the mood to eat. After sending the two away, Su Pinggan began to have a headache. What to invest in? It is really not suitable to make any investment now. When Darina entered the room to call Su Pinggan for dinner, she saw Su Pinggan frowning, and directly began to ask, Boss, have you encountered any troubles? Su Pinggan spread his hands and told the story again. Tell me, what should I do in this situation? I really don't dare to invest. Once I invest, there is a 50% chance of loss. This ratio is too high, Darina nodded. The uncertainty of Brexit is too great. It is indeed not a good opportunity for investment, but it is not justifiable not to invest. After all, William helped a lot in the past, and it is a bit unreasonable to have no return. Boss, I have an immature idea, Darina said to Supingan. Just say it. Supingan was very straightforward. Boss, buy a football club for fun. Anyway, the cost of a football club is not a big pressure for the boss. When the time comes, directly invest in expanding the stadium, which can be regarded as an explanation to the other party. Although the cost is not small, it may not be impossible to make money back. Darina looked at Supingan and said slowly. Your idea is good. You can contact Ernst & Young. They are very good at acquisitions. Let them send the right person to see me, Supingan said directly, and the troubles were solved. No problem, I'll notify them right away. Should we eat first? It's almost 1 o'clock, Darina said, touching her belly. She was really hungry. To reward you for your good suggestion, I'll treat you at noon. You can eat whatever you want, Supingan said with a smile. Really? I haven't had a big meal for a long time. Darina's eyes began to light up. The price of a big meal is very high. A meal costs thousands to tens of thousands of euros. The price of good ingredients is absolutely outrageous. I said, it's mine. You lead the way, Supingan shrugged his shoulders and said. The price of a big meal is not low. If he can't afford it, there are probably not many people on this planet who can afford it. The two left the room and got on the car and headed for the restaurant. Darina is British and knows a lot about the delicious food in London. The car stopped at a restaurant called St. Martha. Darina took Supingan directly to the door of the restaurant and took out a black card and handed it over. We need a quiet place. The waiter took it and looked at it, then handed it to Darina respectfully. After saying this is a favor, he began to lead the way and used the intercom to notify the internal staff. The two of them went to a seat on the 3rd floor and sat down. Supingan looked around and found that the environment was really good. The scenery of the Thames River could be seen from the window. The relaxed environment made people feel relaxed. The restaurant manager came directly to serve. Darina ordered a lot of food without hesitation, and then asked for a bottle of Romani Conti. Supingan didn't know the other prices. When he saw the price of a bottle of Romani Conti at £20,000, Supingan shook his head and smiled. Supingan would definitely not care. He had to do what he said. It didn't take long for the food ordered by Darina to be served. The two drank red wine and tasted the food. In the end, Darina went to pay the bill. The meal cost £36,000, and this was a 20% discount. Chapter 346, Money is a Symbol of Strength. In London, Joey, the general manager of Ernst & Young's London branch, received a call from Richard, the president of Ernst & Young's headquarters, when he was about to go to bed. Joey's face was full of joy. Don't worry, President. I will visit Mr. Sue early tomorrow morning. If it is an order, I will definitely get it, Joey said directly. The orders of Apocalypse Group are known for their lucrative profits. As long as you do things well, Apocalypse Group does not care too much about the cost. What it wants is efficiency. If you drag your feet, it would rather lose money than cooperate. Joey, don't be careless. Supingan is not such a simple person. Although Apocalypse Group has been established for only a few years, you should be able to see that the foundation of Apocalypse Group is very stable. Supingan has spent more than €7 billion on scientific research every year for several consecutive years, which has laid the foundation of Apocalypse Group. Especially in clean energy, Apocalypse Group is already a solid clean energy giant. If we have a good relationship, we may not be unable to cooperate again in the future. The headquarters attaches great importance to this cooperation. If necessary, we can accept orders at zero profit. It depends on you how to do it, Richard said very seriously. Don't worry, President. I understand. I will let Supingan feel our sincerity, Joey also answered seriously. The two of them talked for a while and then hung up the phone. Joey went to take a shower directly to calm himself down and have a good rest. Tomorrow, he will meet Supingan in a full spirit. Once he gets the order, his bonus will not be less. Now the global economy is weak and it is not easy to get an extra bonus. The next day, Joey dressed up in an elite outfit, carrying the Hermes bag he bought at a high price, and drove to the hotel where Supingan stayed. There was no conversation along the way. When he arrived at the door of Supingan's hotel room, he was stopped by the bodyguard. After asking about the purpose of the visit, he asked Joey to wait for a while. The bodyguard went in to report and then came out to take Joey in. After Joey went in, he found Su Pinggan drinking tea with a woman on the sofa. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am Joey from Ernst & Young London branch. I am very happy to serve you." Joey introduced himself generously and shook hands with Su Pinggan. "Please sit down, this is my assistant Darina," Su Pinggan said with a smile, introducing Darina to Joey. The two shook hands and Joey sat down. "Joey, I wonder if your firm is familiar with football clubs in London?" Su Pinggan asked after getting 2 cups of tea, and at the same time made a gesture of inviting tea. "Mr. Su, we are responsible for the finances of London Arsenal and Crystal Palace Football Club. We are not very familiar with the other teams. However, we can get first-hand real information through investigation, which is very detailed and will definitely satisfy Mr. Su," Joey said very confidently, and Su Pinggan nodded. "I've been a little bored recently, and I want to buy a club for fun. How long will it take to give me the results of the investigation?" Su Pinggan said in a very calm tone, and then he picked up the teacup and took a sip, with a nonchalant expression on his face. Joey couldn't help but accept it. He was bored, and wanted to buy a football club for fun. A Premier League club is worth a lot. This deal is definitely hundreds of millions of pounds, and his bonus will definitely be very generous. "Mr. Su, if our investigation takes about 2 weeks, if our investigation results satisfy Mr. Su, I hope Mr. Su can give the acquisition order to our Ernst & Young accounting firm," Joey said very seriously. "Since I've asked you to investigate, the order is yours. However, if your investigation results cannot satisfy me, I'm sorry, I can only contact other accounting firms," Su Pinggan said slowly. "Mr. Su, we will definitely satisfy you. The acquisitions we have been responsible for in recent years are known for their efficiency." Joey had a confident expression on his face. Ernst & Young is also an international giant, and is no less than any other accounting firm in terms of acquisitions. It depends on your performance. You can contact Darina when you have the results, Su Pinggan said directly. "Joey, follow me, I'll give you the contact information." Darina stood up after she finished speaking. After Su Pinggan finished talking about the business, Darina needed to follow up on the rest. Joey stood up, Su Pinggan also stood up, shook hands, and Joey followed Darina out, while Su Pinggan sat down to continue drinking tea. Not long after, Darina came in and gave Su Pinggan an okay gesture, and Su Pinggan smiled. Joey left the hotel and drove directly back to the company. He summoned 5 teams of elite soldiers and began to hold a meeting to assign tasks. He repeated the requirements and looked at everyone with a strong warning in his eyes. "From now on, this matter will be strictly confidential. If I know who leaked it, I guarantee that he will not be able to make it in the accounting industry." "Understood," everyone immediately stood up and answered. It has been a long time since they saw Joey with such eyes. Whenever such eyes appeared, it meant that Joey was not joking, and several people had been sent away from the accounting industry. "Take action immediately and contact me at any time to report progress." After Joey finished speaking, everyone began to leave the meeting room. Joey let out a long breath, and somewhat understood why the president called him to arrange this matter. Darina gave herself only one sentence, that is, take the bill after the matter is finished, and the company will pay it in full within 2 days. Shianki Group has no habit of defaulting on payments. Having money is a symbol of strength. All the staff of Ernst & Young are financial veterans. If they don't have the ability, they can't stay. Those who can attend Joey's meeting are the elite among the elites, with rich practical experience. After returning, they will immediately start working with their own soldiers. Each of them must find their own connections and complete the tasks assigned to them, and they must complete them beautifully, because the company implements the last elimination system, and the assessment is conducted every 3 months. If you are at the bottom for 2 consecutive months, you will have to leave. There is no other choice. Another thing is that the economic situation outside is clear. If you leave Ernst & Young and go to other places, you will definitely not get the current treatment. Once the income decreases and various loans cannot be repaid, it will cause a chain collapse. Time passed day by day. Joey sat in the headquarters every day to watch the progress of each group, but he was very satisfied with the current progress. He expected it to take 2 weeks, but now it seems that the investigation report can be completed in 10 days. Once the Apocalypse Group passes his report, the next step is to acquire it. The acquisition of hundreds of millions of pounds will bring huge profits. His position may not change, but his bonus will definitely not be reduced. On the 9th day, The reports of various groups have been submitted to Joey. Joey personally reviewed them. After a careful inspection, he began to arrange people to summarize and revise them. He contacted Darina and drove to the hotel to meet Su Pinggan the next morning. In Su Pinggan's room, Darina accompanied Joey to drink tea, while Su Pinggan sat aside and looked through the report. There were more than a dozen football clubs, and the board composition, financial data, player and coach data, fixed assets, etc. of each club were very clear at a glance. Su Pinggan nodded secretly. It was worthy of being an international company. It had such results in just 10 days. It was definitely a proposal of strength. Joey, you should have read the report. In your opinion, which football club is easier to acquire? Su Pinggan asked directly. Mr. Su, it depends on what level of team you need as a basis, Joey said directly. Premier League, Su Pinggan said directly. I suggest buying Queen's Park Rangers Football Club, Joey blurted out. Tell me your reasons, Su Pinggan said with a smile, picking up the teacup and taking a sip. The current owner of Queen's Park Rangers Football Club is a Malaysian. If a football club wants to develop, it cannot do so without a lot of money. The current world economy is weak, and the club's owner is also beginning to have financial difficulties, which has affected the club's financial situation very badly. There has been basically no investment in the past 2 years, and the main stadium is rented. This instability has caused the team's performance to fluctuate greatly. The current performance is very poor, and it is estimated that it can barely stay in the Premier League. As the chairman of the team, he was scolded very badly by the fans. His manor in London was hit by fans with shitbags, so the relationship between the club and the fans is very tense. Without the support of the fans, the income has dropped sharply, plus the salaries of the club staff and players. It is a considerable amount of money every month. The Malaysian has already planned to sell, but the asking price is a bit high, and the deal has not been reached. Joey told everything he knew. How much is he asking for? Su Pinggan asked indifferently. £70 million. When he acquired the club, it only cost £20 million, Joey said directly. If you, Ernst & Young, are responsible for the acquisition, how much is the estimated cost? Su Pinggan asked directly. No more than £50 million, Joey said a conservative figure. Su Pinggan curled his lips. He was not very satisfied with the price. He had just read the club's information. The maximum price was £35 million. If it was more, he would have to give up. £35 million. Can you complete the acquisition? Su Pinggan looked at Joey and said. Joey sighed in his heart. The stock price Su Pinggan gave was really not much water. It was not much different from the real price of the club. It was not easy. Then the president's words appeared in Joey's mind. This order must be won. Yes, we can do it, Joey said after taking a deep breath. No wonder the president said that he would win the order even if he didn't lose money. Su Pinggan was really too smart. You don't have much money at the price of $35 million. If you satisfy me, the acquisition of the 2 streets around Loftus Road Stadium will also be handed over to you. Su Pinggan looked at Joey and said directly. Joey's eyes lit up. Chapter 347. See you in court. Just as he was about to speak, Su Pinggan waved his hand and said directly, what I need is efficiency. You only have 1 week, understood? We at A will never let Mr. Su down, Joey said with a firm look. Go ahead, I'll wait for your news. Come to me with a bill after the acquisition is completed, Su Pinggan said directly, and waved his hand. Darina stood up and sent Joey out. Not long after, Darina came back. I remember you said that the stadium belongs to the city government, right? Su Pinggan asked while drinking tea. Yes, I saw it when I was collecting information online. The Queen's Park Rangers Club uses the city government stadium, Darina said very affirmatively, and Su Pinggan nodded. Help me contact William, we'll have dinner together tonight. Since we have won the team, the stadium is no exception. Let's buy it together. Collecting rent by ourselves is also an additional income, and we can spend less money, Su Pinggan said, rubbing his head, and Darina smiled and turned to contact. After Joey returned to the company, he closed the door and thought about the acquisition issue alone in the office. Queen's Park Rangers Club has 3 shareholders. The Malaysian Tony is the controlling shareholder, and the other 2 are small shareholders. The relationship is very tense. This is a possible entry point. It will be much easier to let the 2 small shareholders make trouble, but this requires a certain price. Joey immediately began to retrieve the information of the two small shareholders and began to study. In the evening, Sue Pingan met William at St. Martha's restaurant. Darren has still booked this restaurant. It seems that this restaurant is very suitable for Darren's taste. Sue Pingan didn't care. He ordered a bottle of Ramon y Conti and talked with William while drinking and talking about his plan. William let out a long breath. Sue Pingan spent a lot of money on these two acquisitions, plus the stadium was demolished and rebuilt, which is definitely a good thing. Sue, there is no problem selling the stadium. The stadium has been in disrepair for a long time and is not worth much. London really needs to add another modern stadium. By the way, how much do you plan to spend on acquiring the club? William asked this question for his own purpose. £35 million. The order was given to Ernst & Young, which will reduce a lot of trouble, Sue Pingan said truthfully, and William nodded. It is difficult to find fault with Ernst & Young, an accounting firm responsible for acquisitions. They are financial experts and do things flawlessly. Sue, I have a way. You can spend less to buy this club, William said with deep meaning in his eyes. Tell me about it. Sue Pingan became interested. William smiled and stretched forward. Sue Pingan did the same. The two of them exchanged in a low voice for a while. No problem, his shares are worth £6 million, Sue Pingan said, raising his glass. William also raised his glass with a smile on his face. The two clinked their glasses and drank a sip with a smile on their faces. William's brother-in-law is one of the two small shareholders of Queen's Park Rangers Football Club. William's intention is very simple. This matter lets his brother-in-law come forward and directly sue the club chairman and another shareholder for illegally withdrawing club funds. This kind of thing belongs to the category of being able to sue or not. If the relationship between shareholders is good and no one pursues it, it is not a big deal. Once a shareholder sues, it must be punished, and the amount of the fine will not be small. William plans to arrange for his brother-in-law to sue. Anyway, those two people are not British. One is Malaysian and the other is Greek. They are the kind of people that William doesn't even care about. In this way, William can intervene openly and impose a heavy fine to fill the city government funds. At the same time, let his brother-in-law come forward to cooperate with Ernst & Young to acquire the club at a low price. The brother-in-law's shares are worth £4 million, and Sue Pingan needs to buy them at a price of £5 million. Just now, Sue Pingan directly raised the price to £6 million, giving William enough face. You are good, I am good, and everyone is good. This is really good. The two of them had a great meal. After they separated, William got in the car and started to make a phone call. Soon the phone was connected. What's the matter? The brother-in-law's voice came over with very exciting music. HMPH, Wells, I'll give you 30 minutes. If you don't come to my house in 30 minutes, get out of London. William shouted this and hung up the phone, rubbing his head. His wife Linda is so beautiful and intelligent, how could she have such a stupid brother? He couldn't ignore her, which made William very disgusted. Wells hung up the phone, his face was uncertain, thinking that he hadn't caused any trouble recently. Why was his brother-in-law so angry? Wells was really afraid of William. Without William's protection, Wells couldn't survive in London. After 30 minutes, Wells woke up, ended the party immediately, took his clothes and left the bar, and drove directly to his brother-in-law's house. William stipulated 30 minutes, so he had to arrive within 30 minutes, otherwise, he would be punished by William. In the past, when William punished his sister, he would come forward to protect him. Now, his sister just walked away and didn't participate in the matter. It was obvious that she was extremely disappointed with him. In this case, Wells restrained his personality a lot. When Wells arrived at William's house, William had not returned yet. Linda asked about what was going on and looked at Wells. Go wash your face and be more energetic. Wells was stunned for a moment, looking at his sister, as if he suddenly understood something, and immediately stood up to wash his face in the bathroom. Linda shook her head, feeling a little sorry for William. If it weren't for Wells, William would definitely be doing better now. When Wells came back after packing up, William's car had already returned. In the hall, Linda hugged him and said, "Come with me." William turned his head and said to Wells, and went upstairs to the study. Wells immediately stood up and followed him up. About 40 minutes later, Wells came downstairs with an excited look on his face. "Sister, I'm going back first, you should rest early." After saying that, he walked out directly. Linda shook her head and smiled bitterly. Needless to say, William gave this bastard another benefit for her face. Linda shook her head, stood up and went upstairs directly to William's study, and drove to William's study, and saw William sitting on the sofa rubbing his head tiredly. She walked over to William's back and began to massage William's head. "William, I'm the one who's dragging you down," Linda said directly. "Linda, don't say that. You're my lover. Although Wells is a bit of a jerk, I can still bear it," William comforted Linda. The two met in college, got married after graduation, and decades have passed. Their feelings have only grown stronger. "Is the negotiation with Sue not going well?" Linda asked. William never had anything from Linda. Linda is a lawyer and can sometimes give William a lot of advice. Very smooth. Sue is very considerate and has already started to take action. It is a bit of a help to me. The rest of those sons of bitches are not willing to pay at all without getting actual benefits. William was really a little unhappy with other partners. Damn it, take a good look at them. They're all my partners. When I need help, Shayanki Group will help me, and I don't ask myself to do something illegal. It would be better if there were more partners like Shayanki Group. The next morning, Sue Pingan called Joey and explained the matter. Joey immediately understood. "Thank you, Mr. Sue. With internal cooperation, we are very confident that we can complete the acquisition with lower funds. I'll see your performance," Sue Pingan said calmly, and then hung up the phone. At noon that day, Wells met with Joey. They were both in London, and Joey knew Wells's identity very well. He was worried that Wells would make trouble, but Wells was very cooperative. Could it be that Wells had changed his personality? It was not Wells who had changed his personality, but William specifically told him that if Wells did not cooperate to solve the matter at the lowest cost, the club would go bankrupt. Wells would not only fail to make an extra £2 million, but his shares would be worthless. Millions of pounds. Wells had to be cautious, so he cooperated with Joey very well. Joey was responsible for making plans and Wells was responsible for execution. Joey was an old hand and knew very well how to maximize benefits. After a morning of consultation, the two separated. The next day, Wells directly sued the club's major shareholder and second largest shareholder, accusing them of violating financial regulations and misappropriating club funds. The court had received William's instructions and knew very well what to do, so it accepted the case immediately and sent people to the club to move the financial accounts. At the same time, summonses were issued to the two major shareholders. If they did not report within the specified time, they would be directly judged as losing the case. In just 3 days, the two shareholders arrived in London and began to take action. At the same time, they began to discuss the matter with lawyers. The lawyer also began to intervene. After learning the results of the court's audit, he clearly told the two that this case was 100% lost. The accounts clearly showed that the two had misappropriated funds, and Wells would be a tainted witness. With both human and material evidence, lawyers would not take such a losing case. Taking it would only affect their own value. The two spent £500,000. A lawyer gave a suggestion that it would be best to reach a settlement with Wells before the trial, otherwise, fines and imprisonment would be inevitable. In a relatively quiet cafe, Tony, Lawson, and Wells sat down to discuss a peaceful solution to the matter. Wells was in high spirits at this moment. "You two bastards usually suppressed me, and now you are begging me. I really want to kill you hard. I have just stated the conditions. I will not accept any bargaining. If you agree, we will sign the documents this afternoon. If you don't agree, I will stand up and leave immediately. We will see each other in court," Wells said very affirmatively. Chapter 348 International giants are really terrifying. The veins on Tony's necks were throbbing. It was obvious that Wells, the bastard, had completely torn his face off. He wanted to take away his shares for $5 million, but he had spent $20 million to buy them. Tony started bargaining with Wells directly. He absolutely could not agree to the price of $5 million. Even if he settled out of court, he would be fined £1 million by the city government. He had to ask for more, otherwise, he would really lose a lot. The two of them were so angry that they were about to fight. In the end, they reached an agreement. Tony sold his shares for £8 million and accepted a fine of £1 million from the city government. The formalities would be handled in the afternoon. Tony's problem was solved, and Lawson had a headache. It was obvious that this matter would not be over without a big loss. In the end, he sold his shares for $6 million and accepted a fine of £1 million from the city government. Lawson's heart was bleeding, His shares were worth £10 million, and he lost them in vain. If he wanted to avoid going to jail, this was the only way. In the afternoon, the three of them went directly to the law firm to handle the formalities. Then, the three of them went to the court. Wells withdrew the lawsuit, and Tony and Lawson also ordered a fine. The matter was completely understood. A day later, Wells and Joey completed the share transfer procedures, took their own money and left, earning £2 million, enough for themselves to dissipate for a while. Joey came to the hotel with the procedures and was stopped by Darina. He went directly to Darina's room to discuss. Joey, the boss is interviewing the club's management personnel. We have agreed here, I understand, this is an equity transfer agreement. The acquisition of shares costs £20 million, and the fee is £1 million. Joey directly quoted the price. Darina smiled. This fee is not high at all. The boss is really right. It's not that Joey doesn't want to quote a high price, but he received a call from the president. He just added a little hard work fee, all for the next order. Joey, the boss is very satisfied with your work. Remember the street near the Loftus Road Stadium that the boss mentioned? Darina looked at Joey and said. Remember, Mr. Sue wanted us to acquire 2 streets near the stadium, Joey said directly. Now it has changed. It's not 2 streets, but 3 streets. When can it be completed? Darina looked at Joey and said. Joey immediately took a deep breath. Damn, Apocalypse Group is really rich. It acquires 3 streets at a time. Is there any direction restriction? Joey asked. No, with Loftus Road Stadium as the center point, all the places around this point are acquired, and the range is 3 blocks, Darina said calmly. No problem, we need a month to complete it, Joey said directly. No, you only have half a month. After half a month, the boss will leave the UK. The acquisition must be completed before then, Darina said very impolitely, and Joey frowned. The land situation near the stadium has been investigated a long time ago, and the situation is not very optimistic. It is scattered in the hands of many people. Darina, do you know how many people own the land around the stadium? Joey asked directly. I don't know about this. Can you tell me? Darina looked calm. I arranged for people to do some investigation. The land within 2 blocks around the stadium is owned by 137 people, some of whom are not on the UK. Therefore, we cannot complete it in half a month. No accounting firm can complete this task, Joey said with a serious face, and Darina frowned slightly. Wait a minute, Darina said directly, and Joey nodded. Darina stood up and took her computer to the side, opened the map, and directly called up the map around the stadium and looked at it carefully. Look, who does this large warehouse area in the west belong to? Darina pointed on the map, and Joey stood up and came to Darina's side to look at the map. This area belongs to Victor Industrial Group. They moved the factory to Reading, and the old factory area here was transformed into a warehouse area for rent, which can bring about £2 million in profits every year, Joey said directly. Can you take it? Darina said directly. This factory area is not small, and it is only connected to the stadium. Once it is acquired, it can be directly developed horizontally. In addition, with a sporadic acquisition of surrounding land, it is definitely enough to build a commercial district centered on the stadium. Darlina, you have to be prepared. Last year, someone offered £60 million to acquire it, but it was rejected. I am not sure what the price is now. If you want to take it down, I analyze that it will be difficult to get results without £100 million. Joey said the truth. Darlina frowned, thought for a while and said, let's wait a while. I will report this to the boss after the interview. If it doesn't work, we can only do it slowly. It can only be like this, but I tend to acquire the land of Victor Industries, because it is also very complicated and time-consuming to acquire other places. Even if we finally acquire it, the cost will definitely exceed the acquisition of Victor Industries. Joey gave his opinion, and Darlina nodded. Sue Pingan's interviewers were still in charge of Daco Headhunting Company. The people contacted by Tina were all people in the football circle, and many of them were senior executives of other football clubs. This time they all came quietly. Tina remembered very clearly that when they met in a suburban coffee shop, they all shook hands with a wry smile on their faces. They all knew each other's background. When Tina announced that today was the day when Sue Pingan, the president of Apocalypse Group, would interview them personally, several people were very surprised. Tina, is Apocalypse Group going to enter the Premier League? Ranieri asked in surprise. The others also looked at Tina with shock on their faces. The strength of Apocalypse Group was clear. It was definitely not short of money. If such a huge amount of capital really landed in the Premier League, a wealthy club would definitely rise. Chelsea is a ready-made example. You guessed right. Please keep this matter confidential. Let's go. I remind you that I don't need to say more about the strength of Apocalypse Group. Show your best side. Once you are retained by the president of Apocalypse Group, you don't need to worry about your salary and benefits at all. Although the club is a place that costs money, it also needs to see who is playing. For the president of Apocalypse Group, it is just a big toy. Tina stood up after she finished speaking. Several people stood up and followed Tina out to the car. They all had obvious surprise on their faces, and a little surprise, but more of a pressure on their faces. For big bosses, they are willing to spend money only to see results. At the end of noon, several people met and talked with Su Pingan. Su Pingan was quite satisfied with the people Tina had chosen. Former Liverpool operations manager Visoko will serve as the general manager of the club. The famous coach Ranieri, who is idle at home, will serve as the head coach of the club. The famous sports medicine professor Melody will serve as the director of the club's medical department. The former Adidas operations manager Sabrina will serve as the club's operations manager. The club will start commercial operations. The most important thing at present is to avoid relegation. After 3 consecutive defeats, the Queen's Park Rangers team is currently the third from the bottom and is already in the relegation zone. The financial staff are directly sent by the European financial headquarters of the Apocalypse Group. The most important thing at present is that several people will be familiar with all the situations of the club after they move in and submit reform plans. At that time, Su Pingan will allocate funds according to the plan. At the same time, Su Pingan promised Ranieri that he would give him £30 million of transfer funds before the summer transfer window closed. If the club successfully avoided relegation this year, he would be provided with £100 million of team reconstruction funds next year. At the same time, Ranieri was given a 50% transfer right, and it was also stated that if Ranieri's transfer caused losses to the club would take back the transfer right at that time, and Ranieri had no objection to this. Tina was very considerate. The people she selected did not have contracts and could join the company at any time. After Su Pingan talked about the treatment with several people, Tina led several people to the target law firm to sign legal documents and report to contact Darina 5 days later. After everyone left, Darina brought Joey to Su Pingan's room and reported your affairs. Su Pingan frowned and thought for a long time, and then he let out a long breath. Joey, does that warehouse area really belong to Victor Industries? Can you confirm this? Su Pingan asked. Mr. Su, I can confirm 100%. The boss who wanted to buy the warehouse last year asked us to be responsible for the purchase, but we just didn't reach an agreement in the end, Joey said very confidently, and Su Pingan nodded. Don't worry, Joey, just go and negotiate with the other party. If I remember correctly, Victor Industries is currently striving for the quota of parts supplier for the German carbon magnetic wind power tree. I seem to have heard Alexander report this matter. If they don't sell the warehouse to us, they can't enter our supplier system, Su Pingan said with a relaxed look. Joey was really stunned. Damn, this is also possible. International giants are really fucking terrifying. Any company is a partner. If it is really as Su Pingan said, Victor Industries really can't refuse the acquisition of Apocalypse Group. I'll go and handle it immediately, Joey said with a little foggy head. Remember one thing, a reasonable price. We are not robbers. There is no need to squeeze Victor Industrial Group. If he puts forward the conditions for supplying parts, you can tell him clearly that it depends on the quality of their products. Under the same conditions, they will tend to prefer them. I will call Alexander of Germany, Su Pingan said directly. No problem. The normal price of that warehouse is just over £20 million. I will get it done, Joey said directly. Chapter 349 The Wolf is Coming. Don't bother so much. For £30 million, you can contact them directly tomorrow. If they agree, we can go through the formalities directly. If they don't agree, we can stop the negotiations. I'm considering other options. I don't have time to waste, Su Pingan said directly. Darina sent Joey away, and Su Pingan picked up the phone and called Alexander, telling him about Victor Industries Group. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely cooperate. If he dares to refuse us, there will definitely be no Victor Industries Group on the list of wind power tree suppliers. Speak tactfully. We are businessmen. Darina will contact you if there is a need, Su Pinggan said directly. I understand, please rest assured, boss. Alexander knew very well what to do. The president's temper was well known. After chatting about the factory for a few words, Su Pinggan hung up the phone. Darina smiled beside him. This matter will definitely have a good result. The next day, Joey went directly to the headquarters of Victor Industries Group and met with President Davis. He just explained that he wanted to acquire the warehouse. No, Joey, we will not take action on that warehouse. There is no need to talk about it. I have a meeting and I will not accompany you. Davis was about to leave after he finished speaking. What a joke. That warehouse area is not small. With a net profit of £2 million per year, it would be stupid to sell it. Davis, you should listen to me. You can still refuse other acquirers, but you can't refuse this one, Joey said loudly immediately, which stunned Davis, who was about to leave. Joey, I'm really interested now. I really want to know who is the acquirer that can't be refused by Victor Industries. Tell me about it. I'm really curious, Davis said with sarcasm on his face. Apocalypse Group, Joey said, leaning back and not talking. Davis was dumbfounded, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He forced himself to calm down and sat back at his desk, looking at Joey, meaning that you didn't lie. Joey nodded slightly, indicating that he was not joking. Joey, why would Apocalypse Group take a fancy to a place for no reason? Davis asked solemnly. Currently, we are negotiating with Apocalypse Wind Energy Company about the supply of parts. It is a critical time. This project is related to the company's profits in the next few years. The board of directors attaches great importance to this project. If this small matter ruins the project, the board of directors will not let Davis off easily. Losing his job is the least of his worries. In addition to the majority of the funds for the first batch of goods being used as a quality deposit, the subsequent payments for goods from the suppliers of Apocalypse Group are all settled within 3 days. It is not easy to find a company that pays so quickly. This is also the reason why many parts companies in the world are scrambling to cooperate with Apocalypse Group. Davis, that place is next to the Loftus Road Stadium. The president of Apocalypse Group got bored and bought a club for fun. That stadium does not suit his appetite and needs to be demolished and rebuilt for expansion. Your warehouse area is the best choice. Yesterday, Mr. Su Pinggan, the president of Apocalypse Group, told me that the acquisition is £30 million. If you refuse, all negotiations will be stopped directly. There will be no second time. Joey looked at Davis and said directly. Davis looked uncomfortable, and he was 100% sure that it was Su Pinggan who said this. This kind of gangster style was very consistent with Su Pinggan's character. Once he refused, it was absolutely impossible for him to enter the supplier system of Shanky Group. I need to make a call. You go to the reception room and wait for me for a while, Davis frowned and said. Joey nodded and stood up and went out. Davis immediately started to call Alexander. The two had cooperated for a long time. Before Alexander joined Shanky Group, they had always maintained a good friendship and had a very good personal relationship. After the call was connected, Davis began to ask if there was such a thing. Davis, my friend, you must agree to this. That is the boss's toy. If you don't let him play with it happily, I can guarantee that your company will decide not to enter the supplier system. You should have heard something about the president's temper. The only thing I can tell you is that the rumors are not false. The president's temper is really not a joke. If we want the negotiations between us to go smoothly, you know very well what to do, Alexander said directly. It was impossible not to say so. Alexander called Darina and asked about it. Darina complained to Alexander that it was the boss's toy. If the boss was unhappy, none of us would be happy. I understand. I will discuss this with the board of directors, Davis said, rubbing his head. The two chatted for a few words and then hung up the phone. Davis took a deep breath and began to communicate with several big directors about this matter. At first, they refused without even thinking about it. When they heard that the acquirer was Apocalypse Group, they all looked constipated. After listening to Davis' explanation, they all agreed to sell it with their hands on their chests. There was no way. Once the contract with Apocalypse Wind Energy was negotiated, it would bring tens of millions of pounds in profits every year. On one side, there were profits of about £2 million, and on the other side, there were profits of tens of millions of pounds. Everyone knew what to choose. More than an hour later, Joey was led to Davis' office by the secretary. The two passed the agreement. £30 million. They went directly to target law firm in the afternoon to handle the formalities. Victor Industrial Group was responsible for clearing the tenants within a month. When leaving Victor Industrial Group, Joey was quite emotional. Victor Industrial Group is no longer a small company, but when facing the Apocalypse Group, it must compromise. This is the strength of an international giant. Wells has not been idle during this period of time. Instead, he began to clean up people. According to Supingan's requirements, he started to clean up the top management. Even the head coach was fired. All signs indicate that the Queen's Park Rangers Football Club is about to change. The entire club staff is panicking, not knowing whether they will also be fired. The general manager of the club was fired, the operations manager was fired, the head coach was also fired, and the financial manager was also fired. The entire financial system account was sealed. The fans also talked about this matter. They didn't know what was going on, but they still kept their rationality and waited and saw. They hoped that the club would welcome a rich boss and bring enough changes to the club. Joey still didn't relax. According to Supingan's instructions, the stadium was the center and the surrounding street was acquired. This time it was much easier. There were not many customers, and it could be solved by spending a little more money. Joey started to move out with a wolf pack. If you cooperate, you can just take the check and leave. If you don't cooperate, you will be sued for tax evasion. It is very easy for large accounting firms to seriously check your accounts. These people have no power to compete. Everyone is unwilling to do so, but there is no way. If they don't want to be fined and imprisoned, they can only sign the agreement. Joey and others acted very quickly. In just 1 week, they had completed the acquisition. On this day, Darina, on behalf of Supingan, accompanied by Hunter and the financial staff sent by the headquarters, led Visoka, Ranieri and others to the Queen's Park Rangers Football Club. Wells cooperated 100%. He held a meeting and announced that Shayanki Group had acquired the Queen's Park Rangers Football Club in full. He would leave the club today and would have nothing to do with the Queen's Park Rangers Football Club from now on. Darina stood up and announced the appointment of Visoka and Ranieri. At the same time, she announced that the salaries of all registered staff would be increased by 10%. The staff had no objection at this time. After all, they had not adjusted their salaries for 5 years. Apocalypse Group is really rich and powerful. It adjusted the salary right away. The club is about to usher in spring. Soon, the London media reported the news, which directly caused a big earthquake in the Premier League, and everyone began to be cautious. Then, the English Football Association announced that it approved the personal acquisition of Queen's Park Rangers Football Club by Mr. Supingan, the president of Apocalypse Group. Mr. Supingan's acquisition will bring new life to Queen's Park Rangers Football Club. When the news spread, the fans of Queen's Park Rangers Football Club were immediately excited. They had already obtained the list of club management, especially the famous coach Ranieri became the head coach of the team, which showed that the team's change had begun. A few days later, an interview with Ranieri was broadcast live on TV. Ranieri's speech on TV made many Premier League clubs nervous. Now there is still some time before the summer transfer window closes. The president has allocated me £50 million of funds to improve the team. The goal given to me is very simple, to stay in the league this year. Damn it, £50 million is only used for relegation. You can't play like this even if you have money. There are also media reports that the salaries of club staff have just been raised. It can be seen that Supingan is definitely not here to play in the Premier League. When the reporter asked Ranieri about his plan for next year, he said, "If I achieve the goal of relegation this year, the president will provide me with £100 million to rebuild the team next year, giving me full rights so that I can build a dream team." Ranieri's words made many club coaches begin to collapse. The wolf is coming. The scene of Abramovich sweeping the Premier League with strong funds appeared in the minds of many coaches again. The poaching everywhere made the players of many teams absent-minded. The coaches began to have a headache and were worried that their players would be poached. The power of capital was terrifying. A few days later, the news media once again reported that Ranieri had introduced 4 players, and at the same time, as many as 9 people in the team were cleared out. Ranieri had already started the scalpel to transform the team. As time went by, the media was full of reports about who Ranieri liked and who he planned to buy. Many coaches began to talk to the club and were not allowed to sell players anyway, otherwise, the team's performance would be over. Chapter 350. This is truly zero pollution, zero emission clean energy. Many of these coaches' demands have not received a response from the club. There is no way. The economy is not good now. If they don't sell players, where will the funds come from to maintain the club? In a few days, 5 more players were bought by Ranieri. On this day, Queen's Park Rangers Football Club issued a statement that the club name will be changed to Apocalypse Rangers Football Club, which has been approved by the English Football Association. This matter caused many people to exclaim. The media also began to explain the name of Apocalypse Rangers Football Club, and put the matter on Supingan's head. They really guessed that this name was really given by Supingan. A day later, Supingan's words were published in the newspaper. I hope Apocalypse Rangers Football Club can be number 1, the Premier League is our backyard, and we can patrol at will. This sentence completely detonated the media and created a lot of topics. Such domineering words made the fans very satisfied, and they started to march directly to express their support for Supingan and the club. We like the explanation of this name very much. It is domineering enough. We want to be the inspector of the Premier League. The media also reported the interview with the fans, which made many clubs start to pay attention to this matter. They must give the Apocalypse Rangers Football Club a warning. Football is not something you can play just because you have money. When the media was in chaos, Supingan, Davis, William, and Sheldon held a joint press conference. Supingan announced in front of all reporters that he was grateful for the support of Mayor William. He has fully purchased the Loftus Road Stadium and the warehouse area next to it that belongs to the Victor Industrial Group. I will carry out a derivation and reconstruction of the stadium, investing £500 million to build a modern stadium that can accommodate 50,000 spectators. At the same time, the team's ticket price remains unchanged. We do not need to spread the cost to the fans. I solemnly promise that after the construction of the stadium is completed, the ticket price will remain unchanged for 3 years and remain at the original price. Sheldon, chairman of Bavaria Construction Company, the largest construction company in London, held a signing ceremony with Supingan. Bavaria Construction Company will build this modern stadium with a total investment of £360 million. At the press conference, several people thanked William again and again, and William was beaming. Today's exposure is absolutely awesome, which is very helpful for consolidating his position. After Supingan's speech was exposed by the media, the fans' recognition of Supingan was even higher. As soon as the stock market opened, the stock of Bavaria Construction Company rose all the way, and the stocks of the construction sector also rose. William was very satisfied with this effect. Even the British government issued a statement, welcoming more Chinese companies to invest in the UK, and we will escort the business cooperation. This is a symbol of friendship between the UK and China, and it gave a positive attitude to Supingan's investment. Supingan held a meeting with the club's senior management and allocated £30 million for daily expenses. The rest depends on the level of this group of management. If they do well, they will be rewarded, and if they do not do well, they will be punished directly. After finishing his work, Supingan left the UK and returned to China. This time he spent too much time in the UK, and he had to go back home to start the layout of other projects. Shianqi Group must enter a stage of rapid development. While resting at home, Liu Wenjin went to work and Darina began to take a vacation. After a week of rest, Supingan started to work normally and began to deal with a backlog of documents. On this day, Supingan received a call from L. The two talked for a while and then hung up. L had reached an agreement with the Socialist Party. What remained was the establishment of a branch factory in Nantes by the Apocalypse Group. Supingan made a call and asked Borson to come to the headquarters. Borson was very fast. He arranged things and bought a plane ticket for the evening in the afternoon. He arrived in J City that night and checked into the hotel to rest. At 10 o'clock the next day, the headquarters sent a car to the hotel to pick up Borson. After more than 40 minutes, Borson arrived at Supingan's office. Supingan invited Borson to sit down and drink tea, and told Borson about the matter. You are responsible for discussing this matter in person. You will be responsible for interviewing the person in charge of the branch factory. After arriving in France, contact Hall. You must not lose the interests that should be fought for, Supingan said directly. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter. To be honest, we really can't do without a branch factory. I haven't accepted orders for 2 months now. The orders that have been received can only be completed next year, Borson said directly. It's so much? Su Pingyan was really a little surprised. Boss, Shanghai has given us a big order. They will completely replace the photovoltaic power station at sea. After the replacement, Shanghai will enter an era without power shortage. Carroll's microgrid experiment in the United States has achieved very remarkable results. Each of the 6 major power supply groups in the United States has given orders of up to $8 billion to carry out comprehensive microgrid transformation. In addition to the orders from some European cities, our production capacity is already seriously insufficient. It is time to increase it. Once our European factory starts running, I analyze that we don't need to worry about orders within 10 years, Bolson said seriously. Have you applied for a patent for the microgrid system? Su Pingyan asked. It has been applied for globally. In the future, the world's microgrids can only purchase ours. Our product technology is mature. Even if they want to imitate it, they can't, because they don't have carbon crystal solar panels, Bolson said with a smile. Ho ha, Su Pingyan laughed wantonly. The Americans started to propose the microgrid plan many years ago. They never dreamed that it would be completed by our hard-working Chinese people. I don't know what the Americans feel. In a good mood, Su Pingyan and Bolson drank a lot at noon. Su Pingyan told Bolson to take a rest in the afternoon and return to the company the next day. Bolson agreed happily. Su Pingyan was in a good mood these days. Good news came one after another. Jizu Ai and Watanabe Yoko had completed the transaction and handed over $2 billion to the headquarters. In addition to the $1 billion funds supported by the headquarters, there was still $1 billion in profit. The 2 investment companies also retained $1 billion in operating funds respectively. Su Pingyan was very satisfied. Looking at the hydrogen energy plan on the computer, Su Pingyan began to think in the office. Hydrogen energy has also reached the point of starting. This is a real zero pollution, zero emission clean energy, which is cleaner than batteries. After all, the pollution caused by battery recycling is not small. Pick up the phone to notify Chen Fanchen, Kiao Yichen, Coaster, Darian, and Barry to come to the headquarters for a meeting in 4 days. The person who receives Su Pingyan's call will understand what happened. Although there are still some breakthroughs, you can start preparing for it. A few days later, several people came to Su Pingyan's office for a meeting. They started to discuss the hydrogen production process, hydrogen filling process, transportation, hydrogen station process, hydrogen engine, safety, environmental protection, etc. from several aspects, and they had to be foolproof. After hydrogen is burned, it is discharged through the exhaust pipe and combined with air to produce water, and it is pure water without any pollution. Now battery-driven new energy vehicles have begun to be abandoned by consumers. The cost of replacing batteries is high, and the mileage does not meet the requirements. Problems such as these have begun to break out. People who have been fooled once will never be fooled again. According to market research, consumers' dissatisfaction with new energy vehicles is gradually increasing. Now is the right time to start planning. At noon, several people did not go out for lunch, but ate directly in the cafeteria of the headquarters. After lunch, they returned to continue discussing what to do at that stage, and specific plans must be made. Which aspects of applying for hydrogen patents must be divided one by one. After 3 days of hard work, a detailed plan was completed. Several people left and returned to their respective areas to act according to the plan. Su Pingyan began to think about the plan carefully from the beginning. It must be foolproof. 2 days passed slowly. Su Pingyan came to Wei Dongshuo's office and discussed with Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan for more than an hour before leaving. The next day, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan went straight to the provincial capital to report to their superiors. Time passed slowly. A week later, Wei Dongshuo accompanied Su Pingyan on a plane to Beijing. As soon as the two checked into the hotel, a car came to pick up Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan took the plan and left directly. It was not until the next day that Su Pingyan returned. This is not a trivial matter. If Su Pingyan's plan is really promoted nationwide, the country's demand for oil will drop sharply. This is a nuclear bomb-level shock to the petrochemical industry. Leaders must be cautious and cautious. This issue has been discussed 3 times, and the bosses are very troubled. The core of Su Pingyan's plan is to prevent the 2 oil companies from participating. Private individuals can play. If your country launches it, the United States will never give up. The strategy of pegging the dollar to oil will not only collapse, but also drop in power. 4 days later, Su Pingyan was picked up by a vehicle again and returned in the afternoon. However, Su Pinggan's face was full of joy. After waiting for a few more days, Su Pinggan returned to J City with Wei Dongshuo. Approved. The clean energy plan of Apocalypse Group was approved, which gave Su Pinggan great encouragement. A few days later, Su Pinggan sent out invitations to invite the CEOs of the 4 largest engine manufacturers in the country to meet at the headquarters of Apocalypse Group. Su Pinggan also called several CEOs in person. Several CEOs accepted the invitation with curiosity. The 2 sides agreed to rush to the headquarters of Apocalypse Group within 4 days. Su Pinggan took the 4 CEOs directly to the Apocalypse Comprehensive Research Institute and left more than 2 hours later. The 4 CEOs were shocked and stunned. They never dreamed that Apocalypse Group would achieve such a breakthrough. Back in Su Pinggan's office, the shock of the crowd had not yet passed. "Boss Su, the engine is finished. How to solve the 2 aspects of hydrogen production and automobiles?" asked Su Zhengxiao, the CEO of Weiwei E-Power. Hydrogen production and hydrogen refueling stations across the country belong to Xianqi Group. As for automobiles, it's easy to handle. I will definitely invite several large automobile manufacturers to come and negotiate. I think they will never miss this opportunity. A liter of oil is as high as more than 6 yuan, and a tank of oil costs almost 1,000 yuan. Refueling with hydrogen only costs more than 400 yuan, and the mileage is the same. Will there be no market for such a car? What's more, this is still zero pollution and zero emission. If they are unwilling to cooperate, this is easier to handle. I will directly invest in building a car factory, and consumers will know how to choose, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Please, Su Pinggan made a gesture of invitation, and everyone began to drink tea from their cups. If they don't agree, I will join Boss Su's car-making plan. I don't ask for much, just invest 5 billion and give me 20% of the shares, said Zhao Qianli, the CEO of Northern Engine, with a smile. I'll invest 5 billion and only want 10%, Wu Changfeng, the chairman of Yulong Engine Group, cut in directly. Everyone laughed. This was a joke. Those automobile companies would be crazy enough to agree to all the requests of Xianqi Group and would never miss this opportunity. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.